Chun Mian, you'd better listen to me. Otherwise, when I'm done, I'll throw you at the brigade office and let everyone see you looking like a fool. When Chun Mian woke up, she felt sharp pain all over her body, and above her came a sneering, unpleasant voice. The stench of bad breath made her frown as she opened her eyes. The shabby surroundings and the flood of strange memories in her mind left her dizzy and uncomfortable. She was a well-known zoologist in her original world, but after being accidentally crushed to death by a brown bear she once saved, she had somehow crossed into another life. The girl she now inhabited was also named Chun Mian. Her mother had disappeared shortly after giving birth, and the whole village gossiped that she had run away with another man. Her father, humiliated, left the baby with her grandmother and ignored her. A child without a mother's love or a father's care naturally lived a hard life. Until she was 8, she stayed with her grandmother, and only when her father remarried was she brought back home. But it wasn't out of kindness, it was because they needed someone to do the chores. From then on, while her father, stepmother, and stepsister ate well, Chun Mian only got thin soup. She was forced to work in the fields and handle all the housework, her small body carrying endless burdens. At 14, she was finally engaged, and she thought she had found a way out of her misery. But her fiancé left for the city that same year to work as an apprentice. He didn't return for 5 years, only sending a letter recently saying he had become a full worker. He promised that once he got a promotion and some leave, he would come back to marry her. The original Chun Mian had been counting the days, full of hope that her fiancé would rescue her from this bitter life. But today, while gathering firewood, she was followed by a notorious village bully. Zhao Erlu was known for being lazy, greedy, and shameless. He often spied on women and harassed widows. He was the kind of person who would cause trouble anywhere he went. In the deserted mountains, the original Chun Mian had no one to call for help. Her heart was set on her fiancé, so she resisted with all her strength. In the struggle, Zhao Erlu ended up choking her to death. And so, the soul of the other Chun Mian, who had also died unjustly, entered this body. As the memory settled, she took full control of it. Looking at Zhao Erlu, who was still trying to tear at her clothes, her eyes turned cold and sharp. Ever since she had awakened the ability to communicate with animals, she had never suffered such humiliation. If I don't beat him up, he'll think he can get away with anything. Zhao Erlu pinned her hands above her head, pressing down on Chun Mian, trying to force a kiss. But in the next second, she twisted her body and flipped him over. With a sharp move of her knee, he let out a painful cry. "You wicked girl! How dare you do this to me? When I marry you, I'll make you pay for this." Hearing his shameless threats, Chun Mian grabbed a nearby rock and struck him hard. Survive this first before you talk big. You look like a toad pretending to be a prince, and you still dream of marrying me? Haven't you looked in a mirror? Her voice was hoarse from being choked, but that didn't stop her from scolding him. By the time she was done, the man on the ground was covered in blood, no longer arrogant. Stop. Please. It wasn't my idea, it was your stepmother, Manhwa. She told me that if I forced you, she'd make you marry me. Chun Mian frowned. Why would she want you to do that? She was about to be married soon, so there was no reason for her stepmother to suddenly ruin her reputation. Zhao Erlu hesitated, but when Chun Mian raised her foot threateningly, he quickly confessed. All right, I'll tell you. It was your fiancé, Fang Yue. He got together with the leader's daughter and doesn't want to marry you anymore. So he asked Manhwa to get rid of you. She was paid 100 yuan, and if I succeeded, I'd not only get to marry you, but also receive 40 yuan as a reward. Hearing this, Chun Mian felt a sharp pain in her chest. She frowned, knowing this was the original owner's grief. To be abandoned by the man she loved, and betrayed by her own stepmother, anyone would break under such cruelty. Luckily, Chun Mian had taken her place. Otherwise, even if the poor girl survived this, she would still face endless suffering at home. Thinking of this, she pressed her hand to her chest and silently made a promise. Don't worry. Everyone who hurt you will pay the price. As soon as she said this, the heaviness in her chest faded. Chen Mianmian let out a breath, considering her current situation. When they went down the mountain, her stepmother would surely try every trick to ruin her reputation, just to tie her to Zhao Erlu. It wasn't hard to break her stepmother's schemes, but she couldn't let that shameless man get away so easily. Since he dared to be heartless, Chen Mianmian wouldn't show mercy either. Thinking this, she tilted her head back and let out a long, loud howl. Just as Zhao Erlu thought she had lost her mind, a group of stray dogs and cats suddenly ran over, rubbing against her affectionately. Sigma, der LLL. Ignoring his pain, Zhao Erlu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He saw Chen Mianmian crouching among the animals, whispering softly to them. After a while, the strays scattered, leaving only 2 of the fiercest dogs by her side. Since childhood, she had the gift of communicating with animals. With this ability, she had become one of the world's top experts in animal studies. Even in this time of scarcity, she believed she could still live well with such a gift. Zhao Erlu, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you come back with me and admit that Ge Chunhua bribed you. Second, I'll let these strays deal with you, and no one will ever find a trace of you. Which do you choose? Her voice was hoarse and low, and together with her cold gaze, it made Zhao Erlu shiver uncontrollably. You can't do that. Hurting people is against the law. So what? If you're gone, who would know it was me? I'm just a poor girl bullied by her stepmother. How could I possibly do such a thing? Hearing this, Zhao Erlu's face turned pale with fear, because she was right. Before he could think further, Chen Mianmian crouched in front of him with a smile, stroking the 2 fierce dogs. Their eyes gleamed with menace, their bodies tense, as if ready to leap at his throat. Woof, woof, woof. The sudden barking made Zhao Erlu tremble all over. A foul smell spread in the air. He had lost control from fear. I choose the first. I'll go with you and expose Ge Chunhua. Please, don't let the dogs near me. As a child, he had seen someone bitten by dogs, who later lost their mind and died miserably. Now, facing the same threat, the memory overwhelmed him, and he cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. If you had behaved earlier, you wouldn't have gotten a beating. You really bring trouble on yourself. After saying this, Chen Mianmian stretched out her hand, palm up, as if asking for something. What? What do you want? Zhao Erlu sniffled in confusion, not understanding what she meant. What do I want? Of course, compensation for my suffering. I was just collecting firewood on the mountain and almost got strangled. Don't you think you should pay me? You'd better hand it over quickly. Otherwise, if my loyal dog happens to bite your leg or something else important, I'm just a weak girl. I wouldn't be able to stop it. Don't you agree? After speaking, Chen Mianmian patted the big dog beside her. The dog growled fiercely, scaring Zhao Erlu so much that he hurriedly pulled out all the money he had. Who said Chen Mianmian was easy to bully? He thought bitterly that she was tougher than anyone imagined. Chen Mianmian looked at the messy pile of small bills in her hand, about 17 or 18 yuan in total. It must have been pocket money given by Ge Chunhua. This isn't enough. I'll go to your house later and take anything valuable. Otherwise, I'll let stray dogs and cats bother you every day. Let's see if your luck is stronger than their teeth. Hearing this, Zhao Erlu felt like the sky was falling. She even wanted to raid his house. Was she a bandit? Just as he was about to protest, 2 stray dogs barked at him wildly. Terrified, he swallowed his words and nodded obediently. Ignoring his pained expression, Chen Mianmian pocketed the money, tied him up tightly with the rope she had used for firewood, and tidied herself up. She pulled her collar higher to cover the marks on her neck. If the villagers saw those marks, they might start rumors that would damage her reputation, which would make things difficult for her later. Once everything was in order, Chen Mianmian kicked Zhao Erlu and drove him down the mountain like livestock. She didn't notice that not long after she left, 2 figures jumped down from a nearby tree. That girl is pretty tough. Before we could even step in, she had already turned the tables. Since she's fine, let's hurry and find our target. The longer we wait, the more likely they'll escape, and that would be a big problem. The two men disappeared into the forest. The taller one glanced once more in the direction Chen Mianmian had gone, feeling that this girl was far from ordinary. Thinking about it again, he felt a little envious. If his own mother or sister were as strong-willed, he wouldn't have to worry so much. But the thought quickly passed. Remembering his task, he didn't dare linger. Soon, the two of them disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there. Chen Mianmian headed down the mountain, planning that once she dealt with the troublemakers at home, she would make a trip to the city. Fang Yue was selfish and ruthless. For the sake of his own future, he was willing to ruin an innocent girl's life. That was no different from destroying someone completely. If that's the case, then she would make sure Fang Yue tasted the bitterness of being despised by everyone. With her plan roughly set, Chen Mianmian and Zhao Erlu returned to the village. Following the warning from the wild dogs, she avoided the crowd and slipped to the brigade office. Sure enough, her stepmother, Ge Chunhua, was crying and begging everyone to help search. Oh, my poor daughter Mianmian. She went up the mountain early this morning to gather firewood and hasn't come back yet. What if a wild animal got her? Captain Qian, please send people to look for her. If something happens to her, how can I go on living? As Ge Chunhua wailed loudly, passers-by all heard her. Soon, everyone knew Chen Mianmian had gone up the mountain and hadn't returned. But people couldn't help curling their lips. Pretending to be kind? That child never had enough to eat or wear at home, worked harder than a mule, and Ge Chunhua never showed a bit of pity. Mom, don't worry. Maybe sister didn't get lost. Maybe she went to meet someone she likes. Chen Qianqian stood beside Ge Chunhua, sounding as if she were comforting her, but every word was meant to hurt. Meet someone? Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. You'll ruin your sister's reputation. Ge Chunhua shouted even louder, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Together with her daughter, she was deliberately destroying Chen Mianmian's good name. I'm not making it up. Just a few days ago, I saw her talking with Zhao Erlu in the grove at the east end of the village. And this morning, right after she left, I saw Zhao Erlu go up the mountain too. How could that be just a coincidence? Maybe they're secretly seeing each other. Her words made the villagers frown. Chen Mianmian already had Fang Yue as her fiancé. How could she possibly be interested in Zhao Erlu? But Ge Chunhua didn't care. The stage was already set. For the 300 yuan Fang Yue had given her, she was determined to ruin that girl's reputation today. Oh, this troublesome girl. Her mother already ran off with someone else, and now she's causing more problems. Fang Yue is such a good man. He even said he would come back to marry her, but she just couldn't stay patient and went to mess around with Zhao Erlu. How am I supposed to face people now? No, I have to drag this girl back. Ge Chunhua, looking all righteous, pulled Captain Qian along, ready to head up the mountain to find her. But after just a few steps, she suddenly saw Chen Mianmian standing at the back of the crowd. Her cold, sharp gaze made Ge Chunhua shiver as if she had seen a ghost. You. Why are you here? Ge Chunhua asked in disbelief. According to her plan, this girl should have already been ruined, and she was supposed to catch her in the act. Chen Mianmian's eyes were full of mockery. She glanced at the guilty-looking Chen Qianqian, then fixed her gaze back on Ge Chunhua. If I'm not here, where should I be? Waiting for you to bring people to watch Zhao Erlu bully me? With a cold snort, Chen Mianmian kicked the tied-up Zhao Erlu to the ground. Go on, tell everyone about the scheme you and Ge Chunhua planned. Zhao Erlu grimaced in pain, looking around at the curious villagers, panic rising in his chest. If he told the truth, wouldn't he be punished as a criminal? I have nothing to do with Ge Chunhua. It was you who tempted me, asking me to meet you in the woods. You said you didn't want to wait for Fang Yue, that you wanted to be with me. You even started taking off your clothes just now. Hearing this, Ge Chunhua, who had been flustered, suddenly smiled with pride. Good. Her 20 yuan wasn't wasted. This boy was clever enough. But before the villagers could react, Chen Mianmian burst out laughing so hard she almost bent double. Me tempt you? What for? Because you're older? Because you never bathe? Or because one day you'll offend the wrong person and get beaten up? The villagers were stunned. Chun Mianmian, who had always been bullied by Ge Chunhua and never dared to laugh, suddenly spoke with such confidence. It was like she had become a different person, and what she said made sense. Her fiancé in the city was about to get promoted. Why would she give up becoming a city wife just to marry Zhao Erlu, a useless drifter? That would be pure foolishness. Zhao Erlu opened his mouth to argue again, but Chun Mianmian curled her finger, put it to her lips, and blew a sharp whistle. In the next second, the village's stray cats and dogs came running, baring their teeth and lunging at him. Ah! Help! Help! Chun Mianmian has killed someone. Zhao Erlu was being bitten by wild dogs, while stray cats scratched his face with their sharp claws. His painful cries made everyone around shiver in fear. One of the dogs even lunged at him fiercely, tearing at his clothes. The sound of fabric ripping, along with his inhuman screams, made everyone's scalp tingle. Zhao Erlu, I told you not to play tricks with me. Chun Mianmian's face was dark and cold. She looked at Zhao Erlu rolling on the ground without a trace of pity. On the side, Ge Chunhua and Qin Qianqian turned pale with fright. But thinking of the 300 yuan promised by Feng Yue, they gritted their teeth and continued to slander her. Sister, why can't you talk things out with Zhao Erlu? Why be so cruel? People might think you're hiding something. Qin Qianqian, always quick with words and good at reading faces, had often made trouble for Qin Mianmian in the past. Although she was Ge Chunhua's real daughter, she was treated worse than Qin Mianmian, who was only a stepchild. Memories of Qin Qianqian bullying her since childhood flashed in Qin Mianmian's mind. She walked over, grabbed her hair, and slapped her twice. I only dealt with Zhao Erlu, and not you, right? Tell me, which wild boar pushed you out into this world? Help! Qin Mianmian has gone mad. Qin Qianqian's cheeks turned red and swollen from the slaps, but she couldn't break free from Qin Mianmian's grip on her hair. Yes, I've gone mad. I'm no longer the Qin Mianmian you could bully and mistreat at will. From now on, I am your retribution. Qin Mianmian yanked her by the collar and threw her to the ground. Years of hard labor had given her strength far beyond that of someone spoiled and lazy. Qin Qianqian landed beside Zhao Erlu. She saw with her own eyes the wild dogs tearing at him, and her whole body trembled in terror. Looking into Qin Mianmian's cold, frightening eyes, she didn't dare utter another word. Ge Chunhua, seeing her own daughter being bullied, screamed and rushed forward to slap Qin Mianmian. But before she could get close, Qin Mianmian kicked her behind the knees, making her fall to the ground with a thud.
TS Auntie.
It's not New Year or any festival today, so even if you kneel, I have no money to give you.
Or,
do you feel guilty for mistreating me all these years and want to repent? Qin Mianmian's words made Ge Chunhua's eyes burn with rage. This wretched girl. Once she's married off, I'll make sure Zhao Erlu torments her to death. Qin Mianmian, it was clearly you who behaved improperly, getting too close with others. When people exposed you, you even raised your hand to hit them. Oh, my life is so bitter. I married a man who passed away after only a few years, and when I finally found another home, I still have to be bullied by this child. I really can't go on living. Ge Chunhua sat on the ground, slapping her legs and crying loudly, telling everyone how hard her life was. The villagers all knew what kind of person Ge Chunhua was, and Captain Qian was so angry that his head hurt. At a time when everyone was busy earning work points during spring farming, Ge Chunhua just had to stir up trouble. She had such an obedient stepdaughter, yet she wasn't satisfied. Did she really want to torment the child to death before she'd be happy? Everyone knew Qin Mianmian's character. Her heart was always set on Feng Yue, so how could she care about someone like Zhao Erlu? Just as Captain Qian was about to scold Ge Chunhua, Qin Mianmian suddenly spoke up. When did I ever behave improperly? Tell me clearly when, where, and how. If you can't explain, then you're just making things up. But you, how many times have you sneaked into the cornfield with that peddler from the southern town? Just a few days ago, he came in the dark and the two of you were under the bridge being close, weren't you? Degree to degree. As soon as Chun Mianmian said this, the surroundings went completely silent. Even Zhao Lu, who had been dragged into this, stared wide-eyed at Ge Chunhua. When Ge Chunhua heard the words under the bridge, panic flashed in her eyes. She forgot to cry, jumped up, and rushed to cover Chun Mianmian's mouth. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever sneak into the cornfield with a peddler? You're the one misbehaving, and now you're slandering me. All these years raising you have been wasted. But Chun Mianmian wasn't making things up. She had heard it from the stray dogs and cats. Ge Chunhua might avoid people, but she didn't avoid animals. They had seen everything and passed it on to Chun Mianmian. Mianmian, you must speak with evidence. You can't just say things like this. If it's proven true, someone could be taken away for it. Captain Qian's face was stern, but in his heart he was cursing, wishing he could kick Ge Chunhua away. If such a scandal really came out, their brigade could forget about winning any honors this year. Yes, Mianmian, you can't just say things without proof. What exactly happened back then? The villagers, unlike Captain Qian, had no such worries. They leaned on their hoes and crowded closer, eager to hear the story firsthand. Chun Mianmian didn't keep people guessing. She not only told everyone when the two of them went under the bridge, but also said that after they finished their secret meeting, they left behind an old mat hidden by the bridge. Now, anyone who went there could find it. You liar! You wicked girl! I'll kill you for ruining my reputation. Ge Chunhua, afraid that the truth would be exposed, wished she could strangle Chun Mianmian on the spot. At that moment, everyone's attention was on her. Chun Mianmian quickly ran behind Captain Qian, using the chance to reveal even more. If you don't believe me, you can ask some of the women to check. She has marks on her chest and legs. My father has been away repairing the river dam these days and hasn't come back. If she wasn't sneaking around, then who left those marks? As soon as Chun Mianmian said this, Ge Chunhua stumbled and fell to the ground. Just a moment ago, she thought the girl was making things up, but she hadn't expected her to know even this. Seeing Ge Chunhua's expression, the villagers understood everything. Two strong women immediately dragged her to the corn stack nearby. Despite her loud cries, they checked her and soon returned, nodding with excitement. It was clear she had been hiding something. When Chun Mianmian saw that everyone believed her, her eyes turned red and she began to sob. Uncles, aunties, please stand up for me. She was afraid I'd reveal her shame, so she joined hands with Zhao Lu to ruin my name. I only care about Brother Yue. If she destroys my reputation like this, isn't she pushing me to my death? I might as well hang myself to make her happy. Saying this, Chun Mianmian started to untie her belt as if to hang herself. Captain Qian and the others rushed to stop her, and in the chaos, some even kicked Zhao Lu a few times. With her secret exposed, Ge Chunhua tried to slip away while no one was watching. But the children quickly alerted Chun Mianmian, who refused to let her escape. Breaking free from Captain Qian's hold, Chun Mianmian slid to her knees in front of Ge Chunhua, clutching her leg and crying loudly. Auntie Ge, I beg you, please let me live. I'll be getting married soon, and I never told my father about what you did. Why can't you just leave me in peace? I never said you secretly sent food back to your family, nor did I say you wanted to borrow help from a lazy man in your village, making my father look like a fool. Hearing the gossip brought by the stray dogs around her, Chun Mianmian felt her eyes open to a whole new world. She used to think the older generation was very traditional, but their actions seemed surprisingly bold. If she didn't know the dogs wouldn't lie to her, she would have thought she was reading some dramatic novel. The villagers all gasped at these words. Ge Chunhua was really something. Besides the peddler, she apparently had another secret relationship. But unlike the villagers who were shocked and curious, Ge Chunhua and Chun Qianqian turned pale with fear. It was over. All their secrets had been exposed. Ge Chunhua thought about how she had been married for so many years without having children. Recently, Chen Daong had been more and more displeased with her. In her panic, she thought of trying different ways, just in case the problem wasn't hers but his. Just as the mother and daughter were panicking, A furious roar came from not far away. "Good Chunhua, how dare you betray me like this?" Following the voice, Chen Mianmian saw a dark-skinned, broad-shouldered farmer striding toward them. Wasn't this Chen Daong, the father the original owner of this body had always ignored?
Daong, I'm innocent.
It's that troublemaker Chen Mianmian making things up. Seeing Chen Daong's strong arms, Ge Chunhua felt her whole body ache with fear. She no longer cared about saving face and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. "We've been married for more than 10 years. Chen Mianmian hates us so much. Of course, she would try to stir up trouble between us. You mustn't be fooled." When Chen Daong came closer, Ge Chunhua clung to his leg, pleading non-stop. Hearing her words and thinking about how they had mistreated Chen Mianmian for so many years, it almost sounded reasonable. But the next second, his thoughts were interrupted by a mocking laugh. Chen Mianmian stood with her arms crossed, looking at him with pity. "Oh yes, of course, I made it all up. The marks on Ge Chunhua's body were made by me, and the stories about her sneaking into the cornfield with other men were also my inventions. Father, if you really want to be treated like a fool, I won't say anything more. I'll just take it as your little hobby." Her words instantly woke Chen Daong up. He never had that habit when being close to someone, so how could this woman have marks on her body? Ignoring Ge Chunhua's resistance, he roughly pulled at her clothes. With the sound of tearing fabric and her frightened screams, her clothes were ripped apart, revealing bruises all over her skin. Well, looks like Mianmian was right. Ge Chunhua really has been up to something. The villagers saw the marks on her body and immediately understood what they meant. It was early spring, clearly not mosquito bites. They shook their heads, whispering that Chen Daong had been made a fool of. Hearing the gossip around her and realizing her clothes were gone, Ge Chunhua's face turned pale. Before she could defend herself, Chen Daong's fists, full of anger, came crashing down on her. "I'll teach you a lesson. How dare you betray me?" Chen Daong was a strong farmer, and now all his fury was poured onto Ge Chunhua. Every punch and kick was heavy, and even from several meters away, Chen Mianmian could hear the sound of bones cracking. In the end, Captain Qian had to step in to stop him, afraid someone might die. Even so, Ge Chunhua was beaten so badly her face was swollen and unrecognizable.
"Come home with me."
"Stop embarrassing me here." Chen Daong's eyes were full of rage as he dragged her, already planning how to deal with her later. Ge Chunhua was too weak to speak, only groaning on the ground. She had no strength left to resist. "Wait a moment," Chen Mianmian interrupted with a cold smile. "Father, don't rush to take her away. There's still something that hasn't been explained. You ungrateful child. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You just want to ruin this family, don't you?" It was true that Chen Daong hated Ge Chunhua, but he hated Chen Mianmian even more. He hated her mother for making him a laughingstock in the village, and he hated Mianmian for exposing the shameful truth, making him lose face again. Facing his resentment, Chen Mianmian's eyes were full of mockery. A father who treated his own daughter like a servant, beating and scolding her every day. If it had been her in the past, she might have endured it. But now, she thought coldly, if it were up to her, she would have found a way to end it all long ago. Thinking of this, Chen Mianmian's face darkened. She pointed mockingly at Zhao Lu, who was lying on the ground. "Father, maybe you don't know yet. Aunt Ge told Zhao Lu to go up the mountain and harm me. She even gave him 20 yuan, saying she'd give him another 20 after it was done. I'm about to marry Brother Yue. She did this because she doesn't want me to live well, and she doesn't want you to have a son-in-law from the city. Don't you think you should hate her for that?" Hearing this, Chen Daong's eyes widened as he turned to look at Ge Chunhua. The marriage between Chen Mianmian and Fang Yue was something he had been most proud of in the past 2 years. He often bragged to others that his daughter would soon marry a city man. Not to mention that workers were highly respected now. If Fang Yue later became a workshop leader, Chen Daong could also enjoy a better life. "Ge Chunhua, are you out of your mind? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not worthy of being called a man of this family." After shouting, Chen Daong rushed at Ge Chunhua and beat her harshly. When he finally stopped, Ge Chunhua had already fainted. He didn't care, but instead picked up a stone and walked over to Zhao Erlu, asking if what Chen Mianmian said was true. Zhao Erlu, already in terrible pain from being bitten by dogs, saw Chen Daong's furious expression and no longer dared to deny it. He admitted that Ge Chunhua had hired him. But about Fang Yue, since Chen Mianmian had told him to keep it secret, he didn't dare mention it. Hearing Zhao Erlu's words, everyone gasped. They thought Ge Chunhua was truly vicious. Chen Mianmian was about to get married, yet she still tried to ruin her. Those who had grudges against Ge Chunhua took the chance to scold her and even kicked her a few times. Meanwhile, Chen Xianxian, who usually tried to act sweet and clever, stayed completely silent, like a gourd with its mouth sealed. After a noisy commotion, Ge Chunhua was carried home to wake up later, while Zhao Erlu was taken to the police station to be punished for his wrongdoing. Chen Daong was so angry from all this that his chest hurt, and he planned to go home and deal with Ge Chunhua properly. When the chaos finally ended and the villagers left, Chen Mianmian followed Captain Qian. Mianmian, what is it? Captain Qian looked at Chen Mianmian's thin, pale face and sighed. Such a good daughter. Yet Chen Daong didn't know how to cherish her. Instead, he spoiled the stepchildren brought by Ge Chunhua. And now, he had been humiliated again and again, becoming the laughingstock of the whole village. Uncle Qian, I want to ask you for a letter of introduction. I want to go to the city to find Brother Yue. Chen Mianmian lowered her head, looking very sad. I want him to marry me as soon as possible. If she made a scene about what just happened, it would only alert Fang Yue. If his family found out and sent a message ahead, she wouldn't even have the chance to confront him. Besides, she preferred to take the initiative. She wanted to go straight to Fang Yue's workplace and completely expose him. Chen Mianmian hid the anger in her heart and looked pitifully at Captain Qian. Her thin little face made her big eyes look even larger, which made him feel sorry for her. It wasn't just Ge Chunhua who might still be staying at the Chen house. Even her father, Chen Daong, couldn't tolerate this daughter. If she went back to her grandmother's place, it would be no better. Her life would basically be ruined. He wanted to help Chen Mianmian, but he didn't have the authority. Mianmian, a letter of introduction needs the village committee's stamp. That's with the village head. Even if I want to help you, I can't. The village head was the son of the old head. Their family had controlled the village for many years, and a production team leader like him had no say. A sharp light flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes, though her face stayed calm. She still thanked Captain Qian before heading to the village office. The village head, huh? She had already heard plenty of gossip about him from the boys in the village. A letter of introduction wasn't a big deal, and maybe she could even get some money out of it. When Chen Mianmian arrived at the village office, only the village head was there, sipping tea leisurely. Hearing her voice, the village head turned his head. His cloudy eyes flashed with a sly look. He had been eyeing this Chen girl for a long time. Her mother had left, and her father treated her like a servant. A girl like her, he thought, could be easily controlled with a few favors and a little pressure. He had also heard from the Fang family that Fang Yue already had someone new in the city and didn't want Chen Mianmian anymore. Now that she had no one to rely on, wouldn't it be easy for him to take advantage? Thinking this, the village head quickly put on a warm smile. Well, Mianmian, what brings you here to see your uncle? In the 1960s, the whole country had just gone through a famine. Most people were skin and bones, but the village head was still round and plump. His belly looked like he was 6 months pregnant, showing clearly that he had taken more than his share of the good stuff. In the original memories, many families in the village had died during the Great Famine. As the village head, he had watched helplessly as his people starved. Chen Mianmian hid the coldness in her eyes, briefly explained what had just happened, and asked him for a letter of introduction. Sigh, that foolish father of yours. How could he treat you like that? Don't worry, I'll scold him for you later, the village head said, pretending to be sympathetic. Then he rubbed his hands together, looking troubled. Normally, as the village head, I should help you with your difficulties. But you see, Only a few of these letters can be issued each month, and so many people want one. No matter who I give it to, it puts me in a difficult spot. After saying this, he gave Chen Mianmian a strange look, his smile turning sly, and slowly reached out his hand as if to test her reaction. You know, I have a soft heart. If you could spend more time talking with me, maybe I'd be willing to give you the letter. His hand was about to touch her when Chen Mianmian suddenly let out a cold laugh. She raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze sharp and chilling. Village head, is this the same thing you said to Widow Zhao, to Comrade Sun, and to Madame Zhao? Hearing her clearly name the women he had secretly been involved with, the village head froze in shock. He had always thought he was careful. How could this young girl know? Chen Mianmian sneered. As long as there were living beings in this world, she could always find out endless information. Not only about his secret affairs, but even the color of his clothes today, she could uncover it. Village head, I know you have your troubles, but don't try to trouble me. I have nothing to lose, while you have everything to protect. Now tell me, which is more valuable, my letter of introduction, or your position as village head? Her voice was still soft and gentle, but her eyes were so cold that they made him shiver. He had never seen such a frightening young girl. But he thought she was only bluffing, trying to scare him with rumors. He didn't believe her. His smile disappeared. He slammed his hand on the desk, his tone harsh and angry. Chen Mianmian, if you want to accuse someone, you need evidence. Don't think you can threaten me with lies and get what you want. With a heart as vicious as yours, no wonder your own mother abandoned you.
Get out.
Looking at the village chief's self-righteous face, Chen Mianmian felt as if she were watching a clown. At first, she had thought about leaving him a way out, but now it seemed unnecessary. I just hope you won't regret it, village chief. She gave him a deep look, then turned and left. The chief felt as if he had just been stared at by a wolf, a chill running down his back. But then he reminded himself that Chen Mianmian was just a helpless young girl. What could she really do? At most, she was only trying to scare him with baseless threats. He snorted. She might be bold, but in the end, she was still just a girl. Shaking his head, he decided to distract himself and planned to visit Widow Zhao that evening. While the chief was busy with his own thoughts, Chen Mianmian had already left the village office and gone home. Before she even stepped into the yard, she heard the sound of Chen Daong beating Ge Chunhua inside. As for Chen Qianqian, who had just been adding fuel to the fire earlier, she had already run off to hide somewhere. Ignoring the villagers peeking in from outside to watch the commotion, Chen Mianmian went back to the small, shabby storage room where the original owner of this body had lived. The low, cramped mud house had only a tiny window, smaller than a schoolbook. Inside, apart from a small brick bed with worn-out bedding, the rest of the space was filled with clutter. It was hard to believe that this had been a young girl's room for 11 years. Chen Mianmian searched around and found that, besides the clothes she was wearing, there were only 2 old, ragged jackets left. That was all the original owner had. Chen Mianmian curled her lips. Even a thief would feel sorry and leave money behind after seeing such a miserable life. But it didn't matter. Now that she had taken over this body, she would not only live a good life, but also make sure that those who had bullied the original owner would never have peace again. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She threw all the old things into the stove and then walked into the main room. Chen Daong was still hitting Ge Chunhua. When he saw Chen Mianmian come in, his bloodshot eyes glared at her. Who told you to come in? Get out. Don't think I won't hit you too. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian tilted her head innocently and smiled with a look of pure simplicity.
Dad, what are you saying?
It's not me who betrayed you. If it weren't for me, you might have ended up raising someone else's child as your own. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Chen Daong felt his blood pressure shoot up. He glared at the girl and roared, "Then why did you come in here? Get out, get out." Chen Mianmian shrugged and pointed toward the west room where Chen Qianqian lived. I don't have any clothes to wear, so I came to borrow some from Chen Qianqian. She noticed the disapproving look in her father's eyes and sneered. Do you really think Chen Qianqian is innocent? Without her covering for her mother, How could Good Chunhwa have lived so freely? You probably don't know this, but every time Good Chunhwa went back to her family's house to meet someone in secret, Chen Qianqian was the one keeping watch outside. When Chen Daong heard this, he was stunned. The foster daughter he had raised for 11 years had not only been ungrateful, but had even helped her mother deceive him. Even a dog would have shown more loyalty. Shame and anger washed away any affection he had for Chen Qianqian. He grabbed the feather duster from the cabinet, ready to storm out. Chen Mianmian quickly stopped him and pointed again at Chen Qianqian's room. "Dad, can I go in and take some clothes now? After all, your real daughter has never worn such fine fabric before." She tugged at her own shabby cotton jacket, the kind even beggars would dislike. For the first time, Chen Daong felt a pang of guilt. "Go ahead. From now on, everything in her room is yours. Good Chunhwa and Chen Qianqian have been eating and drinking at my expense, and yet they dared to betray me. From now on, the two of them can get out of this house." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Clutching the feather duster, he went to confront Chen Qianqian. As Chen Mianmian listened to Good Chunhwa's cries and curses, she calmly walked into Chen Qianqian's room. Although Chen Qianqian was only his stepdaughter, she had her mother to protect her. She always had good food, nice clothes, and even a new outfit made from fresh fabric every New Year. Meanwhile, the original daughter could only wear Chen Qianqian's hand-me-downs, and even that was considered a great favor. Chen Mianmian opened Chen Qianqian's cabinet and picked out an outfit she liked. Chen Qianqian was 2 years younger, but because she had been well-fed since childhood, she was taller and stronger. The clothes were a bit loose on Chen Mianmian. The shoes were also slightly big, but that didn't matter. She could just add a few insoles to make them fit. After changing, Chen Mianmian carefully folded the rest of the clothes, planning to wear them once Chen Qianqian was sent away. As she lowered her head, she noticed a piece of bright green fabric tucked inside. It was leftover fabric from the shirt Ge Chunhua had made for Chen Qianqian the year before. Chen Qianqian picked it up, found a needle and thread, and quickly sewed it into a big cloth bag with one end open. She put it on her head and looked in the mirror. Not bad, not bad. This bright green hat. When Chen Daong comes back later and I give it to him, he'll definitely be touched. After finishing the hat, Chen Mianmian heard Ge Chunhua groaning in the other room. She hummed a little tune as she went to boil water and wash her messy hair. Looking in the mirror, she saw a pale face with dry hair. Her eyes were big, but because she was so thin, they looked a bit too sharp. With her obvious double eyelids, she even looked a little like a sad cartoon frog. The good thing was that her features were actually very delicate. If she took care of herself, she would definitely grow into a real beauty. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Mianmian held her growling stomach and started cooking. The original owner of this body had eaten less than chickens and worked harder than oxen since childhood. But now that Chen Mianmian was here, she wasn't going to put up with that. She searched through the house for anything edible. Seeing the jars of coarse grains, she couldn't help but smack her lips. At this time, everything you bought required ration tickets, and in the countryside, money was already scarce. Most food and daily necessities came from the year's hard work and the grain distributed by the production team. After searching for a while, she found piles of cornmeal, coarse grains, soybeans, mung beans, and red beans. From memory, those beans had been picked up one by one in the fields after the production team's autumn harvest. But the original owner often went hungry. Only after Chen Daong and his 3 useless sons had eaten their fill could she drink the leftover soup. If they finished everything, she had no choice but to chew on dry cornbread. By the age of 19, she had often been so hungry that she tied her belt tighter or drank more water just to get by. Chen Mianmian cursed Chen Daong and Ge Chunhua's ancestors again, but her hands didn't stop moving as she cooked. When she left this place, she planned to take away whatever food she could. If she couldn't take it, she would eat it all herself. She definitely wouldn't leave a single bite for those ungrateful people. She found a few sprouted potatoes, cut off the sprouts, and sighed as she sliced them. In modern times, people avoided eating such things because of the risk of food poisoning. But in this era, Being able to eat it all was already a blessing.
Who could worry about that?
After cutting the potatoes, Chen Mianmian took out half a piece of pickled cabbage, scooped a spoonful of lard, and made herself a simple stew. If it were the usual days, Ge Chunhua would have scolded her for hours if she saw her using so much lard. But now, Chen Mianmian was no longer holding back on herself. As long as there was meat at home, she would put it all in. Thanks to the original owner's years of cooking experience, Chen Mianmian was very skilled even with a simple clay stove. Half an hour later, the food was ready. Smelling the fragrance, she didn't mind the plain setting, squatted by the stove, and ate heartily. She finished 2 bowls of rice and a small pot of sour potato soup before finally putting down her chopsticks. It wasn't that she was full, but she worried that if the body she now lived in ate too much too quickly after being starved, it might cause stomach problems. When Chen Mianmian walked out of the kitchen, wiping her mouth, she saw Chen Daong dragging home a crying Chen Qianqian. There were a few red marks on Chen Qianqian's face from being hit with a feather duster, and her hair was a complete mess, like a bird's nest. Clearly, she had just been punished. "Dad, you're back. I made food for you, go eat. I'm the only daughter who cares if you're hungry. Others would rather run off and ignore you than cook for you." Chen Mianmian didn't have the energy to fight Chen Daong directly, but she could still disgust him with her words. At first, Chen Daong felt touched by her first sentence, but the second one nearly made him choke with anger. He wanted to scold her, but when he met her cold, sharp eyes, he suddenly felt weak, as if someone had kicked him in the chest. "I'm not eating," Chen Daong said impatiently. "I only asked for leave. I have to go back to work on the water channel soon. Wait until I finish in 2 days. Then I'll deal with them properly." If it weren't for worrying about losing work points and not having enough food in autumn, he would have already dragged Ge Chunhua and those men back to settle things. Hearing that he was about to leave, Chen Mianmian quickly stopped him. "Dad, I want to live in Chen Qianqian's room," she said firmly. "Ge Chunhua betrayed you, yet you still let her stay in the main room. Why should I, your real daughter, be the one sleeping in the storage room? If it weren't for me, in a few months you'd be raising someone else's child." Chen Mianmian knew exactly how to hit where it hurt. Her words stabbed Chen Daong again and again, leaving his heart aching like a lump of coal full of holes. Yes, why should Ge Chunhua, after betraying him, still be allowed to sleep in the main room? Chen Daong was reminded by Chen Mianmian. He threw aside Chen Qianqian in anger and stormed into the room. With another round of loud cries, Ge Chunhua was dragged into the storage room like a sack. Not only that, but Chen Daong also took an iron chain and tied Ge Chunhua to the beam as if she were an animal. "You just wait, I'll deal with you when I get back." Before leaving, he kicked Ge Chunhua again. Just as he was about to storm off, Chen Mianmian called out to him. "Dad, even though it's spring, mornings and evenings are still cold. You'll be working on the water channel, so take care. I made a hat for you, please take it." Her words softened his expression again. The contrast was clear. Compared to Chen Qianqian, who sided with her mother and betrayed him, Chen Mianmian seemed like a thoughtful and caring daughter. But when Chen Mianmian brought out the green hat, the smile on Chen Daong's face froze. "Dad, look, isn't it nice? I wanted to use another color, but there wasn't enough fabric." This cloth was actually given by Auntie Ji's
friend.
These words were made up on the spot, but they were enough to completely ruin Ge Chunhua's image. Chen Daong's face grew darker, and he clenched the green hat so tightly it looked like he might tear it apart. He turned back into the storage room. Soon, the sound of fabric ripping and Ge Chunhua's muffled cries came from inside. When Chen Daong came out again, the hat was gone. Curious, Chen Mianmian peeked in and saw Ge Chunhua's mouth stuffed with cloth, her appearance now looking rather strange. Right after that, Chen Daong rushed out of the yard without looking back, as if he had made up his mind about something. "TSK, that's all he can do? Not impressive at all." Chen Mianmian sneered at his back. Before she left with her letter of introduction, she would make sure to repay every bit of suffering the original owner had endured, including from this father who never truly cared for her. "Chen Mianmian, you ruined me and my mother. I'll never forgive you." As soon as Chen Daong left, Chen Xianqian dropped her pitiful act and glared at Chen Mianmian with hatred. But Chen Mianmian only gave a cold laugh. She grabbed Chen Xianqian by the hair and dragged her toward the village manure pit. At this time, everyone was out working in the fields, so the village was nearly empty. No matter how loudly Chen Xianqian screamed, no one came to help her. After Ge Chuanhua's schemes were exposed, even Chen Xianqian was despised by everyone.
Who would still help her now?
Chen Mianmian, where are you taking me? Let me go. You wear my clothes, live in my house, and even bully me. I'm going to tell Grandma and ask her to judge fairly. Chen Xianqian smelled the worsening stench and felt uneasy. She thought Chen Mianmian had gone completely mad and was out of control. Don't even think about running to that old woman. Even if you went to the Jade Emperor himself, I'd still deal with you the same way. With a heavy thud, Chen Mianmian kicked Chen Xianqian straight into the manure pit. Enjoy your lesson. Chen Mianmian, you.
Ugh.
I'll never forgive you. Chen Xianqian flailed in the pit, covered in filth, her face smeared with it. Whether she swallowed any or not, Chen Mianmian didn't care. Climb out first before you talk big. With a cold snort, Chen Mianmian turned and walked home, loudly spreading the news along the way. Everyone, come and see. Chen Xianqian fell into the manure pit. Hurry, don't miss it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime show. Some elders and children who were still at home heard her shouting and rushed out to watch the commotion. Work could wait. After all, chores never ended. But seeing something like this was rare. Chen Mianmian kept shouting as she walked, and when she saw the villagers running toward the pit, she knew Chen Xianqian's reputation in the village was ruined for good. From now on, whenever people mention her, they would probably say, "Oh, that girl? She once fell into the village manure pit." Thinking of all the cruel things Chen Xianqian had done to the original owner, Chen Mianmian felt this was just a small part of the payback. The real revenge would come slowly. Back home, she carried the hot water from the pot to her room to wash, cleared out the firewood from the stove, and brought the food inside, making sure that mother and daughter wouldn't get any advantage from her. Then she bolted the main room door from the inside, lay down comfortably under the thick cotton quilt, and drifted off to sleep. Not long after, Chen Xianqian stumbled back, gagging and retching. Chen Mianmian.
Ugh. Come out.
I'll get back at you.
Ugh.
Don't think staying quiet will work. I know you're inside. You had the nerve to push me into the pit, so why don't you have the nerve to open the door?
Ugh.
Chen Xianqian banged on the door like crazy, waking up Chen Mianmian from her sleep. She pulled out the kitchen knife she kept under her pillow, opened the door, and swung it at Chen Xianqian, who was covered in filth. If Chen Xianqian hadn't dodged quickly, she might have lost a hand. Chen Mianmian, are you serious? At first, Chen Xianqian thought she was just pretending to be fierce, but now it was clear. She really dared to strike. Chen Xianqian, I'm not the same person you used to bully. If you disturb my sleep again and make me unhappy, I won't let you off. With that, she slammed the knife into the doorframe, the blade sinking deep into the wood. Chen Xianqian swallowed hard, feeling a real threat to her life. Chen Mianmian yawned, then gagged at the awful smell in the air. Pinching her nose, she ordered Chen Xianqian to clean the dirty door, or else she'd throw her back into the pit. Afraid that Chen Mianmian might actually lose control, Chen Xianqian had no choice but to fetch water from the village well to wash the door. After 4 trips, the stench finally faded. Chen Mianmian gave a cold snort and warned her not to disturb her again, or she'd be kicked out of the Chen family. After all, Ge Chuanhua would eventually be divorced and Chen Xianqian, as extra baggage, wouldn't be able to stay. Once her name was removed from the family register, who knew what her future would be? With a loud bang, Chen Mianmian shut the door, just like they used to do to her. Back in bed, she could still hear Chen Xianqian fetching water. With her whole body filthy, she would need a long wash. Listening to the faint sound of water, Chen Mianmian drifted off to sleep, even treating Ge Chuanhua's scolding from the storage room as background noise. Their good days were only just beginning.
Woof. Woof. Woof.
In the middle of the night, Chen Mianmian was awakened by barking outside. She opened her eyes sharply, fully alert. Quickly putting on her clothes, she jumped out the back window, climbed over the wall, and found the dogs she had sent to watch the village chief. Woof, woof. Whimper. When the dogs saw her, their tails wagged like spinning propellers. They crowded around her, rubbing against her and licking her hands, completely different from the cold and fierce image they showed to others. Chun Mian brought out the food from the house as a reward for the cats and dogs that had helped with the work. A whistle sounded, and dozens of dark figures darted over under the moonlight. She mixed coarse grain flour with pickled cabbage and potato soup, filled a big basin, and placed it on the ground for the animals to eat. If you want a horse to run, you must feed it well. The same goes for cats and dogs. The furry friends had never eaten food prepared just for them, so they were overjoyed. In just 3 minutes, every bit of food was gone. All right, which good little one will take me to see the village chief? As soon as she finished speaking, the proud big yellow dog ran out, barked softly twice, and led the way. Behind her, cats and dogs escorted her along the road. Luckily, it was midnight and no one was around, otherwise the sight would have shocked anyone. The dog led Chen Mian to Widow Zhao's house. Thinking of the village chief's sly look during the day, she knew he wouldn't be able to stay quiet at night. Looking at the low wall around the house, Chen Mian easily climbed over. Back in high school, she often sneaked out at night to work part-time, so climbing walls was nothing new to her. Landing lightly, she crept to the window and could hear faint voices inside, along with the village chief's unpleasant tone. "You really know how to please me. My wife at home is too plain. As long as you keep me happy, you'll live well in this village. Oh, don't forget what you promised me." Hearing their sickly sweet words, Chen Mian shivered. The village chief looked like a pig standing on 2 legs, yet Widow Zhao was still willing to go along with him. Clearly, she was after the benefits. After listening for a while, she felt things inside were about to quiet down. She patted her clothes, stood up, and let the moonlight cast her shadow onto the window. A hero always appears at the most critical moment. Now is the time. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking on the window echoed in the still night. For the 2 people inside, it was enough to make their hearts jump in fright. They turned toward the sound and saw a dark, hunched shadow on the window, eerie and unsettling. "Village chief! Village chief!" Chun Mian lowered her voice, calling again and again. Widow Zhao was so frightened she almost screamed, but the village chief quickly covered her mouth. "Don't make a sound. If someone comes over, we'll both be in big trouble." Widow Zhao turned pale with fear, trembling as she nodded without daring to make a sound. The village chief tilted his head, listening carefully. The voice outside sounded strangely familiar. "Village chief, are you done? Didn't you say earlier today that you wanted me to keep you company? I heard some strange noises. Are you in trouble? If so, I'll call everyone over to help." At that moment, the chief finally recognized the voice. It was Chen Mian. He was so angry he nearly fainted. What on earth is wrong with her? "Village chief, are you all right? If you don't answer, I'll go call the others." Chen Mian's shadow moved, as if she were about to leave the window. The chief panicked, quickly getting off Widow Zhao and, without even putting on his clothes, wrapped himself in a blanket and rushed to open the door. "Chen Mian, get in here." His face was dark and gloomy under the moonlight. Having his private matters interrupted left him furious. But Chen Mian acted as if she saw nothing, skipping happily toward him and looking him up and down. "Village chief, at your age you still have so much energy. Impressive." She gave him a thumbs up. "I should spread the word to the villagers. Your reputation will be known far and wide." The chief instantly understood her intention. She was threatening him. He had thought she was only joking earlier in the day, but now it was clear she really knew his secret. "Stop talking nonsense. What do you want?" The chief glared at her, gritting his teeth. He would not let this go easily. "I already told you. I want a letter of introduction," Chen Mian said with a sweet smile, as if nothing unusual had happened. "Oh, and also 200 yuan, plus national ration coupons for grain, cloth, and sugar." The chief's face darkened as she counted on her fingers, clearly about to ask for even more. You're asking for so much. Why don't you just rob me instead? Chun Mian looked at him innocently. Isn't this the same as that? Maybe you think it's not enough? Then, let's double it.
You.
Don't go too far. The chief clenched his jaw so hard it hurt, already imagining countless ways to get rid of Chun Mian. His expression was fierce, full of the pride he carried as the longtime village chief. Normally, any villager would have been terrified, but Chun Mian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she slapped him across the face. The sharp sound echoed in the small courtyard, and her cold gaze was even more chilling than his. Old man, while I'm still willing to talk, you'd better hand over the money and the letter of introduction. Otherwise, I'll let the whole village see you being chased by dogs. As soon as she snapped her fingers, barking came from the gate, sharp and eerie. The chief imagined the scene and trembled, shaking his head quickly. I'll give it. If what she said really happened, he would lose all dignity. Thinking this, he hurried back inside, fumbling to pull money from his pockets. Widow Zhao, who had been trembling, quickly put her clothes back on and dared not make a sound as she listened to Chun Mian outside. But no one carried that much money around. The chief emptied his pockets and only had a little over 20 yuan. With an uneasy look, he handed it over. Mian, this is all I have. Why don't you come with me to my house to get the rest? He thought that once he returned home, there would be no evidence left, and it would be nearly impossible for her to get more money. But Chun Mian saw through him. With a cold smile, she walked into the room. Among the scattered clothes, she found the chief's shorts. Sewn into the waistband was a hidden pocket. With a tug, the fabric tore, and a thick stack of bills fell to the ground. She picked them up and counted 30 10-yuan notes. Chief, I told you not to play tricks with me. She tossed the shorts back at his face. These extra bills will be your punishment. Don't let it happen again. Then she pulled the letter of introduction and the seal from his pocket and ordered him to write. You. How did you know where I hid the money and the seal? Now the chief wasn't just angry, he was afraid. That hidden pocket was something he had sewn himself. No one else should have known. Hearing his question, Chun Mian sneered inwardly. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. The village chief thought no one knew about his corruption, but even the cats and dogs in the village had seen it. Especially the money he kept in his shorts pocket. He had counted it many times in the toilet. Naturally, it was the dogs who told Chun Mian. Hearing this, Chun Mian gave a strange, bright smile and slowly walked toward the chief. Of course it was the mountain spirits who told me. Chief, you don't know, do you? Today I was actually strangled by Zhao Lu, but my life wasn't meant to end. The mountain god saved me. The spirits in the mountains told me everything that happens in the village. They also said that if anyone dares to bully me again, they will take that person away. Chief, do you want to be the first one? Her voice was calm and low, and with her unusually large eyes, she really looked like a ghost. The chief trembled in fear, shaking his head wildly. He quickly pulled out a pen with shaking hands and began to write a letter of introduction. But because he was so nervous, his handwriting was messy and ugly, which made Chun Mian frown. Can you even write? If not, then you're useless. Not even as good as a hard-working woman. Yes, I can write it well. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the chief stuffed the poorly written letter into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, pressing his right hand with his left, he wrote the most serious letter of introduction of his life. Hurry up, hand. Write faster. I don't want to be taken away, please. Only after the chief stamped the letter with the official seal did Chun Mian happily pick it up. With this, she could buy a train ticket to the city and confront Feng Yue. Satisfied, she put the money and the letter into her pocket, then patted the chief on the shoulder. All right, I'm leaving. You can carry on. Without looking back, she walked away. If not for the fact that the chief was still standing there wrapped in a blanket, he would have thought it was all a hallucination. Thinking of the humiliation Chun Mian had just brought him, the chief's chest rose and fell with anger. Chun Mian, I'll make sure that girl suffers so much she'll wish she were dead. No one takes money from me and gets away with it. Tomorrow, go to the Fong family and tell them that Chen Mianmian came down from the mountain safely. I don't believe they'll give up the leader's daughter and really let that girl marry in. Should we mention that you gave her the letter of introduction? Widow Zhao was still shaken, her voice low. She thought to herself, Chen Mianmian used to be so timid, hardly saying a word, but now she seemed like a completely different person. You're too bold. If the Fong family finds out I gave you a letter of introduction, won't they come looking for trouble? Just talk about Chen Mianmian's situation, nothing more. The village chief grew more upset the more he thought about it. His mood was ruined, and in the end, he put on his clothes with a dark face and went home. He muttered angrily to himself. Not only had he failed to calm his frustration, but he had also lost more than 300 yuan. That night, the chief was so angry he couldn't sleep. He lay awake until dawn, wandered around the village office, then used the excuse of feeling unwell to go home and lie down. After finally dozing off, he suddenly felt a soft little hand touching his face. Opening his eyes, he saw it was his other companion, Sun the educated youth. At the same time, Chen Mianmian was eating lunch when she heard the dogs barking. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly put away her bowl and chopsticks before running outside. She silently thanked the village chief for once again giving her a chance to earn money. The village chief didn't know that troublesome Chen Mianmian was about to show up again. Seeing Sun arrive, he quickly stood up and peeked outside, worried that his wife or children might notice. Sun, of course, understood what he was thinking. She gave him a playful glare. They're all working in the fields. No one comes back at noon. That's why I came, she said, resting her hand lightly on his arm. You haven't come to see me in so long. Sun was from the city. At first, she was proud and distant, ignoring the many young men in the village who admired her. But later, when her family was accused and sent away to the farm, her life fell apart. Without her family's support, she struggled even to eat. Then came the 3 years of famine. Seeing villagers starve to death, she panicked. At last, under the village chief's subtle hints, she chose to rely on him for survival. Over the years, she and the chief had kept up their secret relationship. With his protection, she lived more easily, and every few days she would come to him, asking for favors. As she grew older, she knew she needed to save money for herself, so she would have a way out in the future. The chief frowned and said sternly, You little troublemaker, a few days without discipline, and you're restless again. Let's see how I deal with you today. Yesterday, the village chief was interrupted by Chen Mianmian, and his anger had no way to be released. When he went home and saw his wife's tired, sallow face, he lost all interest. Now that Sun, the educated youth, had come to him on her own, how could the chief let the chance slip away? He pulled her into his arms and tried to kiss her. Although Sun felt disgusted, she still forced herself to go along. She had no choice. She needed to survive. Clothes fell messily to the ground, and the room filled with awkward, heavy breathing. My little darling, watch how I take care of you, the chief said proudly. When Chen Mianmian came closer, she heard that familiar tone. TSK, this chief really loved to act important, even at a time like this. Only useless people brag so much. Curling her lips in disdain, Chen Mianmian stood at the door, listening as the sounds inside grew more intense. Then she knocked on the window again. The chief froze at the sound. For a moment, he thought it was just his imagination, a shadow left from being interrupted by Chen Mianmian the night before. After a pause, when no more sound came, he let out a breath of relief. Scaring himself for nothing. Chen Mianmian was like a wandering ghost, always popping up everywhere. Chief, what's wrong? Sun noticed his distraction and quickly tried to draw his attention back, hoping to please him so she could later ask for favors. The chief shook off his thoughts and was about to continue when knock, knock, knock. That eerie sound came again. His face stiffened as he turned toward the window. In the sunlight, a shadowy figure was clearly visible. Terrified, the chief jumped away from Sunday. The fear from last night's encounter with Chen Mianmian came rushing back. Sure enough, the next second, a mocking voice rang out. "Chief, I heard Sun crying out just now. Are you two fighting? Do you need me to come in and help?" Chen Mianmian was doing it on purpose. That old man had once tried to take advantage of her. If she didn't scare him so badly that he'd never dare again, she wouldn't be Chen. "Chen Mianmian, you again? Get out of here." His plans ruined once more. The chief was furious. He scrambled to put on his clothes, while Sun also hurried to cover herself. But instead of leaving, Chen Mianmian pushed the door open and walked in, smiling brightly at the two embarrassed people trying to hide themselves. "Fine, I'll leave, but I'll shout for everyone to come and see." In broad daylight, the village chief and the educated youth are secretly fooling around in the house. "I just wonder if your wife sees this, will she break all 3 of your legs?" The chief's wife was famous for her fierce temper. She was not only hardworking but also strong. When they were young, the chief disliked her looks and once tried to bully her after drinking too much. Instead, she fought back and nearly broke his leg. Since then, he never dared again. Now, after so many years, she was still tall and sturdy, strong enough to fold the chief in half with one strike. Just thinking about this made the chief's whole body ache. His face darkened as he glared at Chen Mianmian, his eyes filled with cold anger. "I'll give you 50. Take it and leave." He didn't know how Chen Mianmian had figured out what he was doing, but right now he just wanted her gone. Seeing her made his head hurt. 50? "Chief, are you treating me like a beggar?" "At least 200, or I'll start shouting." Chen Mianmian took a deep breath, ready to raise her voice. The chief's face turned pale. He had never seen someone so shameless. He trembled with rage. For a moment, he even thought of silencing her forever. After all, she had no one to protect her. But Chen Mianmian quickly noticed the flash of murderous intent in his eyes. She gave a cold laugh, pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from her waist, and scraped it against her chin as if shaving. "TSK, Chief, you know I have no patience. Either give me 200, or I'll make sure the whole village knows. When that happens, you might lose your position. And those women you've been seeing, do you think they'll still stay with you?" Her words made the chief's heart pound. She had hit his weak spot. "That's too much. At most, I'll give you 100. I don't have that much money." He had already lost 300 last night and hadn't slept from the pain of it. Now another 200? That would kill him. 200 plus half of your family's ration tickets. The more he tried to bargain, the more Chen Mianmian demanded. She was planning to leave and never come back, so she needed enough money to start fresh. Why don't you just rob me outright? Isn't that exactly what I'm doing?" The same words from last night echoed again. The chief froze for a moment, then realized the truth. She had come to extort him, and she had no intention of holding back. The village chief wanted to bargain again, but when he saw the sharp blade in Chen Mianmian's hand and her increasingly impatient expression, he knew that if he kept stalling, she really might expose his shameful secrets. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and prepare to pay up to avoid bigger trouble. Still, in his heart, he swore that one day he would make this girl suffer terribly. Hiding the anger in his eyes, the village chief opened the cabinet by the bed and fumbled around inside until he finally pulled out a small cloth bundle. Before he could even open it, Chen Mianmian rushed forward and snatched it from his hand. "You're so slow. Even a dog is quicker than you." She opened the bundle and found a thick stack of money. Without hesitation, she took half. There were also many neatly arranged ration and supply coupons, and she grabbed half of those as well. "Chen Mianmian, don't go too far." The village chief's eyes turned red with anger as he watched her take things so boldly. He wished he could strike her down right then and there. But with Sun, the educated youth, still present, he didn't dare act rashly. If anyone saw, no excuse could save him. Thinking of this, he turned his fierce glare toward the frightened Sun, blaming her in his heart. If she hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have lost so much money. "Village chief, you're already at your age. Stop doing these shameful things. Aren't you afraid of ruining yourself? I'm doing this for your own good, so I'm punishing you. If I catch you again, the price will be double." Chun Mian ignored his hateful stare. After happily stuffing the money into her pocket, she swaggered out. Just as she stepped outside, she heard the sound of a loud slap from the inner room, followed by Sun's muffled sobs. But Chun Mian didn't care. Sun had knowingly gotten involved in a messy situation, so she had to accept the consequences. Thinking of how the village dogs had mentioned that Widow Zhao went to talk to the Fong family, Chun Mian's smile grew colder. She was eager to see what they were planning. "So, you're saying the Fong family hired A to deal with me?" Chun Mian had already guessed that the village chief wouldn't let things go. Sure enough, that evening, while she was feeding her cats and dogs, she overheard their plan against her. The Fong family had long known that Fong Yue had found someone new, but they didn't want to ruin their reputation, so they chose to keep it hidden. Seeing that the leader's daughter was almost within their grasp, the Fong family knew they couldn't delay any longer, so they joined hands with Ge Chunhua to set a trap for the original Chun Mian. Now that Zhao Lu had been taken away and would surely be convicted of misconduct, the Fong family, eager to help their son climb higher, would definitely continue trying to ruin Chun Mian. After the boys passed the news to Chun Mian, they licked their lips and left, continuing to keep watch on the Fong family and the village chief. "Since they've already given me gifts, if I don't return the favor, it'll make me look stingy." Chun Mian lifted her head to the moon hidden behind dark clouds, her eyes filled with a cold, sharp light that seemed even more chilling in the night. The next morning before dawn, she got up and went to the village entrance to wait for the ox cart that would take her to the county. As she was leaving, she saw Chun Xianxian carrying water early in the morning. Ever since Chun Mian had arrived, she only cooked for herself and only took care of her own things, ignoring everything else. She didn't even bother to earn work points anymore. Instead, it was Chun Xianxian and Ge Chunhua who, after their reputations were completely ruined, had no choice but to keep their heads down. Ge Chunhua had been beaten so badly that she couldn't even get out of bed, only able to lie there groaning, with Chun Xianxian forced to take care of her. Since coming to the Chun family, Chun Xianxian had hardly done any work. Now she not only had to cook and wash clothes, but also go out to earn work points. Deep down, she was full of resentment. But she no longer dared to push things onto Chun Mian, afraid that she might lose control again and throw her into the pit like last time. Back then, when she had to climb out of the mess, the whole village laughed at her for a long time. Even now, people still pointed fingers whenever she walked by. And if Chun Daong came back from work and really divorced Ge Chunhua, Chun Xianxian would once again become a burden. Her grandmother's family didn't care about her at all, and now that she was already 17, if Ge Chunhua were sent back to her parents' home after a divorce, Chun Xianxian might be hastily married off to someone she didn't want. To stay in the Chun family, Chun Xianxian had no choice but to live like Chun Mian once did, getting up before dawn to carry water, cooking meals, then obediently going to earn work points, eating a rough cornbread at noon just to fill her stomach. At night, dragging her tired body home, she still had to cook for Ge Chunhua and take care of her daily needs. All of this left Chun Xianxian completely exhausted, but when Chun Mian saw it, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If she couldn't handle even this little bit of work, then in the days ahead, she would surely suffer much more. Sitting on the ox cart, Chun Mian thought about the recent misfortunes of Ge Chunhua and Chun Xianxian, feeling happy. She also thought about the fate of the Fong family and the village chief, which made her even more excited. When she arrived in town, Chun Mian headed straight to the veterinary station. "Doctor, please give me some estrus medicine. Our village's old sow hasn't shown any signs of being pregnant. The village chief asked me to buy some to try. This kind of medicine can be bought without a special permit. Now, every village raises pigs and has quotas, so buying medicine is quite normal." The doctor didn't think much and gave her 2 boxes, carefully reminding her to give the right amount based on the pig's weight. She must be careful not to give too much, or it could harm the pig. "Don't worry, pigs are treasures in our village. We wouldn't want to hurt them." Chun Mianmian nodded sincerely, but inside, she was thinking that she would use this on humans. If something went wrong, it wouldn't matter. After all, they were all bad people. After leaving the veterinary station, Chun Mianmian looked at the old-fashioned town from the 1960s, feeling nostalgic. The walls were covered with positive slogans, and some people with red armbands patrolled around. Most people on the street looked thin but energetic, full of drive just to survive. While enjoying the nostalgic street scene, Chun Mianmian walked into the supply and marketing cooperative. After tidying up her belongings, she planned to go to Chuansong City. She wanted to buy some easy-to-preserve supplies, so she wouldn't be hungry on the train. With a few hundred yuan taken from the village chief and a bunch of receipts, Chun Mianmian bought 2 pounds of walnut cookies, 2 pounds of fried noodles, oil tea noodles, 1 pound of brown sugar, and 20 plain steamed buns. Since she arrived here, Chun Mianmian had been eating steamed buns every day. Every time she ate, she felt like she could stretch her neck to see the flag rising at Tiananmen Square. Now that she had money, she wouldn't let herself suffer. Today, she and her cats and dogs would enjoy eating buns to their heart's content. After browsing the supply store, Chun Mianmian didn't find anything specific to buy, since she planned to travel light. When it was about time for the ox cart to return to the village, she hurried to wait for it, spending another dime to ride back. As soon as she arrived in the village, a dog ran over, barking excitedly. It turned out they had heard that the Fong family had already found the people who had caused her trouble. Tonight, they planned to sneak into Chen's house to cause trouble, and the village chief would bring people to catch the culprits. This way, the Fong family could justifiably call off the engagement, and Chun Mianmian's life would be over. Good girl, keep helping sister watch over it. I'll give you a steamed bun later. Chun Mianmian sneered, patted the dog's head, and told it to keep watching. Following her memory, she arrived at the Fong family's gate, where she could hear faint sounds inside. That Zhao air donkey is really useless. He can't even handle Chun Mianmian. If he had succeeded, we wouldn't have to step in ourselves, and our son wouldn't have to sneak around. Sun Suehua frowned and complained, not feeling it was wrong to ruin a girl's reputation like this. We want to be important leaders in the future. Look, Yue wrote that he's joined the militia as a squad leader, and he has a gun. Chun Mianmian, that wild girl, isn't fit to be our daughter-in-law. I already told Li San. This time it will definitely work. Fong Dezhu snorted and took a few puffs of dry tobacco, his eyes cold. Chun Mianmian listened to their conversation, her mind filled with memories of the original owner coming daily to do work for them. Since Fong Yue went to Chuansong City, the original owner came every day to help out. Before dawn, she finished all the chores at home and then went to Fong's to fetch water and cook. During spring planting and autumn harvest, whenever the old couple said they felt unwell, she would take over their work, doing the jobs of 3 people alone. At only 19, her hands were full of calluses, and her whole body was sore and battered. Yet, she treated the Fong family as her own, while they saw her as a big troublemaker. She just didn't know who would be the shameful one tonight. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Chun Mianmian's eyes. She took out the animal medicine from her arms, made a few bird calls, and summoned a few cute sparrows. She gave each sparrow a pill, then told them to throw it into the water tank and pots at Fong's house. Afterward, she headed to the village branch. The village chief was upset because Chun Mianmian kept interrupting his plans and extorted a lot of money. He was furious at home, scolding his wife and children to go to their parents' house. He was just waiting for Chun Mianmian to be humiliated tonight, so he could step in and kick him when he was down. Otherwise, he couldn't let go of his hatred. But before he saw Chun Mianmian being insulted, he was hit on the head with a brick and knocked out right outside the village office. Chun Mianmian dragged the village chief's leg toward Fong's house. The stage was already set up. If they didn't put on a big show for the villagers, it wouldn't be worth all their trouble. Following the dog's path, Chun Mianmian didn't meet anyone. When she reached the Fong family's door, she heard strange, heavy breathing inside. She also gave the village chief 5 doses of animal medicine. Don't always say, I bother your good things. Tonight, I will let you fully indulge. After saying that, Chun Mianmian dragged the village chief into the yard. Seeing the elderly couple from the Fong family now driven by primal desire and no longer rational, she smiled happily. The animal medicine worked. Even an elephant had to obey its desires, especially since Chun Mianmian gave enough to make the three elders lose control. Humming a little tune, she walked home, nibbling on the bought walnut cookies. At last, she could enjoy something sweet. After a few days here, her mouth was losing its taste for bland food. Because the food was dry and lacked oil, she got hungry quickly. No wonder most people in this era were thin. Since coming here, Chun Mianmian no longer cared about keeping her figure. She needed to restore her strength quickly. Not to be like before, but so she could carry 100 pounds of feed easily, fight off bullies, and handle tough situations. Almost home, Chun Mianmian faintly saw the sneaky figure of Chun Qianqian. She followed quietly, with a few dogs behind her. She let them go ahead to watch. When Chun Mianmian arrived home, the dogs came back and told her that Chun Qianqian was tired of sleeping in the drafty barn at night and had to help get Chunhua to the bed to urinate. She asked a friend in the village to stay at her house for a night to relax. Chun Mianmian snorted coldly. They say a loyal child is rare when someone is seriously ill. It's only been a few days, and Chun Qianqian already can't stand it. This girl is less loyal than a dog. But it's good she left. Tonight, there's a good show. Too many people might ruin it. Thinking this, Chun Mianmian went back to the yard. She ate and drank, steamed a pot of steamed bread with salt and vegetables, tore it into pieces, and mixed it for the cats and dogs to eat. Meanwhile, Chunhua in the barn was chained and couldn't move. She smelled the delicious food and was starving. Knowing Chun Mianmian wouldn't give her any, she cursed loudly. You heartless, rotten dog. I really regret not starving you to death all these years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have raised a traitor like you. You unlucky star. Your mother deserved to abandon you. Fong Yue doesn't want you. You should be riding thousands of men and sleeping with many. You should go be Chunhua was beaten badly, but still didn't learn her lesson. She secretly hated Zhao Lu, that useless person, but if he had succeeded, she wouldn't act so submissive. Originally, Chun Mianmian didn't want to argue with her, since she was still an important actor tonight. But she couldn't stand Chunhua's foul mouth anymore. Hearing her talk made Chun Mianmian's fists tighten. She looked down and saw the leftover kitchen waste and dirty water not yet poured out. She grabbed a bucket and went into the storage room. With a loud bang, Chun Mianmian kicked open the door of the storage room. Chunhua was shouting angrily, startled by the noise. She swallowed her words and bit her tongue. Chun Mianmian didn't give her a chance to speak. She rushed over and pushed Chunhua's head into the bucket of kitchen waste. Glug glug. Chun Mianmian, let me go. Glug glug. Help. Chunhua was held tightly, struggling inside the bucket, but it was useless. As soon as she opened her mouth, the dirty water and debris would go in. Inside the bucket, there were also some dog droppings Chun Mianmian had thrown in, giving Chunhua a harsh lesson.
Ugh.
Glug glug. Help. Chun Mianmian kept holding Chunhua's head, forcing her to drink half a bucket of water. That was enough to vent her anger. She casually poured the remaining waste over Chunhua and brushed off the imaginary dust from her clothes. Chunhua, do you think you're still the stepmother who bossed me around? When my father comes back, you'll be kicked out. Better watch your foul mouth these days, or I won't mind giving you a pile of cow dung to eat. After saying this, Chun Mianmian turned and left, ignoring Chunhua's continuous retching behind her. By around 6 o'clock, it was completely dark. Chun Mianmian lay on the Kong bed, dressed warmly, resting and waiting for tonight's big show. Around 8 o'clock, when the whole village was asleep, Chun Mianmian heard a cat's cry outside and immediately opened her eyes. Quickly, she got up and took a large stick used for laundry. She quietly opened in the door and looked outside. On the wall, which was taller than a person, a sneaky figure suddenly climbed up. She swiftly jumped down. He was coming, walking under the moonlight. He was coming, and soon he would be caught. Chun Mianmian knew this person was Li San, sent by the Fong family to cause trouble for her. She wouldn't show mercy. If he dared to come, her big stick would be ruthless. As the person got closer, Chen Mianmian clenched her grip on the stick. I was already imagining how to surprise and confuse the person, then throw them onto Ge Chunhua's bed. I didn't believe Chen Daong could tolerate the situation with a hot, playful hat. As the moonlight shone, Chen Mianmian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She licked her dry lips, waiting for Li San to come over. But just as Li San reached the middle of the yard, he suddenly changed direction and went straight into the barn. Degree, Chen Mianmian, clutching her stick tightly, froze in surprise. What's going on? Soon, she realized that Li San was coming to find her. But the person who hired him didn't know she had moved into the main house, and right now, Ge Chunhua was sleeping in the barn. While Chen Mianmian was stunned, she heard sounds of someone gagging and gasping for breath from the barn. Her eyes widened in shock.
Wow.
Ge Chunhua was covered in Chen Mianmian's spilled slop, and her mouth even had some dirt. The smell must have been terrible. Li San was still able to do his job, really dedicated. Although Chen Mianmian didn't know why Ge Chunhua was being mistreated and didn't complain, she was happy that everything was going so smoothly. As the noises from the barn grew more intense, Chen Mianmian happily ran out and locked the barn door. Someone help.
Thief.
Come quickly. She ran out of the yard, her sharp, loud voice clearly cutting through the quiet night. The neighbors quickly put on their clothes and came out. I saw a shadow go into my barn. I locked the person inside. I'm so scared. Chen Mianmian pleaded helplessly at the gate. Her tearful, bright eyes looked so innocent that everyone felt sorry for her. The girl had a tough life. Her biological mother ran away after she was born, her father didn't care, and her stepmother was cruel. Without hesitation, the neighbors rushed inside. Strong men led the way, taking Chen Mianmian's keys to unlock the door. Everyone held hoes and sickles, ready to defend themselves if the thief tried anything. But as soon as the door opened, the first person in line gasped in shock. On the small bed in the barn, a man and a woman were tangled together, unable to part. Li San gagged a few more times. When they saw the door open, instead of hiding, they became even more brazen. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me and my sweetheart being affectionate? Beautiful girl, don't be afraid. Brother will take care of you. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly felt disgusted, like they had eaten something foul. Li San looked down at Ge Chunhua, who was beneath him. When he heard the voice, he suddenly woke up. He screamed and kicked the person off. You're not Chen Daong.
Who the are you?
Li San fell to the ground, stunned, and turned to look at the person on the bed. Through the moonlight coming in when the door opened, he finally saw Ge Chunhua's face. She had a round face with a flat nose, and her face was bruised and swollen from being beaten. Her eyes were swollen shut, barely visible as slits. It was clear she was a person, but definitely not the 19-year-old Chen Mianmian. Realizing he had slept with the wrong person, and thinking about Ge Chunhua's foul smell all over her, he couldn't hold back and vomited. Ah, you wicked person. I will kill you. Ge Chunhua, wrapped in a quilt, tried to rush down, but was chained around her neck and couldn't move. She immediately became furious, her eyes turning red, and she pulled on the chain with a loud clatter. I'm going to kill you. You ruined my innocence. I'm finished. How can I face anyone now? Ge Chunhua shouted and pulled at the chain like a mad dog losing its mind. Her violent movements made the smell of rotten food on her head hit everyone's noses, causing them to cover their noses and step back. How could she be so foul? However, in the face of Ge Chunhua's breakdown and furious shouting, Li San on the ground felt even more wronged. I'm just a young guy, sleeping with this old woman. I haven't even said anything bad. Why are you yelling? You're just making noise now. When I came in, weren't you quite enthusiastic? Li San spat disdainfully at Ge Chunhua, his eyes full of contempt. You're ugly, and you smell bad. Do you think I enjoy touching you? You're just a shameless old hag. Li San also felt disgusted. Clearly, Fang's family paid him 100 yuan to sleep with the young and pretty Chen Mianmian, but it turned out to be a stinky pig. Listening to Lee San's obvious disdain, Ge Chunhua became even more furious, wishing she could rush over and fight to the death.
Who the told you to sleep with me?
I thought my big brave was back home. Ge Chunhua's behavior was indeed problematic, but this time she was truly innocent. During the day, she was scared by Chun Mian and thought that if Chen Daong really came back and drove them away, she would be doomed. Her family's brothers and sisters would never accept her with such a bad reputation. She wouldn't be able to get married. She had no special skills, so if she went back, she would be kicked out. While she was thinking about how to beg for mercy on her knees, she heard the barn door open and a figure darkened the doorway. Ge Chunhua thought it was Chen Daong returning, so she deliberately asked loudly. The person didn't reply but started to do something. She thought he was just anxious because Chen Daong had been holding back. To stay in the house, she tried her best and worked very hard. But then, someone told her, why did it turn out like this? Now, all Ge Chunhua could think was that she was completely finished.
Bah.
Clearly, you opened your legs to me. Otherwise, as a young man, how could I be interested in you? Everyone in the village knows you, Ge Chunhua, as a troublemaker. Now that you've been caught, you're making a fuss. Do you think you're a pure girl? Lee San thought he had mistaken the person and, with so many people watching, it was no longer just about ruining her reputation. So he simply insisted that Ge Chunhua was the one who seduced him, trying to shift all the blame onto her. At most, he was an unfaithful husband. If caught, he might be publicly shamed and paraded around, but as long as he was thick-skinned, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, Ge Chunhua's reputation was already ruined. With Lee San's words, the villagers weren't sure anymore whether she had seduced him. Chun Mian saw the smug look in Lee San's eyes from behind the crowd and sneered. She walked over and slapped him hard, knocking him senseless. Since that day, my father locked Ge Chunhua in the barn. Did she use chicken feathers to you? Just now you were shouting my name. Tell me, who told you to come here? And who told you that I was sleeping in the barn? Hearing Chun Mian say this, the villagers suddenly understood. Yes, since that incident, Ge Chunhua hadn't gone out again. Now it seemed she couldn't even leave her bed, so how could she be seducing men? And this man wasn't even from their village. Even if they knew Ge Chunhua was flirtatious, it made no sense for him to sneak into her bed at this time. No one told me to come. It was Ge Chunhua who seduced me. Lee San was tricked by Chun Mian and showed a guilty expression, but thinking about the 100 yuan from the Fong family, he firmly believed that Ge Chunhua was the one who seduced him. Hearing this, Chun Mian was not polite. She curled her finger and blew a loud whistle outside. Soon, several strong wild dogs ran in, standing beside her, ready to act at any moment. Bite him to death. At Chun Mian's command, the dogs rushed forward, baring their sharp, white teeth and biting at Lee San. Help! Help! The dogs were already strong. Lee San sat on the ground, completely exposed and vulnerable to their bites. As Lee San cried out in pain, the dogs tore at his flesh, ripping off a piece of meat from his leg. Villagers saw how fierce the dogs were and all backed away. Only those with their heads pressed by the door dared to go closer to help. Lee San rolled on the ground in pain but couldn't escape the dogs' bites. Soon, the ground was covered in blood. The villagers frowned and retreated, while Chun Mian's expression remained calm. Are you going to say it now? If not, I'll have the dogs neuter you, she said. Hearing this, Lee San felt a tightness in his stomach and quickly curled up, clutching his private parts. This was something important for passing on the family line, and he couldn't lose it. I'll tell you. The man finally gave in as he saw the dogs' faces grow more ferocious after being covered in blood. It's Fong You's parents. They asked me to come and harm Chun Mian.
What?
Chun Mian was supposed to get married soon. Why would they want to hurt her? The villagers were shocked, all opening their mouths wide. Chun Mian also pretended to be hurt, swaying her body. Faced with the angry villagers and fierce dogs, the man dared not hide anymore. He revealed that Fang Yue had a new lover and wanted to ruin Chen Mianmian to make her regret the marriage. The villagers all cursed their family as beasts. Not only had Chen Mianmian waited 5 years for him, but since Fang Yue left, she had taken care of his parents tirelessly, like an old ox. She wouldn't do such a wicked thing. Hearing the villagers' accusations, Chen Mianmian secretly pinched her thigh, her eyes quickly turning red. She staggered back to the wall, trembling, and covered her face as she cried out loud. "Boo, why does Brother Yue treat me like this? If he no longer likes me, he should write me a letter. As a married woman, I can't go and say anything. Why would he come to ruin my reputation? I'm already suffering so much. Why does he have to do this?" Chen Mianmian didn't shout or cry loudly. Her tears were filled with suppression and sadness. The neighbors listened and felt even worse inside. Such a good girl, yet her family doesn't accept her. They thought Fang Yue looked decent, at least giving her some hope. But it turned out he was even more heartless. While everyone was upset hearing Chen Mianmian's crying, she suddenly decided to leave. "I want to ask Uncle Fang and Aunt Fang why they did this. What did I do wrong to make them hurt me like this?" After saying that, Chen Mianmian went to the yard. The neighbors nearby also felt sorry for her and suggested they go together to ask the Fang family why they were bullying her. People in this era might not be wealthy, but they are honest. Some stayed behind to watch Li San and Gu Chunhua, while the rest followed Chen Mianmian. A crowd gathered in the village, and soon more people woke up and came out to see what was happening. Chen Mianmian walked silently, looking down, with more and more people behind her. A cold smile appeared on her lips. Finally, they reached the Fang house. By then, most of the village was awake. "Uncle Fang, Aunt Fang, I am Mianmian. I have something to say to you." With the eager eyes of the villagers behind her, Chen Mianmian knocked on the door. She called several times, but no one answered. One impatient person couldn't wait and tried to kick the door open. The door wasn't locked, so he kicked it down, almost splitting his legs. The man rushed into the yard, and others followed. They saw 3 people fighting inside the house and out into the yard. Everyone gasped in shock. Most of the people who came in were married and experienced, but seeing 2 men and a woman tangled up made them curse loudly. This is utterly terrible. Not only did they bully Mianmian, who is no one to rely on, but they also did something so disgusting. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." She suppressed her smile and walked back to the village chief. At this moment, they were at least wearing shorts. When the village chief regained awareness, he felt a terrible pain all over his body, especially in a private area, making even breathing hurt. He didn't understand why he was here, but when he looked into Chen Mianmian's half-smiling eyes, he felt a cold shiver run through him. "Village chief, I told you before I wanted a letter of introduction to find Brother Yue, but you refused, saying there were not enough spots in the village. Now it's clear you are having an improper relationship with Uncle Fang and Aunt Fang, helping them harm me, isn't it?" The village chief wanted to argue, but Chen Mianmian grabbed his ankle and kept asking why. With each move Chen made, the village chief's private part hurt intensely. He couldn't speak, only gasping to ease the pain. But everyone else saw this reaction as guilt. While everyone was watching, Chen Mianmian also revealed that Gu Chunhua had bribed Zhao Earl to harm the original owner. Now, everything was clear. No wonder when Fang Yue said he wanted to come back and get married, Gu Chunhua hurriedly found someone to harm Chen Mianmian, trying to ruin her reputation. But last time, she was avoided by a young girl. So the Fan family made another move, sending a man to directly enter Chen Mianmian's bed. This girl had no one to support her. When she tried to find Fang Yue, the village chief detained her. She was truly helpless, calling out to heaven and earth, but getting no response. If tonight hadn't been Chen Mianmian's fortunate night with the main wife, her life would have been over. The villagers thought about this and felt that these 3 people deserved to be torn apart. Then, the sound of fists and feet hitting and kicking echoed again in the yard, accompanied by the 3's painful screams. Chen Mianmian happily looked up at the moon in the night sky. "Xiao Mianmian, see? Those who bully you never end well. After a while, the three were already bruised and swollen, but the villagers still felt unsatisfied. Chun Mianmian thought it was enough and stopped them. "Thank you, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters for helping me. If it weren't for you, I would have hanged myself tonight." Chun Mianmian stayed up all night, her eyes red and swollen, looking especially pitiful. "Hi, Mianmian girl, there's no need to thank me. Clearly, they did something wrong and deserve to be punished. Now, what are your plans?" After everyone finished fighting, they looked at her helplessly, not knowing what to do. The village chief was lying on the ground, and if he decided to take revenge tomorrow, things could get complicated. "I don't have any plans. I just don't want to live so unfairly anymore," Chun Mianmian said with a firm look in her eyes. "The barefoot ones aren't afraid of those who wear shoes. I will report them." The Fong family hired people to force Chun Mianmian, but they failed. The village chief used his power for personal gain. Gu Chunhua was involved in an affair. Those two men were criminals, and no one could escape justice. People in this era are very superstitious about official matters, thinking it's unlucky. No one expected Chun Mianmian to want to report them. Actually, today Chun Mianmian didn't expect the villagers to be so supportive, which saved her a lot of trouble. "I'm sorry for making everyone stay up all night. When I finish reporting, I will visit each household to thank everyone." Chun Mianmian bowed to the villagers who helped her. Over the years, she mainly relied on the food Gu Chunhua gave her, which kept her from starving. The villagers felt sorry for her. Some gave her food, others offered her soup. She grew up with their kindness. At this moment, Chun Mianmian was truly grateful. She sincerely thought about buying some food for the villagers who helped her as a farewell gift. Child, there's no need to thank us. Every family has a daughter. If we let these animals go today, we'd be pushing you into danger," said an auntie, patting Chun Mianmian's head and telling her not to worry. Seeing how sensible and obedient she was, everyone else also said she didn't need to thank them. The girl was so thoughtful that it made people feel sad. "Yes, Mianmian girl, these three animals are the ones who behaved badly. Since you want to report them, let's take them to the police station. Let's see how they harm you now." "Right, I'll go get the ox cart and bring Gu Chunhua and her lover along. No one is leaving today." Seeing how eager the villagers were to help, Chun Mianmian felt again the simple kindness between people in this time. In a short while, everyone involved woke up the sleeping people. Except for the children sleeping soundly, the villagers, along with the cats and dogs in the village, all knew what had happened at the Fong family. Everyone also knew that Fong Yue wanted to climb higher by harming Chun Mianmian and that he involved his parents in the wrongdoing. For a moment, the village was filled with angry shouts. When they finally put Gu Chunhua and Li San, labeled as the adulterer, onto the ox cart, everyone came out with flashlights. Seeing the bruised and swollen faces of the five people and noticing Chun Mianmian walking quietly nearby, the villagers angrily picked up stones and threw them at the five. For the happiness of Fong Yue, so many people had to hurt Chun Mianmian. It was truly unforgivable. The five were tied to the ox cart, and even as they were hit, they dared not cry out in pain. With so many people around, they worried that if someone got angry and hurt them badly, it could be the end of their lives. But they knew that what awaited them afterward wouldn't be good either. Perhaps because everyone's anger was so strong, the usual 1.5-hour trip to the town was shortened to just 1 hour. When they arrived at the town, it was still before dawn. They drove the ox cart straight to the police station. The officer on duty came over, looking at the five bound and bruised people, unsure of what had happened. "Do you have any questions?" Sun Cheng looked at the villagers. As soon as they saw the police uniform, they became timid and hesitated to speak. At this moment, Chun Mianmian, with red eyes, walked over and said painfully that she wanted to report the incident because the people on the cart were trying to hurt her. Then Chun Mianmian told how Fong Yue, to marry the daughter of the leader, had colluded with his family to harm her. She also revealed that the village chief was involved in inappropriate relationships, accepting bribes, and abusing power for personal gain. Sun Cheng's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. That Fong Yue was just like Chin Shimmy, he thought. "Comrade police, The man called Zhao Erlv, who was recently arrested, was hired by my stepmother with money to bully me in the mountains. If you ask, you'll find out everything. If I tell one lie, may I be struck by lightning and never have a good life." The villagers quickly cover her mouth. Such talk was not allowed. They couldn't spread superstitions. "Comrade police, what Mian Mian said is true. We can all testify. She was just too angry and spoke nonsense." Nowadays, many people get taken away just for saying the wrong thing. Sun Cheng wasn't the type to nitpick, so he waved his hand to signal them not to be nervous. "Take her inside. I want to question her carefully." On a night shift, with a big case to handle, Sun Cheng directed the villagers to bring her in. At first, Ge Chunhua and the others protested their innocence, but when Chen Mianmian showed them the telegrams and letters secretly stolen by the cats, they fell silent. Fang Yue clearly told them in the letter to quickly deal with Chen Mianmian. He didn't want the leaders to investigate the village later and affect his marriage. The letter mentioned the village chief and Ge Chunhua, both of whom had been bought with money. The letterhead showed the name of Fang Yue's workplace, along with a postal stamp and address, proving that Chen Mianmian's story was true. When Sun Cheng was questioning them, villagers waited outside to give their statements. There were only 2 police officers on duty at the police station, so questioning everyone took some time. After Chen Mianmian finished her statement, she felt a bit guilty seeing everyone tired but still trying to stay strong. She asked the police if there was a place nearby to buy breakfast. Luckily, there was a state-run restaurant that sold buns, steamed bread, and similar food. After thanking the officers, Chen Mianmian greeted the villagers and went to buy breakfast. She was quite careful with money and always carried her money and tickets, so she could treat everyone comfortably. The state-run restaurant was easy to find, and when she arrived, there was already a long line. The staff were a bit proud, but many people still came to buy breakfast. When it was her turn, Chen Mianmian ordered 20 buns, 10 steamed breads, and 5 small pickled vegetables. "Buying so much, do you have ration tickets?" "We don't have tickets here, and money is useless without them." The waiter frowned and looked at Chen Mianmian, worried she might not have enough tickets and cause trouble. Chen Mianmian took out a stack of ration tickets worth 2 jin and handed them over. Only then did she get a bunch of buns and steamed bread, along with a disapproving look from the waiter. She didn't bring a lunchbox, so she rented a food basin from the restaurant for 2 mao to be returned after eating. When she carried the pile of buns and steamed bread back to the police station, everyone couldn't help but swallow. The smell was so delicious, probably meat-filling, right? After a long night of work, dawn had broken. The smell of the buns made everyone's stomachs growl. Seeing the villagers' eager eyes, Chen Mianmian smiled and handed each of them a bun. "Thanks for sticking with me all night. I don't have much skill, so I bought some buns and steamed bread to show my gratitude."
"Please don't mind."
Hearing this, everyone quickly waved their hands, saying no one would dislike big buns. In a normal village, having 2 good meals a year is considered a special celebration. Chen Mianmian generously gives each person 2 buns and a steamed bread. Who would dare to complain? Some people feel sorry for her and want to return the money, but when they see her eager expression, they quickly change their minds. "This money was given to me by my father before he left. He said I've suffered a lot these years and can spend it freely. Since everyone has helped me so much, I want to thank you all." In the end, everyone couldn't resist Chen Mianmian's warm invitation. The smell of the buns was too tempting, and everyone was too hungry, so they all happily ate. The soft, fluffy buns, filled with rich meat, made them choke a little, and they took a few bites of crispy radish pickles to add flavor. During the new year, they probably wouldn't eat this well. Each person was so moved they almost cried with happiness. Especially in this era, with hearty ingredients, the buns were bigger than a grown man's fist. Chen Mianmian had already eaten 2 and was full. She gave the remaining buns and steamed bread to Sun Cheng and another police officer. Carrying an empty basin, she was about to go back when she suddenly heard someone shouting about catching a thief. Woof, woof, woof. Along with the faint sound of someone chasing a thief and the urgent barking of dogs, Chen Mianmian didn't plan to get involved at first. But then she heard what the dogs were barking about. That's not a thief at all. It's a spy, a traitor stealing national secrets. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian's spirit was instantly alert. In her past life, she was very good at catching spies. Once, someone tried to lure her away with a handsome face, but before anything happened, she discovered he was a spy sent from another country. Later, many people tried to set her up and take her abroad, but she always found out and refused. Because of her efforts to report these people, her bank account kept growing. She generously treated small animals to big meals and even went out to see wild animals she had rescued before. But because of her kindness, she was sat on by an overly enthusiastic brown bear. Catch the thief. Quickly catch him. While Chen Mianmian was lost in thought, the fleeing spy had already reached close. Smart ones, get out of here, or I'll take your lives. The man pulled out a folding dagger, eyes full of menace, and his fierce look made it clear he was a desperate criminal. Chen Mianmian is not someone who likes to interfere in other people's affairs, but she felt very annoyed when she saw a spy acting so arrogantly. Just as the spy waved a dagger, forcing everyone to step back, suddenly there was a flash of silver. With a clanging sound, a large iron basin appeared in front of her. It turned out that Chen Mianmian took advantage of the spy's distraction and threw the basin directly at him. The thick, 1-centimeter iron basin hit the man's face squarely. He felt like a turtle trapped inside a temple bell, with buzzing sounds ringing in his ears. While the man was dazed, Chen Mianmian kept hitting him with the basin several times. You're so capable, aren't you? You want to kill us? Come on, get up and fight again. When Su Bian rushed over, the spy had already been knocked down by Chen Mianmian. He was bleeding from his nose and mouth, and one of his front teeth had even fallen out. Now he was lying on the ground, looking hopeless. Who would have thought that the feared poisonous snake could be defeated by a girl with an iron basin? Hey, isn't that the female comrade we met last time? She's still as impressive as before. Hearing his companion Qian Wang's voice, Su Bian finally snapped out of his shock at Chen Mianmian's fierce stance. He was annoyed with himself for losing focus during the mission and quickly rushed over to subdue the man. Seeing someone come to help, Chen Mianmian finally stopped swinging the basin. She shook her sore arm. Her strength was limited, and she knew she needed to train more. Thank you, comrade, for your help. Otherwise, that thief would have escaped. Qian Wang kicked the spy hard. He was quick to run, even though he was so capable. They had been chasing him all this way and still hadn't caught him. If he let him go now, he and the team leader would be laughed at when they returned. Thinking this, Qian Wang's gaze toward Chen Mianmian softened. This female comrade was truly a brave man. It's nothing. Just make sure he doesn't steal from others again. Chen Mianmian looked at the dog following behind them, a knowing smile on her face. It was a very normal sentence, but to Su Bian, it sounded like there was some hidden meaning. Just as he turned his head to see clearly, Chen Mianmian had already turned around to block the crazy dog rushing toward them. The dog had been excited since they started chasing the spy, and its fierce eyes seemed full of revenge. Through communication with the dog, Chen Mianmian learned that the spy indeed had a grudge against the dog. A few days ago, the dog was out looking for food with its family when suddenly someone appeared and killed its puppy with a stick. Its wife also died because she wanted to see the puppy. The dog was very angry and wanted to bite and kill the man, but the man had a weapon, so the dog could only hide in anger and watch helplessly as the man ate its wife and puppy. In the following days, the dog followed the man, trying to find a chance for revenge. That's when it found out that the man was a spy. He's not only a spy, I also know he buried something. I can take you to find it. Let me help you bite him, to vent your anger. The dog was very furious. The enemy was right in front of it, and it was determined to kill him. Yes, he deserves to die, but now is not the time. He still has many secrets to reveal, which are very important to us humans. How about this? I'll help you get some revenge by letting you bite him twice. Later, I'll make sure he's shot, and your wife and puppy will be avenged. Chen Mianmian hugged the dog's neck, acting like good friends sitting together, muttering softly. She looked a bit unwell. Qian Wang tied the man up tightly, also removing his sock to stuff into his mouth, worried he might bite his tongue and harm himself. After doing this, she told Su Baiyan to leave. Just then, the usually indifferent leader was staring intently at a girl. Wow, this female comrade is quite interesting.
She can even talk to a dog.
Hearing this, Su Baiyan turned to look at Qian Wang and was about to leave with the spy. He had too many things on him that needed to be examined quickly. Can you wait a moment? Suddenly, Chen Mianmian called out to the two. Su Baiyan turned around and saw a pair of bright, clear eyes looking at him. Comrade, is there something you need? As Su Baiyan turned, Chen Mianmian finally saw his face clearly and raised her eyebrows in surprise. He was at least 6 feet tall, with long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His features were sharp and handsome, not the soft, gentle type, but with a tough, fierce look in his eyes. But his skin was very fair, and there was a small cinnabar mole at the end of his left eyebrow, softening his fierce appearance and making him look more refined. If it weren't for his quick and skillful movements just now, Chen Mianmian might have thought he was an office worker. Cough. Chen Mianmian, momentarily distracted, quickly got to the main point. This person killed the wife and child of the dog's owner. He wants to bite a little to get revenge. Don't worry, I've told him not to bite anywhere fatal, so you can bring the person back. Chen Mianmian pointed at the stray dog standing nearby. Su Baiyan frowned, thinking quickly about whether what she said was true. If it were an ordinary person, Su Baiyan would think she was crazy and ignore her. But then she remembered that earlier on the mountain, this girl seemed able to call cats and dogs to help her, which made her feel a bit more relaxed. Most importantly, she was the one who helped her catch this person. After a moment of deep thought, Su Baiyan nodded. As long as you promise not to kill him, I'll agree. Hearing Su Baiyan's words, Chen Mianmian immediately smiled brightly. Not only was this person handsome, but he was also quick-witted. She had already prepared how to prove herself if questioned, but surprisingly, he just agreed. Thank you so much. Chen Mianmian smiled warmly at Su Baiyan, then quickly turned to the dog and waved her hand. Go get revenge. As soon as she finished speaking, the dog barked loudly and rushed forward, showing its sharp teeth, biting right into the villain's lower abdomen.
Ah!
Oh wow, this dog is pretty fierce, huh? Just castrated him directly? No one expected that the dog's revenge would be so intense, biting into the villain's vital area and seriously injuring him. The men standing around watched the dog's action, all tightening their legs and feeling uncomfortable. Hey, quick, let the dog let go. If it bites off something important, he could bleed to death. We still have questions to ask. Qian Wang saw the dog was about to bite off the villain's private parts and hurriedly asked Chen Mianmian for help. Chen Mianmian knew her limits and whistled to call the dog back.
Ah!
The villain rolled on the ground in pain, screaming loudly with his mouth covered, his forehead veins bulging from the pain, showing how terrible it was. Don't worry, he won't die. I told the dog to bite carefully, so he won't bleed too much. If something serious happens to him, you can find Chen Mianmian in Hishang village within 2 days. I will help you. Since Chen Mianmian can let the dog seek revenge, she has the ability to cover her tracks. The person hiding the telegram and the contact person, Dogzy, saw everything clearly and remembered it. If this person dies, she can tell these two about Dogzy's discovery. But doing so would reveal that she understands animal language. It doesn't matter, anyway, she will leave here in a few days. When that time comes, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. They won't be able to find her. Thinking this, Chen Mianmian's eyes became more calm. Su Baiyan squatted down quickly to check the wound. It looked fierce and painful, but actually there wasn't much bleeding. Although her pants were stained red, the bleeding had stopped. She then stood up and waved to Chen Mianmian. This isn't your fault. Since I agreed to let the dog seek revenge, I won't blame you. People like him, if he dies, he dies. It's no big deal. Su Baiyan comforted Chen Mianmian briefly, then took the person away with Qian Wang. Chen Mianmian didn't expect Su Baiyan to speak up for her. She was a bit surprised and thought this handsome man looked even more attractive. Until their figures disappeared, The onlookers lost interest and dispersed, leaving Chun Mianmian still immersed in the impact of Su Baiyan's handsome face. Oh my, who understands? He just smiled at her a moment ago, and the tiny mole at the corner of his eye moved slightly, hitting her right in the heart. Heaven! If only Fong Yue were as handsome as him, she wouldn't have to ruin the Fong family.
Huh?
Standing there, savoring the impact of Su Baiyan's handsome face, she was lost in admiration when she suddenly saw the deformed iron basin on the ground. Her smile disappeared. Oh no, this iron basin was borrowed. If she returned it like this, she would definitely be scolded by the staff. So, Chun Mianmian, the renowned zoologist from her past life, was now struggling to bend the iron basin back into shape on the roadside. Meanwhile, Su Baiyan and Qianwang took the person to the hospital for treatment. As Su Baiyan predicted, the wound looked dangerous, but wasn't life-threatening. However, she would never be able to exercise her rights as a man again. Neither of them cared much about this. After all, that person wouldn't live long enough for the wound to heal. Captain, do you know the woman today? Why are you so patient with her? If you like her, you should report it to the military district. As long as she's not married, we can find out. After finishing the hospital matters, Qianwang teasingly looked at Su Baiyan. Usually, the captain was so helpful to others. Don't ruin the reputation of the woman, Su Baiyan warned with a frown at the careless Qianwang. Seeing her makes me think of my sister. If she had the ability to protect herself like this woman, I wouldn't have to worry all the time. When Su Baiyan mentioned his family, Qianwang stopped teasing. Thinking about the weak mother, timid sister, indifferent father, and strong stepmother at the captain's home, all those tough situations were endured by the captain. If the captain hadn't worked so hard to climb up, his mother and sister might have been bullied to death. Su Baiyan ignored Qianwang's apologetic look and instead thought about the scenes when he met Chun Mianmian twice. This girl is really interesting. Chun Mianmian was sending villagers back to the village when she suddenly sneezed. Everyone was worried. She might have caught a cold from all the fuss. Girl Mianmian, don't think that just because spring is warm, you can wear less. Until the heat really comes, wear more. You're still young, but if you don't pay attention, you'll get sick when you're older. The aunt who was recording her statement advised Chun Mianmian to take care of her health. She felt warm inside from the villagers' concern. She handed over the pre-purchased food and drinks, asking them to share it in the village, and thanked the villagers who helped her yesterday. No one expected that after recording a statement and eating buns and steamed bread, there would still be delicious food. How much did that cost? I've been recording statements in town these days. No one at home to take care of things, so I ask for your help. The people Chun Mianmian reported were biting each other, acting very badly. To make it easier for the police to investigate, she suggested staying at a nearby guest house until everything was done. After the police quickly gave her a letter of recommendation for the stay, Chun Mianmian moved in. Knowing it was getting dark and seeing fewer and fewer people on the street, Chun Mianmian knew it was time to act. She avoided the counter where people registered and went to the street. A dog hiding in the corner had been there all day and came over, wagging its tail wildly. Chun Mianmian wanted to avenge it because she was its benefactor. Especially since she gave it a big bun to eat, it was determined to help her find the bad guy stuff. Following the dog out to the countryside, crossing an abandoned factory, and entering a dense forest, we finally stopped in front of a grave. You're not going to tell me that the spy's hidden stuff is here, are you? Chun Mianmian swallowed hard, looked around the grave, and had to admire the spy's clever ideas. If she hadn't believed that the dog wouldn't be mistaken, who would think the radio signal could be hidden in a grave? Well, if I die, I die. If I dig up the wrong thing, we can just cover it back up. Don't blame me. If I disturb you, go find the person who buried the machine. It's all his fault. Chun Mianmian clasped her hands in prayer, bowed to the surroundings, then took out a small shovel from her waist, spat on her palm twice, and started digging. While digging, she muttered, "In such a big graveyard, I dig and dig with this big shovel." Just to exchange the radio for money, the dog watched Chun Mianmian dig and started digging with its two front paws. For a while, in the quiet little forest, Only the sound of shoveling soil could be heard. After some time, and when Chen Mianmian was exhausted and sweating profusely, the lonely grave was finally uncovered, revealing the coffin inside. At first, Chen Mianmian was a bit nervous, worried she might open a zongzi, a type of dumpling, instead. Before she could hesitate, the dog suddenly pounced, pushing the coffin open with its paws. Sigma, degree, surprised, Chen Mianmian reached out to feel the coffin's material and found it was just a thin layer of wood nailed together. She could push the lid open with just a finger. With the dog's company, Chen Mianmian felt less scared. Summoning her courage, she leaned her head into the moonlight. Instead of a corpse, she saw several small boxes inside. She took out the items and opened them. As expected, inside was a radio transmitter, used by the spy to contact hostile forces. With this, the spy could be caught red-handed. She carefully packed away the radio box, leaving a few smaller boxes behind. Thinking, since I'm here anyway, Chen Mianmian opened each one. The first small box she opened was dazzling. Inside were shiny goldfish-shaped gold pieces. Oh my gosh, so many gold bars. I'm rich.
Ha ha ha.
Chen Mianmian held a handful of gold bars, her eyes sparkling like stars. Seizing the moment of happiness, she directly opened other boxes. Inside, there were some documents, many photos, all related to secrets and evidence of internal corruption. Chen Mianmian felt more and more itchy teeth as she looked. These pests really should be dealt with harshly. She gathered the secret documents and the telegraph machine together. She also found some receipts and cash, totaling 2,000 yuan. The receipts were valid nationwide, and there were even some industrial tickets. With this money, she could buy a bicycle, a TV, a fan, and other big items. Chen Mianmian happily danced around and bowed 3 times to the empty grave, thanking nature for its gift. Turning around, she saw her obedient dog standing there. She pulled it over and gave it many kisses. Without it, she wouldn't have found so many treasures. Brother dog, from now on you stay with me. As long as I have food, you will too. I won't let you go hungry. Chen Mianmian thought that the dog wasn't just a dog, but her lucky treasure. The dog was a bit shy from her enthusiasm, but when it heard about leaving, it shook its head with resistance in its eyes. I don't want to leave. My wife and children are here, and I want to stay and protect them. Hearing the dog's words, Chen Mianmian paused for a moment, then nodded understandingly. Since it didn't want to leave, she decided to find a trustworthy person to take care of it, at least to repay it for helping her find so many good things. She put the items into a prepared cloth bag. Then, Chen Mianmian and the dog returned to the town, following the scent left by Su Baiyan. Soon, they found their previous hideout. It was an abandoned factory that looked like a haunted house or a ghostly building. The dog stopped under a window, turned its head to look at Chen Mianmian, and signaled that the people who had been there before were nearby. Although Chen Mianmian had never met Su Baiyan before, his commanding presence told her he was in the military and very skilled. People like him are usually very cautious, so Chen Mianmian decided not to get too close. While Chen Mianmian was thinking about how to avoid being noticed and still alert Su Baiyan, he and Qian Wang were fully interrogating the prisoner. You can kill me, but I won't tell you anything, the traitor said stubbornly, knowing that whether he spoke or not, he would die anyway. Su Baiyan looked at the badly beaten man who refused to speak, snorted coldly, and stepped on his legs. The intense pain caused the spy's veins to bulge, and his whole body twitched. Just as he was about to faint, Qian Wang splashed a basin of cold water on him, waking him up. Quick, tell us how you contacted the top people and what intelligence you've gathered during your time undercover. If you're honest, we might let you keep your life. If you lie, we have plenty of ways to make you talk. Hearing Qian Wang's words, the spy spat at him with twitching muscles. If he didn't speak, his family might still be safe. But if he did, many lives could be lost. Su Baiyan sneered at his stubbornness. There are only tough interrogations, but no one can keep their mouth shut forever. Hold his hands down and pull out his nails. The spy's pupils shrank at the command, but he clenched his teeth and told himself he must not give in. Just as Qian Wang was about to use the sharp pliers, they suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. Chun Mian ordered the dog to bring the radio and documents to the window. She used a hairband on her head as a slingshot, picked up a stone from nearby, and shot it far away. The stone hit with a loud, shattering the glass. Su Baiyan and Qian Wang quickly jumped out, alert and looking around. Chun Mian cursed silently, then took advantage of the darkness and the wall's cover to run away. When Su Baiyan and Qian Wang tried to chase, the dog bit his pant leg.
Ugh.
Woof woof. The dog led Su Baiyan to the box, scratched it with its paw, then looked up at him. Su Baiyan looked at the box and then at the dog, feeling a strange idea in his mind. Is this for me? He pointed at himself, and the dog seemed to understand. It barked twice and placed its paw on the box. Good dog, you're quite smart. What did you bring us? Qian Wang watched the dog's unusual behavior, amazed. He crouched down to open the box, but was stopped by Su Baiyan. He carefully sniffed and listened closely, worried it might contain a bomb. After 10 minutes of careful checking, they finally confirmed it was safe and slowly opened the box. Seeing the radio inside, Su Baiyan's eyes showed surprise, and his expression grew more serious. Qian Wang also opened another box, revealing various secret documents they had been searching for but couldn't find before.
Captain, these.
Su Baiyan raised his index finger to stop Qian Wang from speaking. He quickly slipped out and searched the nearby area but saw no sign of anyone. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Su Baiyan absolutely did not believe these items were brought here by the dog himself. But who would give away such important things for free? If they used them to exchange for military merits, their future would be much easier. Suddenly, Su Baiyan thought of Chun Mian's small, lively face. She had shown exceptional communication skills with animals twice. Could it be her? Captain, with these the person inside the house is useless now. Qian Wang looked happily at the telegram machine and secret documents. With these, they could go back and report. They thought it would take 10 days or half a month, but it went so smoothly. Su Baiyan looked at the important evidence they had obtained so easily. He felt something was slipping out of control. But now that he had what he needed, he relaxed and walked over to pet the dog's head. Thank you for bringing these. Since you've made a contribution, I'll give you a reward. Su Baiyan's tone was gentle. The dog could sense he meant no harm, so it followed his lead back into the house. Inside, the smell of blood was strong. The traitor sneered when they returned. Be smart and let me go quickly. Otherwise, when my comrades come to rescue me, they'll kill you all. Su Baiyan curled his lips, a deadly look in his eyes. He opened the box containing the telegram machine and documents. Seeing these two items, the traitor's pupils trembled in fear. Su Baiyan knew they were real. It was so easy to get these. Since we've found your telegram machine and codebook, you're no longer useful. Su Baiyan gently patted the dog's head and pointed at the tied-up traitor. Go avenge yourself. Bite him to death. The dog didn't understand anything else, but it remembered what Chen Mian had said before. Go avenge yourself. In an instant, the dog acted like an arrow shot from a bow, pouncing on the traitor and biting fiercely. Help. I'll tell everything. Help. The traitor felt his life was truly threatened. Out of instinct for survival, he finally broke down and started to confess. But it was already too late. Su Baiyan carefully put away the items and calmly watched the dog seek revenge. After waiting a while and seeing no movement from the spy, he went over and delivered a final, ensuring the dog was truly dead. When Su Baiyan and Qian Wang finished cleaning up the body and returned to the county, it was already dawn. The dog had left after taking revenge. As for Chun Mian, after waking up at the guest house, she specially bought breakfast to bring to the police station. Coincidentally, she ran into Sun Chung. Comrade police officer, your police station is busy with people coming and going. Do you want a dog? If so, I can bring you one. Sun Chung looked at Chen Mian as she pushed a bun and steamed bread into his hand, and he twitched his mouth. She seemed to treat the police station like her own home, offering to give them a dog. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Mian continued to promote the benefits of the dog. During your night shifts, you probably don't dare to sleep. afraid of missing something. But with a dog, it's different. It can be your ears. If someone approaches, it will bark twice, so you won't miss any alerts. Also, dogs have a good sense of smell. If you drop something, they can find it faster than we can search blindly. My dog is very smart. If I weren't too poor to keep it, I wouldn't be willing to give it to you. Hearing Chun Mianmian's enthusiastic pitch, Sun Chung was actually a little tempted. I need to talk to our director. I can't make the decision myself. Nowadays, even taking care of a person is difficult, let alone multiple dogs. Chun Mianmian didn't press him. She understood that being a police officer wasn't easy, so she patiently waited for him to ask his superior. While waiting, Chun Mianmian waved to call the dog over and squatted down to gently pet its fluffy head. If the police station takes you in, you should work hard here. This is a government job, better than wandering around. When the time comes, be clever, and they won't mistreat you. The police station has a cafeteria and they share leftover food with the dogs, so the dog can live comfortably. The dog knew Chun Mianmian was doing this for its good, so it nudged her knee with its head. Suddenly, the dog became alert, turned its head to one side, and bared its teeth at a seemingly honest-looking man. There's a strong blood smell, very strong, human blood. Hearing this, Chun Mianmian also looked over with a serious expression. A man wearing patched clothes, limping and carrying a large basket filled with small pine branches, which are usually used for starting fires at home. He seemed to sense Chun Mianmian's gaze, turned his head, and looked over with a dull but alert expression. "Uncle, can I trade you some pine branches?" Chun Mianmian stood at the entrance of the police station, looking at him like an ordinary young girl. "These are for my own use, I don't want to trade." The man lowered his head, speaking in a flat tone, looking like a wooden figure, and continued walking forward. "Uncle, can you tell me where you got them? There are no more pine trees near my mountain, and I can't find any. If I don't pick some, my stepmother will hit me." Chun Mianmian looked down, appearing very pitiful. The man frowned, showing signs of impatience in his eyes, but seeing more and more people at the police station entrance, he finally restrained his emotions and pointed to a place. Chun Mianmian nodded, took a step back to give him space. The man sighed in relief, thinking he could finally leave. But the next moment, a big yellow dog ran over and started barking at him loudly. Its barking attracted many people. As they looked over, the man broke out in a cold sweat, quickly kicking with his limping leg, trying to scare the dog away. But the dog didn't retreat. Instead, it moved forward aggressively. "Uncle, quickly use the pine branches from the basket to hit it. If you hurt it, it will run away." Chun Mianmian's words made the man frown. He didn't want to use the stuff in his basket. Just as they were at a standstill, Sun Chung finally appeared. His superior had said that if the dog was clever and showed human-like behavior, they could keep it. He was about to ask Chun Mianmian where the dog was when he saw this scene at the police station entrance. When the man saw Sun Chung come out, his body tensed up. Cold sweat ran into his eyes, but he didn't dare wipe it. Instead, he reached his hand between the basket and his back. "Comrade Chun, where is the dog you mentioned?" Seeing Sun Chung arrive, Chun Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over, pointing at the dog blocking the way. "It's this one. It was fine just now, but suddenly it started barking at this person. Officer, do you think there might be something unusual about it?" The man became very angry because of the dog's sharp and urgent barking. When he saw the person in police uniform approaching, he lost his last bit of patience. Before Sun Chung could speak, he pulled out a large machete from his back. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, the dog lunged forward and bit the man's throat. The strong force and the weight of the basket made the man fall backward. As the basket hit the ground, the branches inside were thrown out, revealing a dismembered body.
Ah!
Someone's been murdered. The bloody body was scattered on the ground. Some passers-by vomited on the spot, and others fainted after seeing the blood everywhere. After reacting quickly, Sun Chung rushed over and held the man down. Only then did the dog release its grip and step back. "Let me go. Let me go. I want to kill you, you adulterers. You wore a green hat, and I want to cut you to death." The man was drunk, confused, and struggling loudly. But Sun Chung, being strong and healthy, quickly cuffed him and lifted him up. "This dog is good."
Keep it.
Capturing the murderer, especially in such a terrible case of dismemberment, meant a big reward was coming. He happily looked at the dog, feeling very pleased. In less than a minute, several police officers rushed out of the police station, took the basket for investigation, and dispersed the crowd. Chun Mian took the dog to a corner, petted its head happily. "You did great. Keep doing this. Maybe one day you can even become a police dog." The dog was very happy. It enjoyed this exciting activity. These bad people, like those who hurt its family, deserve to be punished. After finishing what she promised the dog, Chen Mian didn't stay long. She bought some food and left with her valuable belongings back to the village. Now only Chen Qianqian, Chen Daong, and the original owner's grandmother's family remained. These people wouldn't have a good life either. When Chen Mian returned to the village, it was lunchtime, and everyone was eating in the fields. They hurried over to ask the village chief how things were going. The village chief was taken for investigation by the disciplinary committee. "I heard he has many problems, and he might not come out anytime soon. Good Chunhua hired people to frame me, and she'll have to serve several years in prison." Sun Suehua and Fong Daju encouraged others to commit crimes. They could be sentenced to many years in prison, and Zhao Lu and Li San from the day before also couldn't escape charges of hooliganism. They might even face the death penalty. These were what Sun Chung told her this morning. Hearing this, the villagers kept sighing, feeling it was so pointless. After saying everything they needed to, Chen Mian was still not satisfied and headed home. When she entered, she saw clothes hanging out to dry in the yard, belonging to Chen Qianqian. She thought for a moment, then took all the clothes down and threw them into the stove pit to burn, leaving only the outfit the original owner wore when she arrived. Chen Mian was too lazy to cook lunch. She boiled some water and made a big bowl of fried noodles, oil tea noodles, eating it with walnut cookies. The warm fried noodles smelled of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and black sesame, and each bite left a fragrant taste in her mouth, making her feel comfortable and squint happily. Soon, she planned to hide all the valuable things at home. When she left, she wouldn't leave a single grain of food for Chen Daong. Let him be so indifferent to the original owner, tolerate Ge Chunhua's abuse, because everything that happened afterward was what Chen Daong deserved. A cold light flashed in Chen Mian's eyes. She finished the last bite of noodles, holding her bowl to wash it. Just then Chen Qianqian came back. She was first stunned when she saw Chen Mian, then her eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for this wild girl, she wouldn't have become like this. Clearly, Chen Mian was supposed to do the work, but why did she have to suffer? Recently, she went out often and was always laughed at. In all her life, these past few days had been her most humiliating. "Look at what? If you keep staring, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Chen Mian felt Chen Qianqian's gaze, but glared back without fear. "Your mother is already a fallen woman. How dare you still stay here? Be smart and get out, or I'll throw you into the dung pit." Chen Mian knew Chen Qianqian was both vicious and cowardly. As long as someone was even more ruthless than her, she would immediately become obedient. "My mother and your father didn't divorce. I have the right to stay here." Chen Qianqian bit her lip, full of humiliation. Didn't she want to leave? But now her mother's reputation was ruined. Even if she went to her grandmother's house, she wouldn't have a good outcome. She might even be forced to marry someone else for bride price. It was better to just stay in the Chen family day by day. Moreover, she is now actively looking for a marriage partner. As long as she finds someone with similar conditions to marry, she won't have to worry about the Chen or Ge families anymore. Thinking this, Chen Qianqian felt a little better inside. Coincidentally, a young man from the neighboring production team spoke to her today. His shy look made it seem like he liked her. Later, she planned to dress nicely and ask around. If his family had good conditions and could give her a good life, she might consider it. "Hey, where are my clothes?" Chen Qianqian was happily thinking about her plans when she reached out and found her clothes from the morning were gone. Since Chun Mianmian had taken over her room and all her belongings, she only had her decent clothes left. Seeing Chun Qianqian's anxious look, Chun Mianmian happily put her hands in her sleeves, leaning against the wall, watching her like a headless fly. Until Chun Qianqian was about to tear the house apart, Chun Mianmian lazily pointed to the clothes on the ground, which looked like rags. "Your clothes are right here." "That's not my clothes." "My clothes aren't this torn." Chun Qianqian looked disgusted. These were clothes she had thrown away 2 years ago because she didn't want them anymore. She even remembered how surprised Chun Mianmian was when she threw the clothes. The way she looked was so cheap it was worse than a dog. "No, these are your clothes," Chun Mianmian said confidently, pointing to the stove. "Because I burned the set of clothes you hung there." Phi Omega Phi. Chun Qianqian stared in shock at what Chun Mianmian said. Her eyes widened as if they had never been so big in her life. In the next second, Chun Qianqian ran to the kitchen. When she saw only a small piece of cloth left outside the stove, she recognized it as her clothes. "Chun Mianmian, give me back my clothes." Chun Qianqian grabbed the remaining cloth, her eyes red, and ran out, wishing she could strangle Chun Mianmian. If it had been before, she might not have been this angry. But now, that was her only good outfit.
Can't give it back yet.
"But this clothes can still be used after you die. I burned it early, saving you decades of trouble. You should thank me." Chun Mianmian still looked infuriating. Chun Qianqian gritted her teeth in anger. Her last bit of reason broke, and she screamed as she rushed forward, trying to scratch that face she envied. Chun Mianmian did this. She raised her hand and hit hard with all her strength. Chun Qianqian was spun around before stopping. Before she could react, her hair was grabbed, and Chun Mianmian's big mouth moved in a slap. "This slap is for you throwing my shoes into the water in winter, almost freezing my feet. This slap is for you putting sand in my food and forcing me to eat it. This slap is for you eating my chicken but blaming me, almost causing me to break my leg." Chun Qianqian, with so much hatred, "Do you think I don't want to kill you?" At the end, Chun Mianmian tightly grabbed Chun Qianqian's neck, with a murderous look in her eyes. The original owner's death was never caused by just one person. Chun Qianqian's eyes rolled back as she was choked, desperately scratching at Chun Mianmian's hand but couldn't break free. She felt Chun Mianmian might really kill her, and her fear made her tremble all over. She cried out loud, tears and snot covering her face. Seeing Chun Qianqian's scared look, Chun Mianmian disdainfully stood up from her. "Such a fool isn't worth going to jail for killing." Chun Mianmian really should thank the rule of law now. Killing is illegal, or she might have been stabbed to death. "Chun Qianqian, you owe Chun Mianmian, and I will make you pay it back." Chun Mianmian's eyes darkened as she stared at Chun Qianqian until she nervously looked away. Finally, she laughed loudly and walked out of the yard. She was going to visit the original owner's grandparents again. The original owner had grown from a baby to 8 years old and had never had an easy life. Not only did she start working at age 2, but her grandparents also allowed her cousins to bully her. As a small child, she was dragged around like a dog by a group of older kids. A few years ago, during a famine, her grandparents even discussed eating her. Such grandparents were not on Chun Mianmian's list of respecting elders and loving the young. Following the dogs, she found the yard empty, probably out earning work points. Chun Mianmian let the dogs go to keep watch, then she strode confidently into the yard. She first went to the inner room and found the best hiding place for money. Sure enough, she found a stack of paper money, some 1, 2, 5, and 10 yuan notes, totaling 135 yuan. TSK, at this age, you won't live many more years. Can this money be spent wisely? I'll reluctantly help you spend it. Putting all the money into her pocket, Chun Mianmian took out her parents' clothes and threw them into the stove pit to burn, muttering to herself as she did so. "Lord Yama, I hope you can help and take these 2 old folks away. Of course, if you don't take them, that's fine too. Later, I'll make them die of anger.
Don't give their clothes to them after they die.
Let them run around in the underworld, and then punish them for being hooligans, make them work as cattle or horses for hundreds of years." After burning all the clothes, Chun Mianmian stood up and smashed all the dishes in the cupboard. The crisp sound was very refreshing. Then, sticking to the principle of all out, she not only broke their pots but also took away everything edible or useful in the house. Anything she couldn't take was destroyed. A policy of total destruction. Steal, smash, burn. Yes, this looks much better. Chen Mianmian looked at the messy scene inside and outside with great satisfaction. She casually called 2 dogs and said, "You two, go to their bed and do your business, then spread it evenly." Woof woof. Just as Chen Mianmian was instructing the dogs to do their business on the wall and spread it evenly, she heard the alert from her guard dog. She quickly took her loot and slipped out of the yard, hiding quietly in a concealed corner nearby, listening to the sounds inside.
Ah?
Who is it? Who the heck did this? My house, my pots, my clothes.
Ugh.
Listening to the grandmother's screams and dry heaving, Chen Mianmian felt very happy, almost wishing she could see it with her own eyes. How could they be so heartless? My home, who did this? Them too. The old lady sat at the door, slapping her thighs and cursing loudly. Chen Mianmian just rolled her eyes. If she had the courage, she would go and destroy the ancestors' grave herself. That old fool who talks but doesn't keep his promises. Chen Mianmian crouched there, listening to the grandmother's curses for a while. She kept hearing the same words. Just as she was about to leave, the old woman, so angry, suddenly fainted. Passing villagers heard her cursing, but didn't go closer. When they saw her fainted, they hurriedly helped her into the house. Looking at the floor and walls covered with waste, they all covered their noses and backed away. In the end, they had no choice but to remove the door panels, let her lie down, and carry her to find the barefoot village doctor. Chen Mianmian was kneeling on their main path, watching the elderly woman with her eyes closed, giving a signal to the dog nearby. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the dog rushed out from the alley, barking loudly at them, startling the 4 people holding the door panel. They instinctively protected themselves, causing the door panel to lose balance. The elderly woman on top fell with a thud, rolling down into the ditch. Oh no, there's manure in the ditch. The villagers were shocked and quickly ran down to help rescue the woman. Unfortunately, she was covered in waste and sinking slowly, with nowhere to grab onto. Luckily, a neighbor returned home and used a hook to pull her out. But at this moment, no one wanted to get involved anymore, as her messy clothes were too much for anyone to handle. Chen Mianmian originally thought old Deng would just get a bruised nose, but unexpectedly, fate was on her side. TSK, falling into the manure pit. Old Deng, you're lucky. Chen Mianmian enjoyed watching the scene, feeling satisfied. Old Deng, covered in filth, was wrapped in a sack by the original owner's uncles and aunts. The dung beetles pushed the manure ball like a small cart, while he gagged and was carried back home. Seeing the faces of those middle-aged men, Chen Mianmian pressed her chest and muttered to herself, as if comforting someone. Don't worry, they won't have a good ending either. Carrying her loot home, Chen Xianqian had already disappeared, which was for the best. Chen Mianmian didn't have to worry about being suspected for bringing back so many things.
Woof, woof,
woof. Just as Chen Mianmian was packing up to leave, she heard the dog barking urgently. Curious, she went out to ask and was pleasantly surprised. Do you know where the village chief, that old pervert, secretly hides his stuff? Wow, that's amazing. Take me there. The village chief was detained, and the house was in chaos. His grown-up sons were arguing about splitting the family. Those who had been bullied by the village chief before also came to confront him. If it weren't for the village chief's wife, the house might have been emptied. They were so busy that they didn't notice a small figure, led by the dog, sneaking into the nearby hill. The dog zigzagged to a graveyard, which had no tombstones. Chen Mianmian couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the sight. Is it another grave digging? How do these people who hide things think? Why do they have to make it look like a cemetery? It makes her feel burdened to dig it up. Haha, today I will see how much secret money the village chief has saved. Last year, the county magistrate only had about 100,000 silver coins. I don't believe that the village chief is honest and hardworking. Chun Mian is very glad she brought a small shovel with her. Otherwise, she would have to dig with her hands. She decides to always carry this small shovel. It can be used to dig graves or fight, making it a perfect tool for both killing and theft. The village chief's methods are not as sneaky as that trader's. After a while of digging, Chun Mian can feel what's underneath. She happily clears away the loose dirt and finds several big boxes buried below. She thinks to herself, could it be like last time, with a few small goldfish boxes? That would be great. Excited, she tries to open the boxes, but finds they are all filled with grain. No wonder this old guy was still fat like a pig during the famine. He was hiding all the grain here. As Chun Mian digs more and more, she gets angrier. There are so many boxes, at least several thousand pounds of grain. Later, she even finds a few antiques. In modern times, those are worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. This old man must have stolen them somewhere. Confiscate. Not only is the village chief greedy, but he's also lecherous. Chun Mian spends several hours digging and finally counts all his belongings. She plans to take the antiques and cash, but with so much grain, she can't carry it all. Sharing happiness is better than enjoying alone. With so much grain, even if divided among the village, each household could get dozens of jin. Chun Mian gently strokes the heads of her dogs. They won't leave her, so they plan to stay and live in the village. But she doesn't want her dogs to work hard for nothing. While she hands over this batch of grain, she hopes to give these furry kids a better future. Thinking this, Chun Mian digs a hole to bury what she needs, then takes her dogs to find Captain Qian. It's already getting dark, and Captain Qian's family is about to sleep. They're surprised to hear someone knocking on the door. Mian, girl, is there something you need? Captain Qian looks at Chun Mian with some confusion. Since that day she caused trouble, she hasn't appeared much in the village. But whenever she shows up, it's a big deal. Thinking of this, Captain Qian nervously swallowed his saliva. Could something have gone wrong again? Captain Qian, I have something to tell you. Hearing Chun Mian's words, Captain Qian's heart skipped a beat. Finally, it was happening. Could it be that he encountered someone causing trouble again? The reputation of their village was already very bad. Today, with the dogs leading the way, I found a large amount of grain, enough for each villager to have dozens of jin. Oh, I knew something was going to happen. Let's go. I'll go with you. Wait, what did you say? You found grain? Captain Qian widened his eyes in disbelief. Chun Mian didn't waste time. She asked the dogs to take them back up the mountain to look again. When Captain Qian saw the grain exposed under the moonlight, his eyes immediately turned red. If they had found this a few years ago, the village wouldn't have suffered so much hunger. Miss Mian, all this grain, you found it? Captain Qian cupped a handful of corn kernels. Although they were a bit dry from age, at least they were edible. This much grain was enough for every family in the village to have several hearty meals. It was the dogs who found it and pulled me over. Chun Mian smiled warmly at Captain Qian. These dogs probably also want to help the villagers. Otherwise, they'd dig it out and eat it themselves, and no one would notice. Captain Qian nodded in agreement, looking at the dogs wandering around the village with great approval. Yes, when we get back, I'll tell the villagers. From now on, leave some food for them. They can survive, and we'll have more ears to watch for trouble. Chun Mian admired Captain Qian's good heart. Although he was not very capable, at least he had a kind heart. If he became the village chief, perhaps no one in Hishang village would die of hunger again. Thinking this, Chun Mian decided to test whether he wanted to improve his position. Captain Qian stared blankly at Chun Mian. The girl in front of him was smiling softly, looking especially fragile under the moonlight. But her eyes were surprisingly bright, as if she had everything under control. It's not that I don't want to move up, but I really don't have the ability. Although the village chief has been taken away, I heard he has someone in the county. He'll probably be released soon. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I compete with him? Captain Qian had disliked the village chief for a long time, but he had no power to do anything. Besides the villagers' support, he had no advantage. Hey, as long as you have the will, it can be done. Chen Mianmian waved her hand and took out a small notebook. It was found in the village chief's antique box. These were proof of his bribes over the years, including records of gifts given to superiors. Dates, amounts, and details, she remembered everything clearly. Captain Qian looked at these items and trembled with anger. That beast had been cheating on the scales, giving villagers less grain during distribution. Then, he either sold the remaining grain for personal gain or hid it to eat himself. During the years of the Great Famine, when villagers died of hunger, the village chief even went to cry a few times. Thinking about it now, it was truly disgusting. Captain Qian, take this evidence to the disciplinary committee and report them. The village chief definitely won't come back. Then, you can distribute the grain and the villagers will thank you. When the village elections come, who will be the village chief if not you? Chen Mianmian's words made Qian's chest feel warm. Could he really become the village chief? But suddenly, his excitement was replaced by calmness. Captain Qian looked at Chen Mianmian with suspicion. Why are you giving me this? You could do the same for anyone else. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian raised her eyebrows with satisfaction. Not bad. She's not a fool. Because I want to negotiate with you. Chen Mianmian hid her smile and looked serious for the first time. In a few days, I will go to settle accounts with Fang Yue. If everything goes well, I won't be back for a while. I need someone to tell me what's happening in the village. Also, I want the Chen and Fang families to suffer terribly. They both had blood on their hands from the original owner. Chen Mianmian wouldn't let them go. Captain Qian felt the fierce hatred in Chen Mianmian's eyes and swallowed nervously. When did this girl become so strong? Killing is against the law. He weakly reminded, looking worried. He could become the village chief, but not the emperor. If someone died, even if he sold himself, he couldn't stop it. Chen Mianmian smiled brightly at Qian's fearful expression. Her eyes looked clear and bright under the moonlight. Who said torturing them has to involve killing? I want to make them live the life I once did, to be despised and bullied by anyone. Murder is just a quick death, but living brings endless pain. Captain Qian looked at Chen Mianmian's fierce expression and felt a shiver. He thought about Ge Chunhua and the Fang family's recent outcomes.
Could it be?
Captain Qian, don't worry. You're a good person. I won't ask you to do anything that goes against your conscience. Just talk to me when things are almost over, so they suffer a little more. Of course, you can refuse. Tonight's matter will be considered as if it never happened, and I will find someone else. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Captain Qian's hesitation finally settled. It's better to let good things go than to be a fool. Besides, the Chen and Fang families have lost their reputation now. There's no need for him to do anything. The villagers won't like them anyway. Chen Mianmian nodded happily, thinking Captain Qian was smart. She entrusted the grain issue to Captain Qian and then went down the mountain. As she approached the village, she remembered how close she was to her original grandmother's house, so she sneaked over again. After smashing things around, the yard was almost a mess. Seeing the scattered items and knowing no one was taking care of them, Chen Mianmian felt quite satisfied. She thought that the two old folks were getting old. Maybe she could scare them with a ghost act. What if they died from fright? She quietly tiptoed to the window, messed up her hair, and was about to throw a stone to break the window and pretend to be a ghost when she heard voices inside. Old man, what should we do now that we've lost all our money? We worked so hard to save up. That's our life savings. Grandmother Chen Lishir was crying and complaining. From her voice, she seemed quite upset today. It was a pity if she died suddenly, perhaps that would be her luck. Stop crying. All you do is cry. You've used up all our good luck, old Chen Zhen scolded in a tired, suppressed voice. Chen Lishir's voice suddenly disappeared. It's just about 100 yuan. Later, we'll send a telegram to the dead girl's mother in town, saying Chen Mianmian is seriously ill. I don't believe she won't send money. The old man's voice was full of pride and cunning, which made Chen Mianmian outside frown. Could the dead girl they mentioned be herself? Chen Lishir's voice confirmed to Chen Mianmian that the original owner's mother had actually contacted her over the years. In the past, villagers said the original owner's mother ran away with someone, and they often scolded her loudly. Who would have thought that, despite knowing the news, they never told anyone? Most importantly, all the things the original owner's mother gave her were hidden away. In her memory, the original owner suffered a lot because she had no mother, especially Chun-Li, who would hit and scold her mother. All kinds of dirty words could be used. When she was young, everyone said her mother ran away and didn't want her. Although she felt sad, she could only endure it silently. But now she knows that during those many painful and hopeless days, someone cared about her. It turns out, there was someone thinking of her in this world. Her heart was pounding, as if expressing her anger and hatred. It's okay. I will get revenge for you. Don't worry, Chun Mian whispered to herself, while looking out the window, her eyes full of killing intent. Help me watch those two old men carefully. Tell me everything they do. Later, I'll give you something good to eat. Chun Mian climbed out of the yard, feeling her dogs following her. They obediently rubbed against her and wagged their tails happily. Since this person arrived, they could all eat well, and she smelled very good. It was already late at night when she returned home. The shack where Chun Xianqian lived was silent, probably asleep. Chun Mian looked at it, then kicked the door open. She saw the person on the bed looking drowsy, and she slapped her. Your posture is wrong. Get up and sleep again. After saying that, Chun Mian left quickly like a gust of wind, leaving Chun Xianqian covering her face, looking confused. 2 seconds later, when Chun Mian opened the main door, she heard Chun Xianqian shouting angrily. Chun Mian, are you crazy? Hearing Chun Xianqian's furious shouting, Chun Mian finally felt her pent-up anger release. She lay back on the bed and started thinking about her mother. She decided to find a chance to go to the old man's house again. If she could find some clues, she could ask her questions. Ask that woman why she left in the first place, why she only sent money but never came back to see her. If the original owner had anyone to rely on, they wouldn't have become a victim in others' hands. Thinking about this, Chun Mian slowly fell asleep. When she got up the next day to wash up, she saw Chun Xianqian wearing the same beggar outfit she had taken off earlier, going to work. Her clothes were gone, leaving only this set of clean clothes. Without them, her own clothes would need to be washed, and she would have to sit wrapped in a quilt waiting on the bed. Now, Chun Mian had locked the kitchen door, so Chun Xianqian couldn't even eat. She wanted to resist but couldn't, so she could only drink more water to suppress her hunger. After finishing her chores, while Chun Mian was not home, she secretly climbed through the window to find something to eat. Wasn't this just like the days in the original owner's life? Chun Mian ignored Chun Xianqian's resentful look. This little troublemaker wasn't worth wasting her brain power on. She could even make herself stupid trying to deal with her. Being alone at home was really great. Chun Mian didn't hold back and cooked a big pot of rice. She also stewed cabbage with some meat oil and added a handful of vermicelli, things that Gu Chunhua usually didn't want to eat. After she ate her fill, Chun Mian combined the rice and vegetable soup, whistled, and soon a dozen figures ran over. The cats and dogs in her eyes all looked eager to eat, rushing to her side to act cute and obedient. No matter if they were fierce or timid in the village, here they all became adorable little kittens and puppies, little yellow and little black ones. Chun Mian said a word, and the furry kids started gobbling down their food. She squatted nearby, watching. Before long, they finished eating and came over again to snuggle with her. Chun Mian petted each one, played with them for a while, then let them go. She felt that these furry children were much simpler and more loyal than people. Since it was still early, Chun Mian decided to go to the town to ask about the verdict from the police station regarding the 2 old men from the Fong family. She also wanted to see if Gu Chunhua would be paraded through the streets. When she arrived in town, she first went to the police station. Before she even entered, she saw the previous dog run over, wagging its tail and pawing at her pants, whimpering happily. People, you're here. Happy. Chun Mian looked at her dog, almost doing a lion dance, and a smile appeared on her face. Looks like you're pretty happy here. be good from now on. It seems that once the murderer was caught, Dog's status became secure. Chun Mian even saw the special dog food bowl at the front gate. While playing with Dog, Sun Ching came out and smiled at her. I knew you were here as soon as I saw Saihu come out. When Sun Ching called Saihu, Dog proudly barked once, showing he liked the name. That's a good name, very impressive. Finally, Chen Mian patted Saihu's head and then went to ask Sun Ching about the progress of the case. The case wasn't difficult. None of the people involved were tough, so they easily confessed after some threats. Good Chunhua tried to bribe Zhao Earl to harm Chen Mian. She couldn't escape jail, and her lifestyle was poor. Before sentencing, she would have to walk around with broken shoes every day. She lost both her dignity and her reputation. The two elders of the Fong family and the village chief, although they were in their own yard, behaved badly according to villagers' reports. They also had to walk around in shame. Hearing about these people's punishments, Chen Mian felt much better. Sun Cheng also mentioned a murderer who had previously hidden a corpse. That man seemed honest, but was actually a domestic abuser. After being mistreated outside, he would go home and hit his wife. His in-laws told his wife to tolerate him. Every couple argues, and a little hitting is considered a sign of love. That day, after drinking, he came home drunk. His wife was so scared she ran away in the dark. He was very drunk and furious inside. Unable to control his anger, he beat his mother-in-law to death. When he sobered up and saw his blood-covered mother-in-law, he was stunned. But then he thought no one was around to see, so he decided to kill her completely and cut her into pieces to throw on the mountain. Unexpectedly, Saihu found out. This dog is really good, obedient and alert. With it around, night shifts are much easier. Sun Cheng liked Saihu very much and kept praising him. It was clear he also loved dogs. After a few more words, Chen Mian said goodbye and left. As she was about to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some food, she saw a fleeting figure nearby. Seems like her grandfather, Chen Laojian. Chen Mian raised an eyebrow and followed him. She saw him carrying a bag and sneaking around at the street corner. People passing by occasionally stopped to talk to him. Chen Mian's eyes lit up. Is this old man planning to sell grain? During this planned economy era, private buying and selling were strictly forbidden. It was considered speculation and trading, a serious crime punishable by death. Hey, isn't it true that when you're tired, someone always offers a pillow? Old Dingxi, I was worried I wouldn't find a reason to punish you, but now you've come right into the trap. Chen Mian looked around and saw the little dog under the control of the man following old Deng Zhen. She waved to it to keep watch, then ran to the police station. Officer, I want to report someone for illegal trading. Sun Cheng thought Chen Mian had missed something when she returned, but when he heard her, he quickly called a colleague to go with her. Recently, higher authorities had been paying close attention to this issue, trying to set an example. But those involved in illegal trading were clever, and as soon as they got wind of the crackdown, they ran away. This time, Chen Mian's report really helped a lot. The group hurried to the alley entrance. The little dog responsible for watching the situation ran over and wagged its tail at Chen Mian. She gently petted its head, knowing old Deng Zhen hadn't left yet. She and Sun Cheng hid in a corner, ready to catch the culprits red-handed. Coincidentally, old Deng Zhen had been squatting there for a while, but no one came to buy. Just as Chen Mian and her team arrived, someone looked around and approached, inspecting the food in the bag. They bargained a bit, then took out money from their pocket. Sun Cheng and his colleagues signaled to each other and rushed out. Police! Don't run! Hearing the police, the buyer quickly ran away. Old Deng Zhen, realizing this, also tried to escape with the bag. But Chen Mian wouldn't let him go, as he wished. She pointed at old Deng Zhen and gave a command to the dog. Go, Pikachu! The dog barked and darted out, moving much faster than Sun Cheng on two legs. It pounced directly at old Deng Zhen, who was busy fleeing with the food on his back. The dog knocked him over. The dog stood over old Deng Zhen as a warning. When he tried to get up, it bit his backside.
Ah!
Help! Old Deng Zhen screamed in pain, trying to roll away and shake the dog off. But the dog held on tightly, not letting go even when Sun Chung and others arrived. Seeing the people approaching, Chen Mianmian whistled. The dog immediately released and ran to her without hesitation. If it was just a coincidence that Saihu listened carefully before, now Sun Chung has started to notice Chen Mianmian. He thought Saihu was brought by Chen Mianmian, and later Saihu also listened especially well to her. That was understandable. But why does this dog in front of him also listen so well? All these dogs are stray street dogs, with no sign of being trained. The only difference is Chen Mianmian. While Sun Chung was lost in thought, his colleagues had already caught Lao Zhenchen and taken him to the police station along with half a bag of grain. At first, Lao Zhenchen tried to argue, but Sun Chung sternly asked where he lived, who was there, and why he was lingering with the grain bag open. He answered vaguely. At the police station, it was no longer easy to lie. The police had ways to make Lao Zhenchen confess. He was a tough guy at home, and after some intimidation, plus catching the buyer, it was clear he was selling grain. He finally confessed in less than 2 hours. When Sun Chung came out with a statement, he saw Chen Mianmian playing with Saihu in the police yard, and the dog that helped catch Lao Zhenchen was nearby. "Comrade Sun, how is that person?" Chen Mianmian looked at Sun Chung eagerly, hoping that this old troublemaker would be sentenced to a light punishment, maybe just a fine. He's definitely involved in illegal trading, but the grain involved isn't much, only about 20 jin. Since he's old, he might get a few years in prison or some reform through labor. Lao Zhenchen was over 60 now. Spending a few years in prison might be tough for him to survive, which is good. Thanks again for your help this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to catch him, Sun Chung said, looking at the dog beside Chen Mianmian. "Is this your dog? It listens to you quite well." Chen Mianmian chuckled, lowering her head to pet the dog. "I've always had a good connection with animals. They like listening to me. It's getting late. I need to go back to the village. Goodbye, Comrade Sunday." After saying that, Chen Mianmian left with her dog, leaving Saihu looking a bit reluctant. Sun Chung watched her back, thinking about her actions since they met. He finally realized that this girl was not simple. Knowing Lao Zhenchen would definitely go to jail, Chen Mianmian was very happy. Sitting on a bullock cart, she covered her chest and told her late master that one more enemy was gone. At the village entrance, as soon as Chen Mianmian got off the cart, she saw some young children coming down the mountain from foraging for wild vegetables. Spring is a time when everything comes back to life, and various wild vegetables grow on the mountain. The original owner loved this season because as long as she worked hard, she could eat enough. But now, Chen Mianmian is here, and she is too lazy to go up the mountain. However, seeing the children, she smiles. Since Chen Lao Zhen went to jail, it's important to let the whole village know about it. She takes out some fruit candies she bought at the supply and marketing cooperative and calls the children over. She tells them about Chen Laogan's illegal activities and asks them to spread the news. The Chen family has now become a disgrace to the ancestors. She believes Chen Lishir will try to bribe her with money once she finds out Chen Laogen is in jail. But she has no money and will probably contact the original owner's mother instead. This matter is secret, and she doesn't want others to know, so she has to handle it herself. She calls her dog to follow Chen Lishir closely. As soon as she heads to the town, she will inform Chen Mianmian. Sure enough, before dawn the next day, Chen Mianmian hears dogs barking outside the yard. She quickly gets up, dresses, and follows the dog to find Chen Lishir. Spring mornings are foggy, making it hard to see the way. Chen Lishir, hunched over, sneaks out of the village, probably knowing that Chen Laogan's imprisonment is embarrassing and wanting to avoid others. Chen Mianmian keeps her dog close and stays at a distance. Normally, riding a bull cart would be comfortable, but this old woman stubbornly walks for over 2 hours. It almost drives Chen Mianmian crazy. She wants to rush over, kick the old woman down, and grab her legs, swinging them like a hammer. But that's just a thought. Finally, when Chen Mianmian's patience runs out, they arrive in town. Chen Lishir, familiar with the way, walks into the post office. Chen Mianmian secretly sneaks to a corner, picks up a piece of paper and an envelope, pretending to write a letter, but actually listening to her talk with the postal workers. Daughter, and doesn't know how to read or write. Can you help me write a letter? Chun Li-shir trembles as she hands over the paper with the address written on it. Chun Mianmian's eyes are sharp. She notices the paper is yellowed and frayed at the edges, indicating it has been used many times. Just write that my girl, Mianmian, was kicked by a cow. Her insides are bleeding everywhere. The doctor said it will cost 500. No, 1,000 yuan to save her. Tell her to send the money quickly. After speaking, she took out 5 Mao coins, paid 8 fun for the stamp, bought 2 stamps to speed up, 1 Mao for the paper, 1 Mao for the envelope, totaling 36 fun. She left with the remaining 1 Mao for fun, and Chun Mianmian quickly went to the staff who was sealing the envelope. Comrade, did an elderly lady come by earlier to send mail? That was my grandmother. I also have a letter from Mianmian to her mother. Can I put it in too? When the staff heard the name Mianmian, knowing it was a letter Chin Li wanted to send, they didn't hesitate and took the paper to look at it. It had a few crooked words. Mom, I miss you. Only 5 words. The staff thought about a child injured by a cow, trembling as he wrote this on his sickbed, and felt a bit sad, sighing helplessly. While the staff was lost in thought, Chen Mianmian quickly copied the address from the envelope. Sichuan Song City Military District Family Compound? Sichuan Song City. Isn't that where Fong Yue works? Chun Mianmian suddenly felt happy. This was a great coincidence. After finishing with Fong Yue, Chen Mianmian went to find the original owner's mother to see what she really thought. Maybe she gave birth to a daughter but didn't want her, yet kept thinking about her without ever looking at her. Perhaps she thought her daughter was a shame? Chun Mianmian watched as the staff put the letter into the envelope and sealed it, then turned to leave. Those 5 words had been in the original owner's heart for 19 years. This express letter should arrive in about a week. She believed she would find her before it arrived. A faint light flickered in Chen Mianmian's eyes. She needed to hurry. After sending the letter, Chun Mianmian went to the police station again. She had been there so often lately, she almost considered it her home. She wanted to find out when the others, Ge Chunhua and Fong's family, would be paraded. She planned to watch them from the front and see them humiliated. Usually, such news is posted on the notice board outside the police station. Sure enough, it said the parade would be tomorrow, involving suspects Ge Chunhua, Sun Suehua, Fong Daju, and others. Their names and charges were written clearly. Passers-by pointed and whispered, some even spat in anger, planning to throw rotten eggs at them. Chun Mianmian thought this was great. She decided to get some slop to pour on those kids. Hee hee. Hey, Chun Mianmian, I knew you'd be here. I've been waiting for you all day. Just as Chun Mianmian was about to leave, Sun Qing suddenly approached with a happy look, full of anticipation. While she was puzzled, Sun Qing took Chen Mianmian into the police station and cautiously explained what had happened. It turned out that yesterday, he went to visit a friend in the police dog unit. He found his friend looking very tired and anxious. He asked and learned that the police dog, Lightning, had been refusing to eat and was very inactive since yesterday. The dog looked sad and kept whining. They checked and found a hard lump in the dog's stomach. They suspected something bad. They took the dog to the vet to induce vomiting, but nothing came out, and the dog became weaker. Finally, the vet said surgery might be needed, but the chances of success were low. His friend was so worried, he didn't sleep all night. Lightning is the best dog in the police dog team. There aren't many police dogs in our town. Raising and training him took a lot of effort, especially since my friend treats Lightning like his own child. If something happens to Lightning, I think my friend will be very sad. Thinking about how Chun Mianmian could communicate easily with dogs and that the police dog team had no solution, Sun Qing decided to take a chance and ask her to see if she could help. Maybe it would work. Chun Mianmian frowned. She was so low-key, yet Sun Qing seemed to notice her talent. As expected, a true gem shines everywhere. Sun Qing thought Chen Mianmian was refusing because she didn't speak, so he quickly continued. Go take a look. If you can't help, it's okay. If you do, I'll give you 10 yuan as a reward. When she heard about the money, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up instantly. Money doesn't matter. I just can't bear to see your nephew dog suffer. Come on, let's go now. I can't stand any little dog to be in pain. Chen Mianmian urged Sun Cheng to hurry. Seeing how eager she was, he couldn't help but smile in disbelief. He thought, I should have offered money earlier. The police dog unit was not far from the police station. When Sun Cheng and Chen Mianmian went there, a tall man in his 20s was waiting at the door, looking around. Seeing Sun Cheng, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over. Where's the vet? Where did you find the vet for me? Wang Xingli stretched his neck like a giraffe, scanning over Chen Mianmian's head several times, but he didn't see her. She rolled her eyes inwardly as she watched Wang Xingli glance past her. One day, she thought she would tie up everyone taller than her and send them to the moon. Being tall was impressive, but did it mean they could ignore her? Oh, Carrot. Oh, isn't that right in front of you? Sun Cheng pointed at Chen Mianmian. Wang Xingli looked where he was pointing, and the light in his eyes immediately faded. Originally, his friend said he was looking for someone to help, thinking it was an experienced veterinarian. But it turned out to be a young girl. Sun Cheng, can you stop joking? Lightning hasn't eaten in 2 days. If this continues, it could be dangerous. Why are you bringing a young girl here? Wang Xingli was very angry, feeling Sun Cheng was joking about Lightning. Didn't you try everything you could find? I'm worried about Lightning too. You're out of options, so why not let her try? Sun Cheng couldn't explain his gut feeling when he called Chen Mianmian, only trying to persuade his friend. Wang Xingli wanted to say more, but suddenly Chen Mianmian heard a loud whimpering from a dog. Her previously relaxed face suddenly tensed up. She quickly moved away from the arguing too and headed inside. It hurts so much. Boo-hoo, am I going to die? I haven't found a wife yet, I haven't had children.
I don't want to die.
The dog next door said finding a wife is fun. I haven't played that game yet. Hearing the whining, Chen Mianmian carefully approached Lightning's cage. Hey, what are you doing?
Who told you to go in?
Wang Xingli saw Chen Mianmian walk in boldly, trying to pull her out, but Sun Cheng stopped him. Everyone's inside now. Let her try. This girl isn't simple. Sun Cheng's words made Wang Xingli's brow furrow even more. He looked at his friend, as if he'd been kicked by a donkey. The girl was small and thin, but that didn't mean she wasn't capable. If she can cure Lightning, I'll call you Dad. Hearing this, Sun Cheng looked at Chen Mianmian with excitement in his eyes. Chen Mianmian, show your skills. If you succeed, I'll personally give you 10 more yuan. Sun Cheng's monthly salary was only 48 yuan, so 10 yuan was almost a fifth of it. But if his friend called him Dad, that was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. No problem. As long as you cooperate, I've got this, Chen Mianmian said confidently. Thinking about earning 20 yuan, she immediately felt more motivated. After getting Wang Xingli's approval, she stepped into the cage. Usually, Lightning is not friendly and only allows Wang Xingli to get close. But these days, it has become very aggressive, even scolding him in the past. Originally, I thought Chen Mianmian would also be yelled at when she went in, but she was fine and even petted the dog and talked to it.
Wow.
Oh my.
See?
I told you this girl is not simple. Sun Cheng watched Chen Mianmian successfully interact with Lightning and looked at Wang Xingli with pride. He was really looking forward to calling him Dad. That's nothing. Just getting close isn't a big deal. She can figure out why Lightning is like this. As soon as Wang Xingli finished speaking, Chen Mianmian let out a small cry of surprise. Oh, so that's how it is? After saying that, she turned to Wang Xingli. You must really like the person your family introduced you to, right? Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Wang Xingli's eyes widened in shock, showing disbelief. He hadn't even told Sun Cheng about his blind date, planning to settle it first and then say something.
How do you know that?
How do I know? Chen Mianmian sneered, pointing at Lightning's belly. Because the snow cream you bought for your date is inside its stomach.
Huh.
I wondered why I couldn't find it. I thought I lost it somewhere. Turns out Lightning ate it? Wang Xingli's face turned pale and then white. He bought the snow cream at the supply and marketing cooperative for his date, planning to give it to her after work. When he went there, he couldn't find it anywhere.
Now he knew why.
He even thought Lightning had a serious tumor, but then he became worried again. The vomiting he tried before didn't work. Could this little girl be cured? Go find me 3 big spoons of salt. Fortunately, the snow cream bottle was round and smooth, so it wouldn't scratch the intestines. It still looked energetic, so they could try to induce vomiting. If she could it out, that would be great. If not, surgery was the only option. It had been a long time since the last surgery, and Chen Mianmian's hands itched a little. Lightning seemed to sense Chen Mianmian's overly bright eyes and felt a chill in its body. Why did this fragrant person suddenly become so scary? Wang Xingli now fully believed Chen Mianmian. When she asked for salt, she ran straight to the cafeteria and brought back the salt jar, followed by a cook waving a spatula. Salt is here. Chen Mianmian looked at Wang Xingli, who was no longer arrogant, and took 3 big spoons of salt to press into Lightning's mouth. Lightning knew that saving it was more important. Even if the salt was extremely salty, it endured. After eating 3 spoonfuls of salt, everyone was anxiously waiting. Fortunately, Lightning didn't make them wait long. Soon it started dry heaving and then vomited a lot of stomach acid.
Ugh. Ugh.
Lightning's stomach twitched violently, and it vomited more and more. Watching this, Wang Xingli felt very sad and kept hitting his own mouth. It was all because he carelessly put the snowflake cream in his pocket, or else the dog wouldn't have eaten it. Just as he was about to punch himself in the face, there was a clattering sound, and Lightning finally spat out the small snowflake cream bottle. Wang Xingli was so happy when he saw the bottle on the ground that he burst into tears. Oh, Lightning, you finally spit it out. Otherwise, I was worried I might have to die for you. Seeing his friend crying so sadly, Sun Cheng proudly touched his nose, as if he had cured the dog himself. Come on, call me Dad. Wang Xingli glanced at the smug Sun Cheng, then turned to Chen Mianmian and bowed seriously to her. If it weren't for her, no one would have known Lightning ate the snowflake cream bottle. If something had happened to it, not only would it have been punished, but he wouldn't forgive himself either. Thank you, comrade. If it weren't for you, Lightning might have. Wang Xingli sniffed, took out 10 yuan from his pocket. Lightning's illness was caused by his negligence, so this 10 yuan couldn't be taken from the team. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng also took out 10 yuan and handed it to Chen Mianmian. In less than 10 minutes, they earned 20 yuan, happy. No worries, just be more careful next time. Lightning is young and curious. This time, it's learned its lesson and won't eat random things again. Lightning spat out the stuff. Although its stomach no longer hurt, it still looked listless and would need a couple of days to recover. Chen Mianmian also told Wang Xingli how to help Lightning recover quickly and what to watch out for in its diet. She took out a small notebook and jotted everything down. Her words were now like an order. All right, good boy. Since Lightning is fine, we're leaving now. Sun Cheng proudly patted Wang Xingli's shoulder, watching his friend look frustrated, but unable to argue. It was very satisfying. The 10 yuan was well spent. Just as they were about to leave with Chen Mianmian, 2 more people entered the police dog team. The leader had handsome features and a prominent red birthmark at the corner of his eye. It was none other than Su Baiyan. Hello, I am Su Baiyan, the commander of the 28th Regiment, 325th Division of the Northern Military District. I am here to investigate a suspect and would like to borrow 2 police dogs from your team. Su Baiyan showed his police officer ID and a letter of assignment. Wang Xingli, the team leader, quickly came over to discuss. They knew they had to help, but it was not a good time. Hello, Commander Su. We should help you borrow the police dogs, but our team has been around for less than a year. Except for Lightning, none are fully trained yet. Lightning has been unable to work these past 2 days because it swallowed something wrong. The others are still unstable and can't follow commands properly. Wang Xingli's words made Su Baiyan frown. Using the radio and documents sent by the dog, they found the contact's location. The suspect was hiding deep in the mountains, making it hard to pinpoint. Rushing in blindly could scare the suspect away, making it difficult to catch him later. But the town only has this police dog team. Going to the city would take 8 hours by car, and information changes quickly. Delays could harm the military operation. Chun Mianmian noticed the tense atmosphere and secretly looked at Sun Chung. Will there be a reward if we complete this kind of task? There will be. If you catch a big criminal, you might even get a third-class merit award. Sun Chung didn't understand why Chun Mianmian asked this, but answered anyway. And if an ordinary person helps catch him, what reward would they get? Seeing the sparkle in Chun Mianmian's eyes, Sun Chung realized she was very eager for rewards. If it's an ordinary person, we will apply for a bonus and give a certificate. In the future, they will get special treatment at work or school. Su Baiyan had already noticed Chun Mianmian when he entered. He thought the world was small. He seemed to see her everywhere. He had planned to finish his work first and then talk to her, but he overheard her quietly asking questions. His intuition told him she was very confident around animals. How much bonus can you get? Where do you get the certificate? At the military district. If she could go to the military district to receive an award, she could easily find someone to help her. I don't know the exact prize money, but it's at least 50 to 100 yuan. As for the certificate, if you want to pick it up at the military district, that's fine, or we can send it to you. Hearing that the reward was at least 50 yuan and that she could go to the military district to receive it, Chun Mianmian's eyes lit up like a spotlight. Seeing Su Baiyan and Da Chuanji acting so friendly made her feel warm inside. Hey, whether there's money or not doesn't matter. As a good young person in society, I can't just stand by and watch bad people get away with things. If you trust me, I can help you find the person. You? You want to replace a police dog to find someone? Wang Xingli looked at Chun Mianmian with disbelief. Even if she was very skilled in medicine, her sense of smell couldn't be better than a police dog's, right? Chun Mianmian rolled her eyes. Having a partner was truly a blessing. With her mouth, she knew how to coax girls. She put her finger to her lips and whistled. Soon, several stray dogs ran over, led by the one that had been staring at Chun Li's group. Although I'm from a mixed team, when it comes to knowing the terrain and hiding in place, I'm not worse than a police dog. Now, it depends on whether you're willing to use me. Chun Mianmian looked at Su Baiyan with clear, confident eyes. She looked weak, but she radiated confidence, so beautiful that people couldn't look away. You need to prove that your dog listens to you. If it drags its feet on the mountain and causes losses to the country, I can't promise easily. Su Baiyan's words made Chun Mianmian feel more respectful. He was brave and clever, handsome, and didn't look down on her just because she was a girl. Instead, he gave her a chance to prove herself. He's a good person. Chun Mianmian smiled slightly, turned to the dogs, and gave various commands. Lie down. Stand up. Surround the target ahead. As she issued each command, the dogs responded quickly. Not only that, they even surrounded Wang Xingli in a circle. They crouched with their upper bodies, alert to his every move. If he dared to break through forcefully, they would bite him until he was covered in wounds. So, do you believe me now? Chun Mianmian snapped her fingers. The dogs returned to their original positions and obediently stayed by her side. Are you willing to work with me? Su Baiyan saw Chun Mianmian's ability and happily promised, so the two of them headed straight up the mountain. Qian Wang was amazed and followed along. This young girl was really interesting. Sun Chung also wanted to go, but he had to work, so he could only watch them leave with longing. Wang Xingli didn't have as many worries. He handed over the police dog team to his colleagues and rushed after them. He wanted to see how Chun Mianmian trained the dogs to follow commands. Hey, come find me after you return and tell me everything. Sun Chung called after Wang Xingli. Wang Xingli turned around proudly. Sure, 2 pork and cabbage dumplings. Without waiting for Sun Chung to scold him for talking too much, he quickly caught up with Su Baiyan and the others. On the way, Su Baiyan told Chun Mianmian everything he could about the situation. She knew they were also after spies stealing national secrets, so she became even more serious. At the foot of the mountain, Chun Mianmian squatted down to talk to the dogs. Go search the mountain. Remember, don't bark, sneak quietly. If you are discovered, run away quickly and tell me your location. Be very careful. I don't want you to get hurt. Do you understand? Chun Mianmian gently petted each dog's head. The furry kids rubbed against her legs. They were not only adorable, but also very gentle. They liked her. Complete the task, and you'll get big bones to eat.
Go.
With Chun Mianmian's command, the dogs happily ran up the mountain. Su Bian and the others watched her in surprise. Is it over like this? Wang Xingli's eyes widened. The dogs could finish the task so easily? What was all his early mornings and hard work for? It's over, right? Or should I give them a bow? Chun Mianmian finished speaking and also headed up the mountain. Since she was there, she thought about picking some wild vegetables to take home. Just then, she heard a roar typical of wild animals, mixed with pain and calls for help. Reminder: some scenes in the story are created by the author. Dear readers, please do not relate them to real life. This is a fictional world. Please keep your mind at ease. Why do I hear the sound getting closer? Chun Mianmian frowned. Listening to the roar, it was probably an adult brown bear. Whenever I think of this species, Chun Mianmian feels a full body ache. She was crushed by Xiongda. I wonder if Xiao Guai will be very sad when he finds out he was accidentally hurt by it. Let's leave first. Before Su Bian finished speaking, Chun Mianmian shook her head. Indeed, the bear's growl grew louder, and it was almost nearby. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing about 600 pounds, it looked like a small mountain. When it saw Chun Mianmian and the others, anger flashed in its eyes. Despite being covered in blood, it rushed over, trying to attack them. This place is dangerous. Let's climb a tree. Wang Xinli saw the big bear and felt his legs go weak. He regretted coming along and thought he might lose his life. He hasn't married or had children yet, and he hasn't sent lightning away. Are you crazy? Brown bears can climb trees. Chun Mianmian rolled her eyes at Wang Xinli and waved her hand confidently. Watch me. Step back behind me. Chun Mianmian told Su Bian and the others to step back. She looked at the approaching bear, rolled up her sleeves, and strode forward confidently. She had a heroic stance, like a brave warrior standing firm at a critical point. Su Bian took out his pistol, staring carefully at the bear's every move. If it really tried to hurt anyone, he would shoot it. Captain, we can't shoot. If we do, the traitor will hear us. I'll distract the bear. You go and rescue the others. Qian Wang held onto Su Bian, determined not to let the traitor escape, even if it meant risking himself. No, I'll distract the bear. You all run now. Su Bian couldn't let his companions sacrifice themselves. He had to escape. Captain, stop arguing with me. You have your mother and sister. I'm single, and I can feed myself and the family. If I die, just remember to visit me sometimes. After saying this, Qian Wang wiped his tears and rushed forward, but Chun Mianmian tripped him with a leg. Su Bian, pull him away. Don't delay my move. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you all fall into the bear's trap. Chun Mianmian patted her chest confidently, looking assured. Meanwhile, the bear was now less than 5 meters away from her. It seems only a step away from knocking Chun Mianmian's head off.
Roar.
Faced with the roaring brown bear, its huge paw larger than Chun Mianmian's head, everyone's hearts raced as they watched the calm young girl. Suddenly, with a loud splash, Chun Mianmian suddenly shrank in half. Greetings, King Bear. Long live, and 100,000 years. I am your loyal follower. Please, spare our 4 dogs' lives. No one expected that Chun Mianmian, who had just been so strategic, would end up kneeling and begging. Under the silent, speechless expressions of the 3 men, Chun Mianmian bowed 3 times to the brown bear, then looked up with a harmless, flattering smile. You said to step back and let you handle it? Is that how you do it? Wang Xinli, holding onto a big tree and halfway up, looked at Chun Mianmian's helpless appearance, feeling like he was eating dirt. As he spoke, Chun Mianmian rolled her eyes. You just say whether it works or not. Didn't you see the brown bear was stunned by me? You think a delicate girl who can't take care of herself, can fight a bear over 500 pounds? Are you still asleep? Chun Mianmian's words left Wang Xinli speechless for a moment. Su Bian looked at the girl kneeling in front of her, still full of energy, and felt both amused and helpless. But she had to admit, Chen Mianmian really saved everyone. Because the brown bear, seeing the suddenly shorter woman, was also confused, and its attack stopped. Are you scamming? Are you scamming? Big King, how can you say that about me? I am your half-sister. Chen Mianmian knelt on the ground, acting flirtatiously, smiling shyly. The confused bear, never having seen this kind of attitude before, was completely thrown off. Who was this crazy person? She was totally unpredictable. Its murderous intent, which was about to strike, was broken by her. It looked at Chen Mianmian, then at the three dumbfounded men behind her, and showed disdain on its face.
Get lost.
Don't let me see you again. The brown bear was already injured, its wound still bleeding. It charged at Chen Mianmian and the others only because it wanted to protect itself. But now, looking at these four silly humans, the bear felt that if it killed them, it would only lower its own dignity. Swaying unsteadily, the bear tried to retreat into the mountains to heal. After its fierce battle with four wolves, it had managed to kill them, but it was also at its limit. The next second, however, a small hand pressed right onto its wound. The bear roared in pain and was about to bite, but then it realized Chen Mianmian had pressed some special spot. Its whole body suddenly went weak, and it collapsed onto the ground. What did you do to me? Get away, or I'll eat you. Great King, why are you so angry? I saw you were hurt and just wanted to help you. Don't worry, my skills are excellent. People even call me the bear healer. Once, two giant pandas fought, and one broke its leg. I managed to fix it. Compared to that, your injury is nothing. Relax, I'll stitch it up for you. Chen Mianmian smiled warmly, showing no threat at all. But as an animal expert, she knew animal pressure points very well, exactly where to press to make them lose strength. Her earlier act of kneeling and begging was just to lower the bear's guard, so she could get close. Now, ignoring the bear's angry growls, she calmly began examining its wounds. There were multiple deep tears across its body. If not cleaned and stitched properly, infection could easily set in and lead to death. Great King, I'm going to clean and stitch your wounds now. It'll hurt a little, so be strong, okay? The last few words she muttered through clenched teeth. This little rascal dared to roar at her? Fine. She'd let him experience what tough love really meant. She used to carry a full first aid kit, but now conditions didn't allow it. Instead, she kept a small bottle of iodine, some hydrogen peroxide, and a few needles in her pocket, just in case a stray dog got hurt and needed quick treatment. She hadn't expected to end up treating a bear instead. Do you have matches? Help me sterilize this needle. Chen Mianmian pulled out a few strands of her long hair and turned to ask Su Bian and the others. Su Bian quickly took out a windproof lighter from his pocket. It was surprisingly well made. Chen Mianmian raised an eyebrow at him, and Su Bian seemed to understand her look immediately. This is my trophy from the mission. I can't give it to you. Before she could speak, the path was blocked. Chen Mianmian looked back reluctantly at the lighter, which was quite nice. She thought. Next time she would search the trader for a lighter. If she found one, she wouldn't have taken it as a trophy. She poured hydrogen peroxide and iodine onto the wound. The brown bear trembled with pain, but since it couldn't move, it had to let Chen Mianmian do her work. Chen Mianmian held a shiny sewing needle, her eyes bright with a hint of resentment, and began stitching the bear's wound. There were many cuts on its body. It took her over 10 strands of hair to finish sewing everything up. The bear's breathing was shaky, but it finally managed to get through it. All done. The wound is fixed. Just be careful and don't make big moves in the next few days. In 7 to 10 days, you can remove the stitches. Chen Mianmian finally finished her big task. She patted the bear's rear. It looked at her with a mix of shame and gratitude, then slowly moved its body and walked into the deeper woods. Su Bian had been watching Chen Mianmian carefully while she stitched the bear. She was truly surprising, like a fascinating book you could never get enough of. Just as Su Bian was about to ask if Chen Mianmian had any special abilities, he heard urgent barking. The dogs had found the trader's hiding place. People are inside. They're hiding in a cave in the woods. There are 3 of them, and it smells strong, probably explosives or something similar. The dogs wagged their tails and told everything they saw. As for the explosives, they didn't know how to describe them, but said they sounded like the loud fireworks used during New Year. Su Baiyan watched Chen Mianmian calmly sharing this information. His curiosity about her grew even more. Although they had only met a few times, she always showed a different side of herself. A girl who is quick, strong, and capable, he genuinely admired her. If only his sister were half as impressive, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly that she almost dropped out. Let's go. I'll take you to find those bad guys. Chen Mianmian led the dogs, and the 4 of them headed into the deep mountains. With the dogs leading the way, they avoided various animals and traps along the path. They also found a relatively flat area, making walking easier for everyone. You're such a good girl, sister. Later, I'll cook a big bone for you to eat. Chen Mianmian noticed the dogs showing off and praised them generously. The dogs wagged their tails happily, almost like propellers. Behind them, Wang Xingli watched Chen Mianmian and the dogs get along so well. His eyes showed envy. He was the one who organized the police dog team, and everything was new to him. Just managing that was exhausting. But why was Chen Mianmian's side so relaxed? She only brought a few dogs, yet they listened better than his trained police dogs. Qian Wang was still stunned from seeing the brown bear. He followed Chen Mianmian, staring blankly at her. He thought to himself, this woman is really impressive. Chen Mianmian felt the 3 intense gazes behind her. She was used to this and didn't care. After walking for about 40 minutes, they finally saw the cave. Su Baiyan and Chen Mianmian told the dogs to make some noise to lure the people inside out. Chen Mianmian turned to tell the dogs to pretend to fight at the cave entrance. When someone came out, they would attack their hands and feet at the right moment, making them lose their ability to fight. The dogs Chen brought were very strong. Once the 4 of them hid nearby, the dogs ran to the cave entrance to pretend to fight. They barked loudly, mainly to attract the 2 people hiding inside the cave. The 2 looked at the fighting dogs with disgust, frowned, and muttered a few words before going back to get weapons. Chen Mianmian listened to their conversation and immediately frowned. Are they from the Little Sun country? Her ethnic bloodline suddenly awakened, and her eyes lit up. She turned to look at Su Baiyan. He nodded at her, signaling her to act. She whistled sharply. In an instant, the dogs, now united, quickly changed direction and pounced. The 2 people inside the cave had no time to react and were knocked down by the dogs. The dogs bit their hands, feet, and necks. They fought fiercely, with sharp teeth and strong jaws. In moments, the 2 Little Sun people were covered in blood. At that moment, Su Baiyan drew his gun and rushed into the cave, holding down the spy who was sending a telegram. Idiots! What are you doing? The captured spies still looked defiant, even at this point, still asking what they were doing. Su Baiyan ignored his shouting. He quickly removed the gag, broke the bonds on his hands and feet. When Qian Wang entered, he had already deciphered the message using the codebook. The general has entered the inland. All units, prepare to support. Do whatever it takes to pave the way for the general. Based on the decoded message, Su Baiyan understood this was the latest order. Just finished dealing with the poison snake, and now there's a general. It never ends. He packed up everything useful in the cave. When he came out, he saw Chen Mianmian using a small shovel to scold the 2 young men. You! How dare you come here to steal information? Just wait. I'll smash your heads. Chen Mianmian was very direct. She aimed the shovel at non-lethal spots. The dogs around her also mimicked her, even sneaking to urinate on the 2 men, mocking them. You traitor! I'll kill you! The young man, insulted by Chen Mianmian, couldn't stand being humiliated by a woman. He cursed loudly, but in the next second, the shovel hit his mouth hard. 2 shiny front teeth flew out and landed on the ground. You! I want to see how you'll kill me, you stupid puppet of the enemy. Chen Mianmian grabbed his hair, forcing him to lift his head, then swung the shovel left and right. Ah! Ah! Su Baiyan and the others watched as Chun Mianmian beat the young men into a mess, howling in pain. They didn't even get a chance to intervene. The loud slaps sounded painful, making them swallow nervously. They all thought, never mess with Chun Mianmian. She kept hitting for 10 minutes until the young men's heads were swollen like pigs' heads. Only then did she stop, satisfied. Seeing that Su Baiyan had come out, they knew the situation was under control. Did you bring everything you need? Chun Mianmian looked at Su Baiyan. Her excited eyes told them this was not over yet. Sure enough, after he nodded, Chun Mianmian cheered and ran inside, starting to gather useful and valuable items. Because they needed to hide in a cave, supplies were specially provided. Chun Mianmian let the dog sniff around and found a hidden tunnel where food was stored. When she saw the shelves full of canned meat, compressed biscuits, dried meat, malt extract, fruit cans, and stacks of foreign cigarettes. Not only Chun Mianmian, but even the 3 people who came with her were stunned by so many good things. Don't be shy, hurry up and take some. Chun Mianmian was the first to rush over. She found a box on the ground and started packing the items she liked into it.
Ha!
Isn't that inappropriate? Those are trophies, right? Shouldn't they be handed over? Wang Xingli looked at the many cans and subconsciously swallowed, but he didn't dare to take anything casually because they had rules and discipline. Su Baiyan and Qian Wang also didn't move. In their minds, these items were to be handed over later. I really want to fight with you guys who are so straightforward. If I hadn't found these things, where would you turn them in? If those 3 useless guys ate everything, what would you turn in? There are so many here. If you take some and leave the rest to turn in, who can say anything? Chun Mianmian discovered this. She took the items without any pressure, even grabbing a few cigarettes. These could be quite impressive as gifts. And those canned meats, later, she could give some to the dogs to eat. Wang Xingli listened to Chun Mianmian and thought it made sense. As long as the 4 of them didn't say anything, no one would know how much was here. Maybe we should take some? Mainly because those canned meats are hard to buy with money. During festivals, bringing a few boxes as gifts to relatives is quite impressive. He was about to visit his partner's family soon, and bringing this along would earn him some respect. Captain, maybe we should take some. It would be good for auntie and little sister to have some to recover. Qian Wang also felt tempted, but didn't dare to act because of Su Baiyan. In the past, Su Baiyan never thought about doing something like this, but this time, seeing Chun Mianmian act so naturally, he shamefully felt a little tempted. I am going to the military district to get a divorce. Chun Mianmian, who was busy collecting supplies, overheard their conversation and suddenly opened a can of meat. The strong smell quickly filled the dark corridor, making all 4 people swallow nervously. Come on, everyone gets a share. You guys are too stiff and not flexible enough. If it weren't for my dog, we wouldn't have found this place. In other words, this place belongs to me, right? I invited my friends to eat, and I gave them gifts when I left. Nothing wrong with that, right? Everyone agreed, completely confusing the 3 men. Su Baiyan was the first to realize something was off. He wanted to speak, but before he could, his mouth was stuffed with a whole piece of canned meat. The salty, fragrant taste filled his mouth. The chewy meat made him instinctively chew, and he swallowed the words he was about to say.
Eat, eat, eat.
If something happens, I'll take the blame. I don't believe it. I helped catch the spies, and your team can't even spare me a can of meat? Besides Su Baiyan, Chun Mianmian also pushed cans into Wang Xingli and Qian Wang's hands. They were already opened, and they had no choice but to eat. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sounds of eating, especially Chun Mianmian, who ate very happily and devoutly. Family members who understands. After crossing over, this was her first time eating meat so freely. Although the 1960s were tough and resources scarce, the food was real and hearty. The meat pieces were plentiful, not salty, and didn't taste heavily of additives. It was really delicious. Chun Mianmian ate 2 cans of meat, then satisfied, let out a big burp. Su Baiyan and the others each ate 3 cans. They looked at the empty cans on the ground, paused silently, then each took a box to pack their favorite items. Wang Xingli took some cans of meat, cigarettes, and 2 cans of malted milk. Su Bian took 4 cans of meat and 1 can of malted milk. Qian Wang took 10 cans of meat and 2 fruit cans, then stopped. Chun Mianmian clicked her tongue and didn't bother anymore. People from this era were obedient, but she was different. She was shameless. These were her discoveries. Plus, she had made a contribution. Even if she took everything, it wouldn't be wrong. Thinking this way, she felt more justified in her actions. After Qin Mianmian was satisfied with her haul, she found she had packed 6 large boxes. Cough, cough. I don't think I took that much, mainly because she has too many good things and can't bear to part with any of them. At this moment, she can only envy those female leads who have space, just a snap of their fingers, and they can store everything. Su Bian sighed helplessly and went ahead to find some rope to tie up the boxes. Afterward, he attached them to the dogs so they could pull them away. Wow, you're really amazing. I didn't think of that, Chen Mianmian praised as she watched Su Bian's organized actions. No wonder you became the team leader. Your mind is so clever. Chen Mianmian and the animals had spent a lot of time together and they liked straightforward praise, so she developed a habit of complimenting. Her generous praise made Su Bian pause. Growing up, he was often suppressed. His mother's difficult life meant he couldn't cause trouble either. After joining the army, men learn to hide their tears when bleeding. No matter how tough the task, even when receiving medals, they are told to keep going. Such honest praise felt like the first time he heard it. Chun Mianmian didn't realize that her words made Su Bian, known for a serious and tough demeanor, blush. After leaving the secret room, she ran to the 3 people like Big and started rummaging through their pockets. What are you doing? Wang Xinli saw Chen Mianmian reaching into the 3 men's clothes as soon as she appeared. He thought that spending half a day with her had been more exciting than a month. I'm scavenging my loot. They are my dog's prisoners and everything on them belongs to me. While speaking, Chen Mianmian found 2 pens, 2 lighters, a stack of bills, and 480 yuan on the 3 men. After counting the money, she looked at their resentful eyes and felt her blood boil again. She slapped them hard.
How dare you glare at me?
If you do it again, I'll pluck your eyes out. The little money in their pockets wasn't enough for her to even fill her teeth. Your country isn't doing well either, stingy and searching everywhere. If it were me, I'd give you a few thousand yuan for expenses. Listening to Chen Mianmian's ruthless mockery, the 3 men twitched their mouths. It was obvious she thought they had stolen too little. After scolding them, she happily took out 300 yuan, giving 100 to each. Su Bian still didn't want it, but was glared at by her. You only took it because you are all in the same boat with me. If you don't take it, I'll let the dog bite those 3 little days to death. The 3 little days were beaten almost to death. In the end, I couldn't refuse anymore, so Su Bian finally accepted it. He thought that if the army asked about it later, he would just hand it over. Qian Wang looked at the 10 big bundles of money in his hand, and his face was about to smile. This was the smoothest and happiest official trip he had ever had. He really wanted to go on missions with Chen Mianmian forever. He didn't expect that this wish would come true soon. With the help of the dogs, Chen Mianmian's big boxes were quickly pulled down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was time to say goodbye. Wang Xinli hugged a pile of loot and 100 yuan, dreaming happily. He finally invited Chen Mianmian to visit the police dog team before leaving. Su Bian and Qian Wang needed to these 3 spies back to the military district, so they had to leave quickly. Are you going to the northern military district? Chuansong City? Can I go with you? I just need to get a medal, so you won't have to pay postage. With them 2 accompanying her, Chen Mianmian thought the journey would be safer. In this era, trains are all old green trains. She asked around, and it would take 3 days to get to Chuansong City by train, and there are no sleeper cars available. She was afraid she'd get so anxious she'd jump off the train, so it was better to have someone watch over her. Su Bian didn't think she was just going to get a medal, but Qian Wang was very welcoming. Captain, this female colleague is capable. If she comes with us, she can help out. Besides, if we take her into the army, she'll be looked up to, and we won't be ignored. Listening to Qian Wang, Su Bian suppressed a faint joy in his heart and finally nodded. You need an introduction letter to go to the military district. I have one. It's already prepared. Chen Mianmian took out the letter from her pocket. When I get the medal, I'll go there to find someone to cancel the engagement. When they heard that Chen Mianmian had a fiancé, Su Baiyan and Qian Wang were surprised. Then they realized it was about canceling the engagement. Both looked confused. Such a good girl. Who could be so blind as to let her go? Why are you canceling the engagement? Qian Wang, being straightforward, asked what was on his mind. Chen Mianmian didn't hide anything and simply told Feng Yue that she liked his daughter and wanted to cause trouble for her. The two of them listened to how many people were trying to ruin such a good girl for Feng Yue's future, and they clenched their fists in anger. Su Baiyan thought about how the scene he saw on the mountain was actually caused by this. His heart filled with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. He's about to marry the leader's daughter. Can you go alone and cause trouble? Qian Wang wasn't stupid. A young girl going to the city to cancel her engagement, especially since she had connected with a leader, was like an ant trying to shake a big tree. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian gave a cold smile, her eyes like they had been poisoned. I'm not afraid of those who are better off. As long as I find Feng Yue's workplace, it won't be about whether I can do it, but how big I want to make a fuss. Feng Yue wanted to ruin her for his own sake, so she wanted him to never turn his life around. Chen Mianmian never hid her ambitions. Now, in front of the two of them, she showed her fierce side. Su Baiyan was stunned by her aura. Instead of feeling scared, he admired her very much. Seeing how strong and brave Chen Mianmian was, his heart even started pounding wildly. A faint feeling of happiness spread through him, and he didn't know why, but he felt better. Since you have an introduction letter, give it to me. We'll buy the tickets. The train leaves at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Su Baiyan agreed quickly, which saved Chen Mianmian a lot of words. From their previous interactions, she thought Su Baiyan was cautious and wouldn't agree so easily. She even considered trading benefits to get his agreement. Okay, no problem. I just need to finish watching those people parade tomorrow, and then leave. Since she had this chance, Chen Mianmian planned to go first and deal with Feng Yue. The villagers could wait until she was settled to be taken care of. She was eager to see Feng Yue being driven out, her parents in prison, and her broken home. What expressions they would have. The three of them agreed to meet at the train station at 3:30 p.m. the next day. Chen Mianmian took her dogs and left. The 6 large boxes were too heavy. On the way back to the village, she specially paid an extra penny to have a bullock cart stop at her house. After that, she quickly went into the kitchen, took out most of a meat can and mashed it all up, adding it to the cooked corn porridge. Soon, the smell of meat filled the air. Anyone passing by couldn't help but salivate. Everyone wondered what she was cooking, as it smelled so good. When the food was ready, Chen Mianmian called all the cats and dogs that had helped her recently, including those who worked on the mountain today. More than 30 animals in total. Thank you all for your help these days. I'm going far away now and won't be back for a while. Please take good care of yourselves. Help the village catch thieves and mice, and the villagers will treat you well. Chen Mianmian let them eat freely and gently petted each furry friend's head. Feeling their reluctance to part and their dependence on her, Chen Mianmian felt very happy. She still enjoyed working with animals. After they finished eating, Chen Mianmian packed some canned food, cigarettes, malted milk, and carried a bag of grain to Captain Qian's house. Captain Qian saw Chen Mianmian coming and thought she wanted him to help with something bad, so he was a bit nervous. But she only asked him to watch over the village's cats and dogs. I brought these grains. You can cook them into thin porridge and feed them. It should last a while. Tomorrow I'll go to Chuansong City, and I won't be back for a while. I'm leaving them in your care. I believe that when I return, you'll be the new village chief, right? Chen Mianmian smiled warmly at Captain Qian. She heard from the dogs that he went to town today, probably to report the village chief. The village chief was completely caught. When he took out those grains, it was certain he would lose the election. It's all thanks to you. Don't worry, I won't let these furry friends go hungry. And the Chen family. Are they just going to be let off like that? Old Chen, involved in shady dealings, was caught. The Chen family was now in trouble, But Captain Qian knew Chen Mianmian wouldn't give up. How could I let them go? Tomorrow I'll give them a big gift. I believe they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. She was leaving tomorrow and still had many things to do. Before leaving, she left 2 cans of meat and 2 packs of imported cigarettes. Captain Qian was so scared he didn't dare accept them, such valuable items he might not even see during the new year. Especially those imported cigarettes. Maybe even the county mayor wouldn't get to smoke them.
Take them.
Here's an address. Keep me updated on any news from the Chen family's side, whether by telegram or a registered letter. After speaking, Chen Mianmian left money for Captain Qian with Su Baiyan's military address and also gave him 10 more yuan. Captain Qian looked at the items in his hands, then at the lively Chen Mianmian and sighed. This girl is clearly not ordinary. Big brother Chen was really blind to treat her so badly. The Chen family will regret this someday. Sweetheart, hurry. Today we're having a real meal. I put the canned meat into the boiled cabbage. So tasty. Captain Qian turned back into his room, happily planning to enjoy a big meal. After Chen Mianmian left, she went to visit families she had helped before. She gave each family a can of food, and for those who treated her better, she added a little more malted milk. She used other people's things to show her gratitude. The villagers had never seen such generous gifts. They were surprised and tried to push the gifts back, telling Chen Mianmian to keep them for herself to improve her health. But Chen Mianmian insisted on giving the gifts to them. In her memories of her original life, she wanted to marry and, once she had money, to repay these villagers. Her little wish was gone, but Chen Mianmian would help her fulfill it. She also told them about Ge Chunhua and the Fangs planning to parade through the town tomorrow. If they had free time, they could go see the fun. After delivering gifts to the last family, they looked at Chen Mianmian's thin, tired figure leaving and sighed with some helplessness. What a good girl. The Chen family just treats her like dirt. They'll regret it someday. Such a delicate child. Her hands are as thin as chicken claws. They sighed and carefully stored the gifts Chen Mianmian had given, planning to enjoy them during the festival. Chen Mianmian kept the kindness of giving in her heart. Later, whenever they saw members of the Chen or Fong families, they would look down on them with disdain. Once her act of kindness was done, Chen Mianmian began her revenge. She took out all the sprouted potatoes from the cellar, focusing on the sprouted parts, mashed them, and steamed a batch of steamed buns. Not only that, she also used the remaining juice to coat the dishes and pots. Anyone who used these to cook rice or food would be kept healthy and strong, avoiding dehydration. By midnight, Chen Mianmian carried the dry food to the homes of Chen Lisher and her original relatives. She hung them on their doors one by one. Recently, during spring plowing, everyone was exhausted. In previous years, the Chen family took turns cooking for everyone. Each family cooked for a day, so others could sleep longer and recover. Previously, this work was all on Chen Mianmian, but since she crossed over and looked like someone not to be messed with, no one dared to show up anymore. Chen Mianmian hung the steamed bread on the door. Tomorrow morning, they would think it was delivered from the place they agreed on. As for the family responsible for cooking, they thought others were helping out diligently for a day, but no one expected this to be Chen Mianmian's loving gift. With the morning fog, the village gradually woke up. After the street parade Chen Mianmian promoted yesterday, everyone was getting ready to go see the fun. Chen Qianqian looked very upset, her face dark as if she could drip water. Since Ge Chunhua's incident, her life has become harder each day. If her biological mother was also paraded through the streets, she wouldn't have the courage to stay in this village anymore. It's all because of that hateful Chen Mianmian. If she had just obediently been mistreated by Zhao or Lu, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't have suffered so much. The parade is at noon. We'll finish our morning work and go see the fun. We can come back in the afternoon without losing work points. I heard Chen Laozhen is also going to be paraded. He's so old, it's really embarrassing. The villagers who benefited from Chen Mianmian yesterday knew that the Chen family didn't treat her well. They deliberately found ways to humiliate Chen Laozhen. The Chen family members passing by looked grim but couldn't say anything. They hurriedly carried their hoes and went to the fields, thinking they might also go to town at noon. If they really got paraded, they could see if their father was being treated unfairly. Gurgle. The Chen family member, clutching his aching stomach, frowned. He didn't know what was wrong today, but his stomach felt uncomfortable. Chen Mianmian didn't know about the village's affairs. She had already destroyed everything that could be destroyed at home. Except for the bedding she took, she threw everything else into the stove pit and burned it. The pots, bowls, and utensils were all broken. She didn't even leave Chen Qianqian any food. By the time Chen Mianmian stopped, it looked peaceful outside, but inside the house, it was like a locust invasion. While everyone was working, she took a cart and paid 2 yuan to rent it for the whole day. She packed 2 big bags of things onto the cart and took her household registration book to Chen Dayong's place, where he was digging a canal. "Grandpa, wait for me here. I'll bring some food for my dad and come back." Chen Mianmian has a sweet tongue and gives the old man pulling the ox cart 2 pieces of walnut cake as a snack. The old man happily tells her to go ahead and watch over her things. Spending a day just pulling the ox cart, earning 2 yuan, makes her very happy. Chen Mianmian carries a small bundle with her. Inside are some homemade steamed buns. The Chen family shares everything equally, and she can't forget about Chen Dayong. Run fast, run fast. The rocks ahead might fall. Suddenly, a dog runs over to warn Chen Mianmian. She quickly walks toward the riverbank and sees that the sand and gravel on the are almost dug through, with only a broken wooden board underneath. It looks like it might collapse. Usually, when repairing a riverbank, the sand and gravel are dug from designated places. Why would someone dig here? Isn't this a place for animals to rest and urinate? While Chen Mianmian is thinking about warning someone if they come, she sees Chen Dayong sneaking over with a shoulder pole. Looking around to see no one, he starts digging at the broken part of the. A flash of sarcasm crosses Chen Mianmian's eyes. So, he's just lazily digging here on purpose. Well, no problem. She even finds a good spot with a clear view to sit down and watch him make a mess. In her memory, Chen Dayong was very irritable and impatient with the original owner. When the original owner was bullied at her grandmother's house, she timidly waited for Chen Dayong to come and complain. But he only coldly said, "Why do they only hit you and not others?" Later, with a stepmother and stepsister, the original owner was still bullied. She gathered her courage again and told Chen Dayong about the bullying, but he only scolded her. "Why are you so sensitive? It's good enough that you can stay here. If you don't want to stay, just leave." He said this in front of Ge Chunhua. After that, the original owner never had a good day. Chen Dayong watched Ge Chunhua and Chen Qianqian bully the original owner, but just looked on coldly. Sometimes, when he looked at her, there was hatred in his eyes. He was angry at the original owner because her biological mother ran away. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted Chen Mianmian's thoughts. Hearing Chen Dayong's weak cry for help, she knew that the troublemaker had finally been caught and trapped. "Help!
Help me!"
Chen Mianmian ran over happily, as if her father had just died. Seeing Chen Dayong trapped under the fallen rocks, unable to move, she immediately burst into a smile. "Oh dear, my dear father, why are you about to die?"
Ha!
"Which angel sister gave me this breath of air?" Chen Dayong heard the voice and struggled to lift his head. He saw his daughter bouncing over happily and smiled. "Mianmian, you're just in time. Go call someone. Dad is trapped." Chen Dayong was lazy and didn't dig in the designated spot. He had to hide from others. If he didn't call for help, no one would notice if he died here. "Okay, I can help you call someone, but you have to sign this first." Chen Mianmian cheerfully took out a piece of paper from her pocket. Seeing Chen Dayong's suspicious look, she softly said 3 words. "A separation letter. Sign this, and I will go find someone." "Are you crazy? I'm your real father. You want to cut ties with me?" Chen Dayong was shocked, eyes wide, pointing at Chen Mianmian and shouting angrily, "You little brat, I raised you, and now you want to cut ties? You're just like your flirtatious mother. If I knew this, I should have just let you fall." Seeing Chen Dayong's reckless insults, Chen Mianmian sneered inwardly. She stepped on his head. "Chen Dayong, since I'm in a good mood, stop whining. Sign the separation letter now. If not, I can just cancel your account and leave. Chun Mian, how dare you hit your own father? You won't have a good life. Chun Daong couldn't move because of her foot on his head. He was furious, thinking she wouldn't really leave. But the next second, she moved her foot away and left without looking back. Only then did he truly believe Chun Mian would watch him die. He panicked. He didn't want to die, he was still young. Come back. I'll sign. I'll sign. Chun Daong humiliated himself and called Chun Mian back. He swore that once he recovered, he would break her leg. Chun Mian heard this and turned around, laying the separation letter in front of him. The words were simple. From now on, she and Chun Daong and the Chun family had no relationship. They would never contact each other again. Chun Daong listened to her reading and was so angry that his veins bulged. But now his life was in this little brat's hands. No pen. How can I sign? Listening to his request, Chun Mian impatiently snorted and looked around for a small twig to press into Chun Daong's hand. As for the lack of ink, Chun Mian reached out and pressed firmly on the cut on Chun Daong's arm, watching the fresh blood flow out and feeling very satisfied. All right, sign it. Chun Daong was in so much pain, he almost fainted. He wanted to curse loudly, but was afraid Chun Mian would leave him to die, so he could only grit his teeth and shakily use the twig dipped in his blood to write his name. After signing, Chun Mian asked him to press his bloodied fingerprint, then blew dry the bloodstain. This way, the household registration book could be separated. Chun Daong was overwhelmed with pain, feeling like his mind was about to break. Losing too much blood made him cold and his vision blurry. But seeing Chun Mian looking relieved, he couldn't help but ask his lingering doubts. Chun Mian, I haven't treated you badly all these years. Why do you hate me so much? When she heard this, Chun Mian burst out laughing, her laughter sharp and full of mockery. How can I not hate you? You left me at my grandmother's for 8 years, I was bullied and beaten, and you turned a blind eye. When I finally returned home, I thought I could at least have a better life in my own house, but Ge Chunhua and Qin Xianqian also bullied me, and you still chose to ignore it. Chun Daong, don't think that just letting me live is a favor. I don't care about your few seconds of happiness. You should be grateful that the rule of law saved you, or I swear I'd be the first to kill you, you idiot. Chun Daong listened to Chun Mian's words and was stunned. He looked up and saw the hatred and contempt on her face clearly. He felt confused. He knew she hadn't had a good life at her grandmother's, and he knew Ge Chunhua and Qin Xianqian made her do chores. But he had at least given her a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Why did she hate him so much? Chun Mian looked at Chun Daong, who still didn't realize his mistakes, and sneered. Even if he didn't realize it, that was okay. She would settle these accounts with him eventually. Seeing that Chun Daong was about to collapse, Chun Mian turned to find someone. Everyone heard that Chun Daong was trapped under the gravel, and they quickly sent people to dig him out. By then, he had already fainted, and from the waist down, his body was covered in blood and flesh, especially her legs, with broken bones exposed outside the flesh. If they could be reattached, it would be a miracle. Meanwhile, Chun Daong was quickly taken to the hospital, and Chun Mian placed a steamed bun on him. This is a bun I made. When my dad wakes up, he can eat it to fill his stomach. Everyone heard that Chun Mian was Chun Daong's daughter and asked if she wanted to go to the hospital. Chun Mian simply pinched her thigh, tears falling down her face. Please, uncles and elders, help take my dad to the hospital. I need to find the person in charge to get some answers. My dad is badly hurt. I don't know how much it will cost to treat him. Boo-hoo, I need to ask. If there's no compensation, I might hang myself here. Seeing how weak and thin Chun Mian was, everyone felt sorry for her. It seemed Chun Daong was probably beyond help. Whether he could be cured or not was another matter. If he became disabled and bedridden, life would be very hard for him. So, everyone kindly pointed her in the right direction and hurriedly took Chun Daong to the hospital, still carrying the bun with extra ingredients. After they left, Chun Mian rolled on the ground a couple of times, messing up her hair. She knew she'd need to ask for money later, and being too neat wouldn't be convenient. Following the directions others gave, she found a man in a uniform inspecting the area. She ran up and started crying. "Leader, please help my dad. He was fixing the water channel and almost got crushed into a pulp. Our family is very poor, and I wish I could split a penny into 8 pieces. My dad is badly hurt. If he becomes disabled, how will we live? Please, I beg you." Her crying attracted many people. Someone who knew the situation regretfully explained how Chindaeong was injured, and everyone couldn't help but feel pity for the poor girl. Su Dafa was sent by the county to supervise the work. He had been thinking that this project would be finished soon, quickly and well, and he would surely be rewarded. He was dreaming of a promotion and wealth when suddenly an accident happened. Seeing Chun Mianmian about to faint from crying, he also felt like crying. Oh no, his career was at risk. "Comrade, don't worry. If you have any difficulties, talk to the organization. We will do our best to help you." No matter what, Su Dafa was now trying to calm Chun Mianmian down. He absolutely couldn't let this matter be discovered by higher authorities. "Boo-hoo, our family is so poor and my dad is badly hurt. How can he be treated? Leader, you must help me. If not, my father is in such a bad state that I, a young girl, can't take care of him. Maybe we should just die together." After saying this, Chun Mianmian was about to untie her belt and hang herself from the crooked neck tree, her movements very practiced. Seeing Chun Mianmian looking so hopeless, Su Dafa quickly grabbed her, begging her not to do anything rash. "One person being hurt is enough. If another life is lost, I might never get ahead in life. Comrade, let's talk nicely. Don't get so upset, please." Hearing Su Dafa's words, Chun Mianmian had already put her neck into her belt and was crying out about how tragic her life was. "I was born, and my biological mother died. My stepmother beat me, then my grandmother did too. I finally grew up and wanted a good life, but now my father is like this. Oh heavens, please open your eyes and look at this little girl." Boo-hoo. Chun Mianmian's sobs were heartbreaking, making everyone around feel sad. Seeing Su Dafa's eyes turn unfriendly, it was clear that he was pushing everyone hard to finish the work on time, squeezing us until we were exhausted. Otherwise, no one would have dug nearby to avoid trouble. With so much resentment in his eyes, Su Dafa broke out in cold sweat. "Boo-hoo, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Maybe I should go to the county government and hang myself. Surely the leaders there can help solve the problem." Seeing how guilty Su Dafa looked, Chun Mianmian knew she had hit a nerve. Sure enough, when she mentioned going to the county government, Su Dafa no longer hesitated. He clenched his teeth, took out 200 yuan and some grain and cloth tickets from his pocket. "Comrade, take this money to treat your father's illness. No matter what, I take responsibility for this. Don't worry, I will help your father get better. If it's not enough, Uncle will give you more." As he handed over the money, Su Dafa felt heartbroken. This was money he had just received as a gift from others, and he hadn't even spent it yet. Now he was giving it away like this. Chun Mianmian looked at the neat bundle of money and the receipts. Her emotions finally calmed down. She sniffled, trembling as she took the money, tears falling down her face. "My dear father, now you can get treatment." Boo-hoo. Holding the money, Chun Mianmian bowed to everyone around her, thanking them for their help. "Oh, we didn't do much. You should go to the hospital and take care of your father. Such a poor girl. You're so good." Everyone kindly urged her to leave quickly. After Chun Mianmian sniffled and thanked them again, she hurriedly left. Only the gossiping crowd and the painful-looking Su Dafa remained. As Chun Mianmian walked, she wiped her tears. When she was somewhere nobody could see, she showed a mocking smile and took out 200 yuan to kiss. The pain caused by Chin Dajuan over the years was so great that even losing both legs would be a small thing. She considered this 200 yuan as compensation for her emotional suffering. She hoped Chin Dajuan would live until she returned to the village, then she could settle the other debts slowly. After putting the money away, Chun Mianmian tidied herself up a little and then returned to the ox cart. The old man driving the cart saw her with red eyes and asked if she had been bullied. "No, I just feel sorry for my father working so hard." I wish I could help him. Chun Mian pretended to be obedient and filial, making the old man touched and give her a thumbs up. You're such a filial girl, a kind-hearted child. Hearing the old man praise her while driving, Chun Mian felt a bit shy. She lowered her head and happily ate half a pound of walnut cookies to vent her feelings of missing her father. The ox cart slowly entered the town. Seeing that there was still some time before the street parade, Chun Mian stored her 2 big bags of belongings at the Public Security Bureau with Sun Chung, then went to a state-run restaurant to eat a bowl of beef noodles. After crying so much and earning 200 yuan, Chun Mian ate quickly and greedily. Before leaving, she packed a box of braised pork, 2 pounds of pork and scallion dumplings, 10 oil pancakes, and 3 bottles of soda. The waiter was surprised to see her order so much, thinking, this young girl looks slim. Can she really eat all this? Of course, Chun Mian couldn't eat it all. These were the meals they would need for the next 3 days. Carrying a long string of lunch boxes, she left the restaurant and bought 20 steamed buns, thinking they would be enough for her to eat on the way. Happily holding her food, she walked back to the Public Security Bureau and saw Ge Chunhua, Sun Tsuehua, Fang Daju, and Old Chun with 5 flowers, ready to be paraded. Seeing more and more villagers gathering along the roadside to watch, including some members of the Chun family, and even Chun Qianqian secretly hiding in the crowd. Chun Mian's eyes lit up. Finally, the show was about to begin. Please don't pull anymore. I'm scared. Minor correction. Hey, look at these 3 in front. All troublemakers. TSK, such shameless people.
Exactly.
You don't know, but these 3 are no good. The villagers watched the parade and started talking about what Ge Chunhua and the others had done, especially about taking things from Chun Mian. They spoke with excitement and anger. The people in town heard this and suddenly understood. Their eyes looked at Ge Chunhua and the others with more hostility. They thought, such animals. To help Chun Shimi, they are willing to sacrifice an innocent girl. News spread very fast. The stories about Ge Chunhua and the others traveled even faster than they did. Soon, everyone knew the truth. Beat this shameless scoundrel. Such animals hurting the girl like that. Yes, beat them. The 3 old troublemakers. Ge Chunhua and the others had broken shoes hanging around their necks and pointed hats on their heads, with the words broken shoe crime written on them in calligraphy. Their tired, panicked faces looked very satisfying to see. In just a few days, they looked like they had aged 10 years. Ge Chunhua, in particular, had even grown white hair. Their expressions were blank and numb, showing they had suffered a lot of education. As they were paraded through the streets, an angry woman grabbed a stone and threw it at Ge Chunhua. Others also looked for things to throw. Soon, rotten vegetable leaves, shoe soles, grass roots, and slop were thrown at them. They were hit so hard that they bled and couldn't dodge. They could only cover their heads and run away in shame. Chun Mian followed behind and saw Chun Qianqian hiding in the crowd. Chun Qianqian looked angry and stared at Ge Chunhua tightly. It didn't seem like she was worried. Instead, she looked upset. Yes, Chun Mian was right. Chun Qianqian was blaming Ge Chunhua. Over the years, she had told her to be careful many times, but she never listened. Now, not only had her reputation been ruined, but she also had to go to jail. After Ge Chunhua finished the parade, Chun Qianqian could guess how the villagers would talk about her in the future. For a moment, she felt pain, despair, and confusion, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Chun Qianqian felt a strong push. She quickly pushed through the crowd and staggered to stand in front of Ge Chunhua. Qianqian? Ge Chunhua looked at Chun Qianqian, who suddenly appeared, and felt very touched. Are you here to see Mom? I knew you wouldn't miss visiting me. Seeing Ge Chunhua's emotional face, Chun Qianqian felt her whole body turn cold. Without turning around, she could feel all the eyes around her focusing on her. Your eyes are not good, right? I am not your daughter. Chun Qianqian instinctively covered her face and tried to leave, ignoring Ge Chunhua's stiff, hurt expression. But before she could run away, a lump of mud was thrown onto her face. Hit her. She's Ge Chunhua's daughter. When Good Chunhua was flirting with men, she was right there watching. This girl will be just like her mother, tricky and flirtatious. Chun Mian pinched her nose and shouted among the crowd, which stirred up the crowd's excitement. They initially thought she was an innocent bystander, but it turned out she was an accomplice. Hit her. She's so young but helping her mother cheat. Suddenly, Chen Qianqian became the target of everyone's anger. She tried to run into the crowd but was pushed back to Ge Chunhua, enduring their wild scolding and beating. Don't hit my daughter. If you're going to hit someone, hit me. Ge Chunhua saw Chen Qianqian's head bleeding and was reluctant to see her hurt. She protected her in her arms and accepted the harsher beating. Compared to the chaos among the three people earlier, Chen Laozhen was much safer. His crime was just speculation and profiteering, and because he was old, no one bothered him. While everyone's attention was on the three in front, Chen Laogan's sons and daughters-in-law quickly ran over when they couldn't leave. Dad, are you okay? Chen Laogan's sons hurriedly stuffed food, clothes, and blankets into his arms. Chen Laozhen looked quite worn out but was glad he wasn't beaten. He looked at his sons and daughters-in-law with grateful, teary eyes. Just as he asked about the family, he suddenly noticed that they looked very distressed. What's wrong with you? Chen Laozhen saw their faces turning pale, clutching their stomachs and crossing their legs. We don't know. Since this morning, my stomach has been hurting. I can't take it anymore. I need to find a bathroom. Chen Laogan's eldest son, Chen Dagong, clutching his stomach, tried to push through the crowd, but he had been desperately wanting to go to the bathroom since earlier. Because she was worried about her father, she insisted on waiting with her family. When they finally saw the people and delivered the items, the heavy weight in her heart eased. However, she suddenly felt a strong urge to go to the bathroom. A few people clutched their stomachs, trembling as they tried to leave. Coincidentally, a drunk man pushed his way in to see what was happening. People nearby disliked his strong alcohol smell and pushed him aside. He accidentally tripped everyone from the Chen family, as if playing bowling. Plop, plop. They fell in a way that seemed to turn on a certain region switch, and the Chen family members couldn't hold back their sudden release of waste, turning into spray warriors, constantly squirting. Ugh, so disgusting. Stay away from them. I might the lunch I ate. The onlookers quickly backed away, afraid of being splashed with the unpleasant mess. The drunk man, because he drank too much, couldn't get up. He lay on the ground, forced to listen to the loud sounds and smell the strong, foul odor, tears streaming down his face. Please, don't pull anymore. I'm scared. As the drunk man's crying grew louder, people around realized that the Chen family had come to deliver things, but they were so frightened by the scene that they lost control. Villagers, upon hearing this, covered their noses and came to watch the fun. Seeing that the family couldn't get up, they burst into laughter. Serve them right for bullying Mian Mian. This was their punishment. The parade continued until about 1 o'clock. Most villagers had left, and Chen Qianqian took the chance to slip away when it was less crowded. The Chen family members were frantic, unsure whether to cover their pants or their faces. But many people remembered that when they left, they were still rolling and crawling, accompanied by a sound like pop. From then on, no matter where they went, their habit of pulling their pants would follow them like a shadow, and they could never escape it. Chen Mianmian followed the parade to the police station, also bringing out her separation letter and going to the household registration office to set up a separate account. It wasn't supposed to be so simple. At least 10 to 15 days of approval were needed. But by chance Sun Chen was there. Seeing that Chen Mianmian wanted to set up her own household registration and had the separation letter, he took it directly to the director for approval. With a criminal record for Ge Chunhua and Chen Dayong's signature and seal, the application was quickly approved. Chen Mianmian looked at the brand new household registration book, feeling warm inside. From now on, she wouldn't be bound by the Chen family and could live the life she wanted. Before leaving, she gave Sun Cheng 2 cans of food and 2 packs of cigarettes, asking him to help mail the household registration book back to the Chen family. Then she carried her big bag and headed to the train station. Unaware of this, While she was inciting the crowd to deal with Manhwa and others, Su Bian watched her with interest. Captain, Comrade Chun is so pitiful. No wonder she's so strong. It turns out she was forced into it. Qian Wang watched Manhwa and the Fang's family protesting in the street. Thinking about what Chun Mianmian had said earlier, he felt sympathy for the poor girl. Su Bian nodded silently, recalling their first meeting and how she had stirred up the crowd just now. Her clever and lively look made him smile. This girl is truly different. But at the same time, he sighed softly. Both he and his family had been bullied, yet his mother and sister could only endure in silence, swallowing their pain. He wished Chun Mianmian could become part of his family, so she could at least protect her mother and sister. This thought flashed by quickly. When it was about time, he went to the Public Security Bureau to pick up the 3 spies. As he was leaving, he paused slightly and went to the director's office. Less than 5 minutes later, he came out again. Captain, where did you go? Qian Wang was very curious. Usually, the captain didn't like dealing with officials and found it hard to talk to them. Nothing much, just giving some suggestions to the director. Some serious cases should have harsher punishments. Those who harm others for personal gain should work more and undergo more reform. Su Bian said this, almost listing the ID numbers of Manhwa and others. Qian Wang nodded in admiration. It was true, his captain's words were wise. Just a few simple sentences and those would have a tougher time in prison. The 2 of them escorted the spies to the train station. They immediately saw Chun Mianmian on the platform. She was carrying 2 big bags, with a large net bag hanging around her neck, filled with food. Seeing them approach, she waved her hand tiredly. Which carriage are we in? We need to stand at the front to get on the train. In this era, trains are not only slow and crowded, but they also carry all kinds of strange things. Some people even carry chickens in baskets on their backs. Su Bian looked at Chun Mianmian's bright, shining eyes and pointed to the sleeping car area ahead. We need to the prisoners, so I bought a sleeper car that has exactly 6 beds. When Chun Mianmian heard she could sit in a sleeper, she became very happy. She thought about having to sit on the train for 3 days and felt she might go crazy. Now that she could lie down, she would suffer less. Since they had to the prisoners, they couldn't be careless. Chun Mianmian took her train ticket and quietly followed behind without causing trouble. Even when Su Bian wanted to help her carry a bag, she refused. She wasn't weak, she only had 2 small bags. She could manage. Yes, she could. Fortunately, Su Bian used special connections to buy 6 tickets for adjacent beds. Chun Mianmian placed her 2 big bags on the luggage rack and was so tired, she was gasping for breath. The 3 spies were placed on the same side for easy supervision. They had chains on their wrists and ankles, clearly prisoners being escorted. The train staff paid special attention to this area, and other passengers avoided it. At first, Su Bian wanted Chun Mianmian to sleep on the lower bunk, but she politely refused. Having a bed to sleep on was good enough. She couldn't delay their mission. She threw all her food onto her bed. Chun Mianmian quickly jumped up and lay down. Su Bian watched her quick movements with admiration. She was very careful and sensible, truly a smart girl. The 3 days on the train were boring but tense. Su Bian and Qian Wang had to watch the 3 spies to prevent them from sneaking away. Both of them had to stay awake at night, often opening one eye while sleeping. By the next day, they had stubble on their chins and red bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep. Meanwhile, Chun Mianmian looked much more energetic. She was sleeping soundly on her bed, and when she was hungry, she took out the food they bought and shared it with the others. You spent money buying all this food. I'll pay you back later, Su Bian said, looking at the braised pork, large pancakes, and plain bread. She felt a little embarrassed. Oh, you even bought the sleeper tickets for me. I'll treat you to some food. It's only fair, Chun Mianmian said, stuffing her mouth full like a little hamster. Su Bian knew that Chun Mianmian was just making an excuse to share with them, which made her like her a little more. After dinner, Chun Mianmian went to the bathroom and took a walk. After a while, she came back holding a medium-sized puppy. Tonight, it will guard the night for you. Subuyan? I borrowed it from the lady in the next carriage. When you sleep at night, it will help guard the lower bunk. Qianwang looked at the dog and then at Su Bian, both with disbelief in their eyes. It's helping to guard the night? That's a bit too much, isn't it? Although he knew Qin Mianmian could make the dogs obedient, letting a dog stay awake all night to guard seemed a little exaggerated. Thanks, then, we have a helper tonight. Su Bian took the dog, a small yellow terrier, who looked at him excitedly, full of energy, just like a certain girl. Chen Mianmian didn't mind Qianwang's doubtful look. She had seen a lot, and she was surprised that Su Bian believed her. This man is interesting. That night, Su Bian let the dog lie beside him. He didn't sleep either, just closed his eyes to rest, listening carefully to every sound. In the middle of the night, when everyone was sleeping soundly, the dog suddenly barked and ran to the lower bunk across the aisle, biting the intruder's wrist fiercely. Even though it was only a medium-sized dog, its teeth were still sharp. The intruder immediately saw blood and howled in pain. At this moment, Su Bian sat up, rushed over to subdue the intruder, and opened his hand to reveal a small piece of wire, probably hidden somewhere when he went to the bathroom. Trying to run, huh? You see, I'm still too gentle with you. A fierce look appeared in Su Bian's eyes as he broke the intruder's 2 arms, so he wouldn't think about running again. The other 2 intruders, seeing their accomplice's fate, were so scared they didn't dare move. At this time, the train conductor also came over. Seeing the intruders trying to escape, he specially borrowed 3 pairs of handcuffs for Su Bian to use on the train. After a while of chaos, the carriage returned to silence, only the faint sounds of the intruders whimpering in pain. Qianwang finally woke up, staring wide-eyed at the fierce dog. Wow, this dog is really useful. Little comrade Chen is so amazing. Hearing Qianwang's praise, Qin Mianmian on the upper bunk smiled slightly, covering her head with a blanket and continuing to sleep. Hi, this is just a small part of her many talents, humble and modest. When the dog was praised, its tail wagged happily. It returned quietly to Su Bian's bed, lying there silently, but its eyes kept watching the opposite side. It turns out that Chen Mianmian can really communicate with animals and even make them obey. If this skill were used against enemies, it would be a deadly advantage. It suits his taste perfectly. Whether as friends or teammates, they work surprisingly well together. Su Bian thought about Chen Mianmian's bright, black eyes, a deep light flickering in them. With the help of the dog, Su Bian and Qianwang had a good rest at night. During the day, Chen Mianmian fed the dog bread and canned food, making sure it slept well. Finally, the train arrived safely in Chuansong City. Chen Mianmian returned the dog, reluctantly watching as the little one looked back longingly. She carried 2 big bags off the train, feeling a bit dizzy as if the ground was swaying. Captain Su, we're here to pick you up. As soon as they got off the train, a dozen soldiers approached, saluted Su Bian, and began the handover. Su Bian handed over the 3 spies, along with the evidence and the radio transmitter he had collected over the days, ready to report. Comrade Chen, I need to go back to the military district. Do you want to come with me? Until Su Bian and Chen Mianmian finished talking, others finally noticed the young girl standing behind him. She looked quite distinctive, but her face was pale and too thin. She might not even be an adult yet. Captain Su, who usually kept his distance from women, was unusually gentle with the girl. The people there were surprised, their eyes darting between the two, curious and gossiping. If it doesn't delay you, I will go with you. She just received an award, and now she felt confident enough to cause some trouble. It was better to settle things early. Chen Mianmian was talking about breaking off the engagement, and Su Bian understood. Seeing her so determined to end the engagement, Su Bian felt strangely happy inside. Why is she going to the military district? The military district was not a place anyone could enter easily. Even visiting relatives required an introduction letter. She is the one who received the award in the past. Su Bian concealed the fact that Chen Mianmian wanted to cancel the engagement. Getting these 3 people is still a credit of Comrade Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bian heard a gasp. This mission was dangerous and difficult. The main problem was that these spies were very hidden and clever, making them hard to catch. Su Bian took on this tough task because higher-ups deliberately made it hard for him. Everyone thought he would be gone for several months, maybe even half a year. But unexpectedly, he finished the task in less than half a month and even brought back a pretty young girl. What has she done to deserve credit? Everyone looked at Chen Mianmian, who was small and thin, standing between two big bundles, looking like a tiny mushroom. It wasn't that they underestimated her. It was just that she didn't seem to have any special skills. When Qian Wang heard everyone talking like that, he immediately wanted to tell everyone about Chen Mianmian's achievements, but Su Bian interrupted him. Time is late. Let's go back to the military area quickly. After saying that, he helped Chen Mianmian carry one of the bundles and moved forward. Qian Wang saw this, and also carried the other bundle for Chen Mianmian to keep up with the group. Chen Mianmian, with her hands free, happily jogged to catch up. Watching Su Bian and the others walk quickly with their long legs, she felt a bit jealous. She thought, next time she makes roller skates, she'll see who can run faster. Just as she was thinking this, Su Bian suddenly stopped ahead, turned around, and told Chen Mianmian to walk in front. The remaining 10 or so people would match her pace. Although Chen Mianmian wasn't very sensitive, Su Bian's actions made her feel much better. This man had good judgment and was quite nice. Fortunately, the military area sent a vehicle to pick them up. The ride was smooth all the way to the military area. After getting off, Chen Mianmian wanted to go straight inside. Wait here for a moment. I'll report to the leader. When we're allowed in, I'll call the guard post. Su Bian asked Chen Mianmian to wait a little while. As a hero, being invited into the military area was much more impressive than sneaking in quietly. Chen Mianmian knew Su Bian's thoughts and cooperated by placing the two big bundles of luggage in the guard post. Neither of them expected that inside those broken bundles, there were a bunch of small gold bars and over 3,000 yuan in cash. After Su Bian and the others went inside, Chen Mianmian sat cross-legged in the corner, soaking up the sun. The sunlight filtering through the leaves made her feel sleepy. Suddenly, a few barks of dogs caught her attention. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up and walked toward the sound. When she saw several handsome farm dogs, she smiled widely. Oh, look, her friends had arrived. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian was learning all kinds of gossip about the military district from the dogs. At the same time, Su Bian was already carrying documents to the commander's office. Su Bian stopped at the open door, knocked, and saluted. Inside was a man with a cold face and graying hair. He was reading some files. When he saw Su Bian, he put down his reading glasses and waved him in. Report, Commander. These are the radios and documents I seized. They include a list of officials corrupted by poisonous snakes, as well as online and offline contacts. The poisonous snake was shot dead after refusing to surrender. The remaining 3 have been captured and are being taken to the military district. Su Bian's confident and clear report made Song Chulu feel pleased. This young man was only 24 but had been in the army since he was 14. He had gone through many dangers and risked his life to become a regimental commander. If it weren't for his reckless father meddling, Su Bian's application for promotion would have already been submitted. Even this difficult mission was arranged by his father. Surprisingly, Su Bian completed it so well. You did a good job this time. I'll recommend you for a reward later. You won't be promoted to Deputy Brigade Commander, but a second-class merit is possible. When Su Bian heard about the reward, he quickly stood straight and explained about Chen Mianmian. If it weren't for Comrade Chen's help, I couldn't have finished so quickly. I hope the commander can give her a reward too. Song Chulu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had always thought Su Bian was proud and aloof. When he heard him speak so confidently about a person, he knew it must be true.
All right.
If this kid is good, a third-class merit is also fine. Thank you, sir. Chen Mianmian is a woman. She's waiting at the military district gate now. You can call the guard post to let her in. When Song Chulu heard that the person helping Su Bian was a woman, especially one catching a spy, he became interested. He ordered someone to bring her in. The guard post received the call and then looked for Chen Mianmian. They saw her sitting with the dogs, nodding and talking animatedly. A very pretty girl, but she just seems a bit unwell. Why let her go in like that? She might suddenly lose her temper and bite someone. Comrade Chen Mianmian, you can go in now. Commander Su is waiting for you up front. The guard shook off his messy thoughts and called Chen Mianmian over, who was chatting with the dogs. Big sister has some work to do. I'll come back and play with you later. Chen Mianmian patted each dog's head and then stood up to walk toward the soldier. As she was about to enter the military zone gate, she suddenly turned her head and looked back. Later, when you go back to your dorm, check your bedding. There might be some bad stuff inside. After saying that, Chen Mianmian entered the military zone. Commander Su Baiyan had already driven over to pick her up, but the soldier was left standing there, unsure whether to believe it. Before the young soldier could react, Chen Mianmian had already run through the gate, waving to Commander Su Baiyan in the car. Passing soldiers saw Chen Mianmian being picked up by Commander Su and wondered who she was, especially since she arrived in a car. Later, you'll meet the commander. Don't be scared by his serious look and loud voice, he's very kind. On the way, Su Baiyan was worried Chen Mianmian might feel uncomfortable, so he tried to start a conversation. But she just looked out the window at the old-fashioned military buildings, not showing any signs of fear. In her past life, she had worked with the military many times. Such situations were very normal. Don't worry, I won't be nervous. Chen Mianmian smiled at Su Baiyan, her eyes shining brightly, making it hard to look away. Su Baiyan was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked forward, avoiding her gaze. He couldn't help but think, her eyes are really beautiful. He took Chen Mianmian to the commander's office. Inside, several people were already seated. From their shoulder insignia with 2 bars and 4 stars, they seemed to be major generals, probably division or brigade commanders. There were also a few without shoulder insignia, but their presence was commanding, though they didn't look like typical soldiers. Reporting to the commander, Comrade Chen Mianmian has arrived. After the formal report, Su Baiyan led Chen Mianmian inside. Everyone in the room was observing this girl, who looked delicate and a bit plain. Seeing Chen Mianmian's confusion, Su Baiyan quietly explained to her. Recently, the militia has been developing well. People from various industries are always ready to join. Although they don't have official military ranks, they are still quite capable in combat. The few people without ranks are the division and regiment leaders in the militia. They came to ask for training grounds from the military district. Chen Mianmian nodded to Su Baiyan to thank him. It's easier to deal with familiar people. Hello, Commander. I am Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian looked at Song Qiuli, who was sitting there. She appeared to be in her 60s, with a strong presence and a fierce aura. She had a scar from the corner of her left eye to her nose, winding and prominent, which looked intimidating. It seems her rank was earned through battlefield experience. Commander Su told me that your contribution to this mission was significant. He insisted I reward you. What would you like? Song Qiuli also looked at Chen Mianmian. Since she came in, she wasn't scared by her appearance and behaved confidently. Especially her eyes, bright and calm, making people feel close to her. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't need fancy titles. Just some practical rewards are enough. After speaking, Chen Mianmian rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, mimicking the gesture of counting money. Her lively eyebrows made Song Qiuli smile. This girl really isn't shy. She's adventurous. All right, since you said that, I won't forget those who have made contributions. I'll give you 500 yuan a bicycle. Does that sound good? 500 yuan, an ordinary worker might not earn that in a year. And bicycles now cost about 160 yuan each, plus industrial tickets. So, the total reward is nearly 1,000 yuan. The big organization is indeed generous. Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up like money, and she nodded happily. Her greedy look made Su Baiyan nearby smile quietly. Yes, that's great. Actually, you don't need to give me so much. As a member of the country, I have a duty to help catch those pests. But I mainly love to see justice done. I will work harder and try to catch more next time. Chun Mian was enthusiastically expressing her determination when she was suddenly interrupted by the oldest man among the militia representatives behind her. She frowned and turned around. She hated being interrupted when defending her benefactor. She wanted to see who was talking nonsense. A man in his 50s with dark skin, triangular eyes, and big yellow teeth looked at Chun Mian with disapproval. "Commander Song, she's just a girl. Why did you give her so much money? Last time, our militia found 2 spies, and the bonus you promised still hasn't been paid. Besides, all of this is just Su Baiyan's side of the story. Do you really believe it? What if they are working together to deceive you? I don't believe a small girl like her can help catch people." This time, Shui Yongsheng came to fight for more benefits for the militia, especially because he disliked Su Baiyan's serious and proud attitude. A little girl, how dare she ask for so many good things? They don't have these things, and they can't just give them to others for nothing. Su Baiyan was used to being questioned and didn't want to defend herself, but she also didn't want Chun Mian to be falsely accused along with her. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow suddenly rushed out and spat directly in Shui Yongsheng's face. "Calling me a little girl, and you, where did you get that silly potato? Even great people said women can hold up half the sky. Do you look down on me? Do you look down on great people?" Chun Mian noticed Song Qiuli's gaze while Shui Yongsheng was talking, disdain mixed with disgust. It was clear she also looked down on this silly potato. On one side, there was her benefactor giving her benefits. On the other, a picky passerby. Chun Mian didn't hesitate to start criticizing. People with status had to act proper, but as a lonely girl, Chun Mian had no such worries. She only knew that if she made her benefactor happy, she could get more money next time. Thinking this, her confidence grew even more. You're talking nonsense. When did I look down on great people?" Shui Yongsheng didn't expect the cheerful girl to suddenly become so aggressive, almost like having a fit. If not handled well, he could be taken away for investigation at any moment. "That means you do look down on them. Great people said we are the masters of the country, and everyone is equal. If you look down on me, you are looking down on great people. Do you want to go to heaven?" Chun Mian's small mouth moved like a machine gun, firing rapid words that left Shui Yongsheng no chance to speak. Shui Yongsheng was the deputy factory director of the steel plant and the commander of the Sichuan Song City militia. Wherever he went, he was admired and followed. No one had dared to talk to him like this in a long time. His face turned as red as pig liver. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped the coffee table and was about to stand up, but Chun Mian stepped directly onto the table and pushed him back down. "You're so rude. The commander is talking to me and you, an unorganized militia, are making a fuss here. Are you trying to show off your mouth? I think you not only look down on great people, but also disrespect the commander. Are you trying to gather your people to fight alone and become emperor?" Chun Mian's words hit Shui Yongsheng like a big hat on his head. If things got worse, he would really be in trouble. "Su Baiyan, where did you find this crazy woman? She's talking nonsense and even dared to insult me. I'll deal with her." Shui Yongsheng blamed everything on Su Baiyan. He grabbed an ashtray from the coffee table and threw it, then pulled out his gun to scare Chun Mian. He didn't believe that a young girl, seeing a gun, wouldn't kneel and beg for mercy. Seeing the situation was bad, Su Baiyan didn't even dodge the ashtray, ignoring the injury to his forehead. He rushed to Chun Mian's side and protected her. In the next second, a dark gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. "Shui Yongsheng, put down your gun." Song Qilu watched as Chun Mian single-handedly scolded Shui Yongsheng into submission and was happily enjoying the show. But this dared to point a gun at Su Baiyan's head. He really thought that after all these years of self-cultivation, he wouldn't kill anyone. "Shui Yongsheng?" Suddenly, Chun Mian's eyes flashed with coldness. "You're the deputy director of the steel factory. Do you have a daughter named Shui Jiran?" To find trouble for Fang Yue, Chun Mian specifically asked Sun Chung to find out about his mistress. Fang's parents tried to get a reduced sentence and told everything they knew. Fang Yue sought high connections and called her Shui Jiran, but her father was clearly Shui Yongsheng. "Yes, how do you know?" Shui Yongsheng instinctively answered. In the next second, he saw a small figure open the office window, stand on the windowsill, and shout downstairs. Someone help. Militia Commander Shui Yongsheng, that is killing people. He wants to kill Commander Song and Captain Su and declare himself king. Help! Save me! At this moment, Shui Yongsheng wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Chen Mianmian's upper body was already outside the window. This was the 4th floor, and falling would be very dangerous. There are no women in the army, and hearing Chen Mianmian's strong voice attracted many people's attention. When everyone ran over, they saw Shui Yongsheng ignoring Su Baiyan's protests and going to the window to try to grab Chen Mianmian. Shui Yongsheng, you selfish and corrupt official, not only do you question the military's decisions and look down on great leaders, but you also allow your daughter to interfere as a third party. You are a parasite of society and a troublemaker among the people. Even if I die, I will expose your crimes. Seeing Shui Yongsheng reach out to grab her, Chen Mianmian jumped directly onto the protruding part of the wall outside the window. Her small body pressed against the wall, like a resilient and independent flower. Hey, little girl, you must not jump. It's very dangerous. The soldiers below saw that Chen Mianmian was hanging outside, barely able to stand, and any movement could cause her to fall. They hurriedly shouted to persuade her to come back. Some even ran out quickly to find something to catch her. In a short while, dozens of soldiers below opened a large net to catch Chen Mianmian, fearing she might fall. Meanwhile, Shui Yongsheng also came down from upstairs and stood below, confronting Chen Mianmian. If he didn't clarify things today, he might as well leave Sichuan Song City. Chen Mianmian, this is our first meeting. How dare you falsely accuse me? When have I ever used my power for personal gain? When have I ever allowed my daughter to interfere as a third party? I think you are deliberately trying to ruin my reputation. This deliberate person was undoubtedly Chen Mianmian and Su Baiyan.
When?
I will tell you right now. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly, looking at the growing crowd below. She raised her voice and accused Fang Yue and Shui Jiren of colluding, then revealed that someone had been paid to ruin her reputation. I have the marriage certificate from when Fang Yue came to propose to me, letters exchanged over 5 years, a letter of introduction for visiting relatives, and a statement from the local police. All of these prove everything. Fang Yue and I have been engaged for 5 years. Isn't that a marriage agreement? Your daughter, Shui Jiren, interfering is not just breaking up someone else's marriage, she's a third party. Or is she rushing to become a concubine? Today, I came to this military area for 2 main reasons. First, to receive the reward I deserve. Second, to go to the steel factory and break off my engagement with Fang Yue. Third, to see what the woman who is eager to become a concubine looks like. Originally, Chen Mianmian wanted to find Fang Yue, expose his false face directly, and let the dogs bite him and ruin his family line. But unexpectedly, she ran into Fang Yue's future father-in-law. That was really great. She not only wanted Fang Yue to fail at the steel factory, but also wanted to make sure Shui Yongsheng wouldn't have a good future either. Everyone present was gasping after hearing Chen Mianmian's words. Wow, what shocking news did they just hear? Someone is chasing after the daughter of Deputy Factory Director Shui for her future. Although Shui Jiren's name sounds nice, she actually looks exactly like Shui Yongsheng, even her skin color is the same. Since she was 18, Shui Yongsheng has been trying to find a suitable son-in-law for her in the army, but now she's 30 and still single. People just can't bring themselves to criticize her appearance. No one wants to wake up in the morning and see a face that looks exactly like her father-in-law. Shui Yongsheng, as the commander of the militia, often went to the army to matchmake for his daughter, hoping to marry her off to soldiers. But no one could bring themselves to say anything. Unexpectedly, someone actually had the guts to do it, even dumping his beautiful fiancée at home. Honestly, that's really impressive. Shui Yongsheng didn't expect Chen Mianmian to be Fang Yue's fiancée. He had previously said his family was clean, or he wouldn't have allowed his daughter to date him. This scoundrel is really going to ruin himself. Who knows if what you're saying is fake, just to ruin my reputation. Shui Yongsheng's eyes flashed with anger. He decided to shift the blame. Just a few words from you and you call my daughter a third party? Do you think I, Shui Yongsheng, am easy to bully? After saying that, he was about to call someone to bring Fang Yue over for confrontation. Chun Mianmian could see through Shui Yongsheng's plan. He sent someone to find Fang Yue, and this short journey was enough for them to collude and give false testimony. Later, they could shift all the blame onto her. How could she let that happen? I have reason to suspect that you are lying about finding Fang Yue. I don't believe you, she said, then wanted Su Baiyan to find someone. But Shui Yongsheng was not willing to let that happen. I don't agree with Su Baiyan going. He's part of your group. What if he turns against us and forces a confession? Neither side trusted the other. Just when the atmosphere was about to become tense, Chen Mianmian snorted softly. It's not a big deal. Chen Mianmian turned to Song Qiuli and said, could you please help me make a call? Have the militia send over something that Fang Yue has touched or worn. Although Song Qiuli didn't know what Chen Mianmian was planning, her eyes were calm and confident, bright like the moon. She instinctively picked up the phone and dialed. She even ordered someone to control Shui Yongsheng and his companions to make sure no one leaked information. Once the call was answered, the military officer didn't delay. He quickly brought over something that Fang Yue had touched. While waiting for the item to arrive, Chen Mianmian curled her finger and blew a loud whistle. Soon, more than 10 dogs ran in from all directions. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs pushed through the crowd, gathered at the front, and looked up eagerly at Chen Mianmian outside the window. Everyone was stunned. The military district often had stray dogs passing through, but they had never seen so many before. And these dogs were all brought here by a young girl. Since we don't trust each other, and Fang Yue is training at the military base, why not let the dogs find him? We can go together and confront him face to face. If I'm lying even a little, I'll accept whatever punishment. If what I say is true, Deputy Factory Director Shui, do you dare to vouch for me with your position? Chen Mianmian's words hit Shui Yongsheng like a thunderclap. He had worked hard to become Deputy Factory Director and Militia Commander. Why should he vouch for that brat Fang Yue? Faced with Chen Mianmian's straightforwardness, Shui Yongsheng hesitated, feeling guilty. Everyone around realized that Fang Yue really had been flirting with his daughter. Under everyone's complicated gazes, Shui Yongsheng desperately wanted to tear Chen Mianmian's mouth apart. At the same time, he wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't opened his mouth just now to cause trouble for Su Baiyan, this wouldn't have happened. Just as the atmosphere froze, 2 people hurried over carrying a few pieces of clothing. Report, Fang Yue's clothes have arrived. The militia members who were training were also confused. They wondered why so many people were sent to deliver Fang Yue's clothes. They had planned to call Fang Yue directly, but after searching around, they couldn't find him. He probably was resting during the break. But since the army's orders must be followed, they took the clothes and waited for the next instructions. At this moment, Song Qiuli and Su Baiyan were also standing by the window, both turning their heads to look at Chen Mianmian. Put the clothes on the ground and let the dogs sniff them. After saying that, she climbed back from the windowsill, quickly went downstairs, and was about to find Fang Yue. She couldn't miss him. Su Baiyan looked at Chen Mianmian, who was agile and not planning to jump out of the window. He hurriedly followed her. Song Qiuli thought for a moment and quickly made a phone call. Commander Dong, the militia team has some excitement. Are you at the military headquarters?
Come quickly.
Shui Yongsheng's old troublemaker has really hit a dead end this time. Song Qiuli quickly had her bodyguard follow Chen Mianmian to get the first-hand gossip. She then excitedly recounted what had just happened, her tone full of joy that couldn't be hidden. Her normally grim and fierce face softened a lot. Chen Mianmian ran downstairs without knowing that Commander Song had already reported this matter. By the time she reached the bottom, the dogs had already sniffed quite a bit. She gave a sarcastic look at Shui Yongsheng, then squatted down to pet each dog on the head. Remember this smell. Help sister find the person. After I finish my work, I'll treat you to meat. There were more than 10 cans of food in her bag, enough to give the dogs some meat. Hearing about the meat, the dogs immediately scattered and followed the scent to track. Shui Yongsheng was initially nervous unsure what method Chen Yanyan would use. To his surprise, she simply called some stray dogs to attract attention. You think a few words can make these stray dogs find someone? I think you're crazy, running to the military district to cause trouble. Su Bian, what's your real intention in bringing this crazy woman here? I suspect you're deliberately disturbing the military district. I want to report to the investigation team to look into you. Shui Yongsheng felt like he was going crazy, just playing along with this crazy woman. Su Bian stood beside Chen Yanyan, listening to Shui Yongsheng's words. Just as he was about to speak to explain, he heard a sarcastic voice from someone. Hey, still looking for the investigation team to question you? Chen Mianmian tilted her eyes and grinned, copying Shui Yongsheng's face perfectly, with a very playful tone. You think the military district is your home, and just because you say you want the investigation team to come, they'll come? If I were crazy, I'd just pull my pants down and splash it in your face. Why bother with all this nonsense? Show some respect. You're so proud and arrogant, and if you provoke me, things could get really serious. Today, I'll find Feng Yue right in front of you. Let's see what you have to say. If you can find Feng Yue, I swear I'll bark like a dog around the military district. Shui Yongsheng didn't believe Chen Mianmian's words. He thought wild dogs wouldn't understand human speech. If that were true, wouldn't the military's dog training base be shut down? Listen, everyone. He said it himself. Let's all witness this. I'm not just making things up. Chen Mianmian loved making bets like this. In her past life, many people lost because of these bets. Some even ran abroad overnight to avoid punishment. She was really looking forward to seeing Shui Yongsheng bark like a dog across the entire military district. Woof, woof, woof. Just as the two were about to argue, a dog ran back. People, I found him. Come quickly. Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up immediately. She called Shui Yongsheng to follow her. This kind of bet was only fun if the person involved was present. Of course, Su Bian had to come along too, since Shui Yongsheng's hostility towards Chen Mianmian was partly because of him. Other soldiers looked at each other, curious whether Chen Mianmian could really find Feng Yue. They all sneaked behind her, eager to see the result. A group of burly men hunched over, tiptoeing and trying to hide their presence, all excitedly following behind. If we get caught, we'll just run 5 kilometers off-road. But this kind of excitement doesn't happen often. Let's go all out. Soon, a scene unfolded in the large military district, a dog walking slowly and stopping, leading a slender girl in front, with the militia commander and the famous Commander Su behind them. Further back, a group of young soldiers, fooling themselves into thinking they were hiding well, looked on nervously. Chen Mianmian followed the dog to a warehouse behind the military district, usually used for storing training equipment, where no one often came. Watching her relaxed attitude, everyone was worried she might not find him. If she failed, it would be a big problem. Not only her, but probably Captain Su will also be the first to face trouble. Su Bian, are you nervous? If I fail and just walk away, you might get blamed. Chen Mianmian also thought about this situation and turned to look at Su Bian, who had been following her. I'm not nervous. I believe in you. Su Bian looked into Chen Mianmian's eyes, full of trust. Chen Mianmian was surprised by his words. They had met only a few times, less than 4 days in total, and they had barely known each other. Why did he trust her so much? Su Bian looked at Chen Mianmian, feeling a strange ripple in his heart. Since he was young, whenever he had conflicts with others, his family members would take sides. His mother would tell him to be patient. In the military, he had to weigh the pros and cons. Even when he was wronged, he had to endure it silently. But just now, Chen Mianmian stepped forward to help him when Shui Yongsheng was making things difficult for him. Like a protective mother lion, she defended him, making him feel cared for the first time. This alone was enough for Su Bian to want to protect Chen Mianmian. Haha, don't worry. I won't let you get into trouble. After all, we work well together. Chen Mianmian liked working with smart people. Su Bian was clever, understood the situation, didn't talk nonsense, and most importantly, he was really handsome. Just looking at his handsome face, Chen Mianmian didn't want this good-looking guy to suffer. Shui Yongxing followed behind, snorting coldly. After walking so long, he wanted to see what kind of reputation Chen Mianmian could make. Suddenly, the dog stopped in front of a door and barked twice. Chen Mianmian knew they had arrived. Looking around at the empty warehouse and the tightly closed door, she knew inside was doing something secretive. The person you're looking for is mating. He said that as long as she gets pregnant, she can use the child to persuade her father-in-law to agree to the marriage. He also said that his family has already dealt with Chen Mianmian's foolish sister, so even if someone investigates, they won't find out. The dog's hearing was very good. Even if it didn't understand the meaning, it relayed the message to Chen Mianmian. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian's face darkened with a fierce look. She walked to the door, tried to open it, but found it was locked. However, that was no problem for her. She turned to Su Bian, borrowed a dagger, and slipped it into the door, slowly prying the latch open. Su Bian looked at Chen Mianmian's skillful actions and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She really is talented in many ways. As the door opened, Chen Mianmian turned her head to look at Shui Yongxing and showed a sneaky smile. Old dang, just wait to learn how to bark like a dog later. After saying that, she suddenly kicked open the heavy iron door with her foot. There was a loud clang as the door hit the wall, startling the two inside who were fighting fiercely. Chen Mianmian rushed inside immediately. Fang Yue, your dad is here.
Who are you?
Fang Yue hurriedly adjusted his pants and squinted at the visitor. When he saw Chen Mianmian's face clearly, he shouted in surprise, Mianmian? What are you doing here? Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. While he was still shocked, she charged forward and kicked him right in his most vulnerable spot. Men and women have very different strength levels, especially since Fang Yue was already an adult man. Chen Mianmian alone was no match, so she had to disable him right away. Fang Yue curled up in pain, clutching the place she kicked, feeling as if all his bones were shattered. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But Chen Mianmian didn't stop. She grabbed his hair and forced him to lift his head. She also grabbed his shoes that he hadn't put on yet and started hitting him back and forth. Why am I here? Of course, to settle the score with you, you little brat. Thinking of the pain the original owner suffered and how an innocent life was lost because Fang Yue's selfishness, anger surged from her heart. After spitting on Fang Yue, she used all her strength to choke him. When she first arrived, Zhao Earl was choking her like this. Now, she was giving Fang Yue a taste of it too.
Ah.
You, let go of Yue. Seeing Fang Yue's face turn purple and his eyes nearly bulge out, Shui Jiren, who was struggling to put on her clothes, came over to grab Chen Mianmian, trying to pull her away. Pretty girl, I was just hitting this dog, forgot to hit you, huh? Chen Mianmian turned her head and saw Shui Jiren, who looked just like Shui Yongxing. She was even angrier. Fang Yue is only causing trouble because of this ugly guy, messing with the original owner's life. Today, neither of these two will have a good day. After saying that, Chen Mianmian loosened her grip on Fang Yue's hand, turned around and pulled Shui Jiren's arm, causing her to fall. Then she directly sat on her, using both hands to hit and scratch. Shui Jiren screamed as she was hit, trying to cover her eyes with her hands, but Chen Mianmian bit her the back of her hand.
Ah!
Help! Someone's attacking me. Chen Mianmian kept hitting, scratching, and biting. Soon, Shui Jiren's face was swollen, and part of her hand was bitten off. Seeing his precious daughter being beaten, Shui Yongxing hurried to help but was stopped firmly by Su Bian. Su Bian, how dare you stop me? Shui Yongxing's face was dark, and he was anxious to go over. His eyes showed his anger and frustration at Su Bian. Commander Shui, I don't want to stop you, but Fang Yue and your daughter are here doing inappropriate things. We need to find out what's going on, or it will affect our military's honor. The military district allowed your militia to come in, which is a special exception. No outsiders are allowed. How did your daughter get in? Su Bian not only blocked Shui Yongxing, but also called two others outside to help. They held Fang Yue down to prevent him from suddenly acting out and interfering with Chen Mianmian's actions. I'll do it. Two quick-witted soldiers ran over, kicked Fang Yue hard, and then dragged him aside like a dead dog, so he wouldn't interfere with Chen Mianmian. Shui Yongxing watched the scene, feeling furious. His daughter, who was dressed in disarray, was beaten without any way to fight back. He was both angry and heartbroken. He had already told her not to contact Fang Yue recently and to wait until he finished investigating at Hishang village before making any decisions. But who knew this stubborn girl would cause such a big mess? Not only did she get involved with Fang Yue, but she was also caught. Su Bian kept blocking Shui Yongsheng, while the soldiers and onlookers outside peeked inside, stretching their necks to see what was happening. Oh my! Commander Su is so impressive, daring to stop the militia commander. Everyone knows he has a hot temper and likes to draw his gun.
Don't just talk about Commander Su.
That woman is also very fierce, slapping her face repeatedly. It made my blood boil. I never expected Fang Yue to be like this. Everyone at home has such a good fiancé, yet he still looks for other women, especially that kind of woman. Thinking about Fang Yue holding Shui Yongsheng and biting and licking him, everyone got goosebumps and couldn't help but feel respect for his effort. This kind of high-status person isn't someone just anyone can reach. While the soldiers watched eagerly, someone quickly spread the news to others. The militia leader Shui's daughter was caught flirting with a married man, now trapped in the warehouse and getting scolded. Many soldiers and militia members without tasks were eager to join in, sneaking over when no one was paying attention. Soon, the warehouse was crowded with soldiers and militia members, blocking the entrance tightly. When Chun Mianmian finished her part, she turned around and raised her eyebrows in surprise. It's clear that loving gossip isn't limited by gender. Looking at these soldiers, their eyes were like searchlights, afraid of missing anything. Shui Yongxing turned around and saw so many people, feeling dizzy and only thinking one thing: it's over. Everything's over. Today, everyone came at the right time. I will bravely expose the evil plans of these two scoundrels, Chen Mianmian said loudly. She came to make a scene, grabbing Fang Yue and Shui Jiren's hair and dragging them outside the warehouse. She threw the two disheveled people into the crowd so everyone could see their shameful behavior. Maybe you don't know me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Mianmian, a villager from Hishang village. 5 years ago, I got engaged to this scoundrel Fang Yue. Chen Mianmian took out all her evidence and showed it around, speaking loudly about Fang Yue's evil plans. The soldiers and militia, confused, listened as Fang Yue tried to climb higher by harming a girl's reputation. They all looked at him with disdain. Fang Yue was beaten so badly, he couldn't straighten up. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Now, feeling the disgusted gazes from all sides, his face turned pale and he trembled. His vision blurred, and he knew his life was over. But it wasn't finished yet. After exposing Fang Yue, Chen Mianmian turned her attention to Shui Jiren. And this shameless woman, knowing Fang Yue has a fiancé, still threw herself at him. Not only did she support Fang Yue's evil plans with money, but she also wanted to get pregnant before marriage and even forced her own father to agree to the wedding. All the dogs gathered around. When they saw Shui Jiren and Fang Yue, they immediately told Chen Mianmian everything they had seen before. Shui Jiren looks like a man. She disguised herself as a soldier and sneaked into the warehouse while Fang Yue was resting to do something exciting. They tried to hide from people, but didn't realize they were also hiding from the dogs. The dogs overheard their conversation. This was perfect gossip for the moment. At first, Chen Mianmian thought if Shui Jiren was kept in the dark, she wouldn't interfere. But this woman was not only ugly, but also had a dark heart. For her own happiness, she even caused another girl to die. As Chen Mianmian told everything, everyone around gasped in shock. Wow, this is so cruel. You brat. I will kill you. Shui Yongxing lost both face and dignity. He was afraid Chen Mianmian would reveal even more shocking things, so he pulled out a gun to kill her. Who dares to touch her? Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind the crowd. The soldiers turned to make way. An energetic old man in his 70s walked over. Chen Mianmian looked at the old man's shoulder insignia, golden leaves with 2 stars. Surprised, she raised her eyebrows. He was a lieutenant general, probably the commander of this military district. Shui Yongsheng, you really have guts. You dare to pull out a gun and shoot in this military district? You're just a militia commander. Do you think the army is your personal playground? Dong Jingwoo, slim but not weak, had sharp eyes. He didn't look old despite his age. Instead, years of experience made him more commanding. He stared tightly at Shui Yongxing, his voice loud and clear, making it impossible to ignore. Commander Dong, it's obviously this bratty girl causing trouble. Someone must be trying to use her to ruin my reputation. She's a spy. Shui Yongxing glared fiercely at Chen Mianmian, feeling a deep hatred for Dong Jingwoo for arriving so early. If he had arrived a few seconds later, he might have been able to deal with that little troublemaker. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly, then kicked Shui Jiren hard, causing her to scream in pain. Shui Yongxing's face tightened with anger. He wanted to fight back, but was held back by a guard beside Dong Jingwoo, who lowered his weapon and pressed his shoulder, preventing him from moving. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for your daughter? What about me? Your mother is living a good life at home, but then she just peed and ruined everything for my family. I kicked her and hit her. So what? You hit me, huh? You hit me, huh? Ha ha ha, you're so annoying. You black potato. Chen Mianmian kicked Shui Jiren while teasing Shui Yongxing, showing her sharp tongue and bravado clearly. Not only that, she also listened to Shui Jiren call out not loudly enough and was unhappy. Cry louder. Did you not eat? When Fong Yue was on you just now, weren't you shouting loudly? What's wrong? Without a man, you can't shout? You two are really shameless. The steel factory is so big, but you still cause trouble. Coming to the military district to embarrass us is just disgraceful and pollutes this sacred place. Fong Yue and Shui Jiren's faces were repeatedly torn apart by Chen Mianmian's harsh words. They felt humiliated and hurt all over, wishing they could just die. Chen Mianmian's rough words were like a street fight. Dong Jingwoo hadn't heard such things in a long time and wanted to see what this brave girl who ran away from her marriage in the military district looked like. When he saw her, he was stunned. This girl, she looks so familiar. Chu Lu. What do you think this girl's name is? Where is she from? Song Chu Lu, who came with Dong Jingwoo, was watching eagerly. Hearing his superior speak, he tried to remember.
Seems like
Somewhere called Hishang village. Her name is Chen Mianmian. Not sure which city she's from. I'll check her ID later. Hearing this, Dong Jingwoo stopped talking. When he looked at Chen Mianmian, there was a new look in his eyes. While they were talking, no one paid attention. Chen Mianmian's fierce words and actions were so exciting that the surrounding men were all amazed. It was the first time they saw someone curse so powerfully. Some even took out small notebooks to remember her words, planning to memorize and use them next time. Chen Mianmian didn't care about others' opinions. When Shui Jiren slapped her, she responded with a powerful move. She kept fighting until her anger was temporarily gone, then stopped. She shook her sore arms and handed all her documents to Dong Jingwoo. This is my and Fong Yue's marriage certificate, along with the villagers' statements. They can prove our engagement. There is also my stepmother here, along with the statements from Fong Yue's parents. They hired people to mistreat me, trying to make me a disgraceful person, so they wouldn't block his marriage. Their hearts are truly wicked. Such a mean and selfish person. If I don't expose his ugly face, who knows if he will harm those around him just to climb higher in life. Chen Mianmian Yu. Fong Yue felt a cold chill run through his body, listening to Chen Mianmian's words. His life was basically over. Before he could speak, someone suddenly stepped his back, almost causing him to fall over. He struggled to lift his head and saw Su Baiyan calmly stepping on him, but his eyes were fixed tightly on Chen Mianmian. He was filled with intense jealousy and hated her deeply, thinking he would someday crush her under his foot. Stupid girl, you say those are statements from the police station, and we should believe them? If Fong Yue is suspected of a crime, why hasn't our unit received any notice of investigation? Shui Yongxing tried to use this as an excuse, but he received a disdainful look from Chen Mianmian. Shui Yongxing is protective of his family. Now that many people have exposed his daughter's issues, even if he doesn't like Fong Yue, he has to accept this son-in-law. No matter what, He must protect him first. Once you dismiss Fang Yue, then see if the police come to arrest him. Engaging in criminal activities and having improper relationships before marriage will definitely land him in jail. Dong Jingwu looked at Chen Mianmian, who was clear and purposeful. Her decisive attitude and bold personality reminded him of himself when he was young. It was truly exhilarating. Miss Mianmian, Dong Jingwu looked at her with a kind but stern face. If you trust me, give me the information. I will help you investigate everything clearly. Are you planning to marry Fang Yue? No. I am here to break off the engagement. I don't want this second-hand, rotten cucumber. Even if they paid me, I wouldn't take it. Chastity is the best dowry a man can have. I find it disgusting to be touched by other women. Although everyone didn't understand what second-hand rotten cucumber meant, they all understood. She was talking about chastity. All right. Daring to love and hate. That's admirable. Dong Jingwu personally took the documents Chen Mianmian handed him, not even bothering with the security guard. As he looked at the statements issued by the police, which repeatedly mentioned that this girl had been abused and bullied, a cold light flashed in his eyes. My heart was full of many thoughts, but I didn't show it on my face. Dong Jingwu ordered someone to take away Xue Jiren, Fang Yue, and Xue Yongsheng, and to hold them separately for questioning, making sure to find out the truth. Wait! Just as Xue Yongsheng was taken away, Chen Mianmian suddenly spoke to stop him. Just now, this potato spirit, and I made a bet. If I find Fang Yue through the dog, he will bark around the military district school. Now, start your show. Chen Mianmian crossed her arms and looked at Xue Yongsheng playfully. She is someone who prefers soft approaches, but when faced with strength, she stands firm. She always deals with rude talkers. From now on, he might think twice before betting again. Xue Yongsheng was so angry, he almost hit someone. He was nearly 60, respected in the factory, and in the army, he was called a division commander. This girl actually made him bark like a dog. How can he show his face at work now? A man's word is his bond. You wouldn't deny it, would you? Oh, you're even a militia division commander. If you dare to say you won't do it, you're not even as good as a decent old lady. But I understand. After all, if you can teach your daughter to be the third party willingly, you're not a good person either. Dong Jingwu listened with excitement and waved his hand. Talk is cheap. When we men speak, we mean it. Chu Lu, keep an eye on things. Make sure Commander Xue completes the bet. Fang Yue will be kept in the military district's detention room for investigation. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian nodded happily. She was ready for a tough fight, but things went so smoothly that she even met the head of the military district. Honestly, this old man is quite kind. Today's matter concerns the reputation of our military district. We must investigate thoroughly. You came from far away, and I hear you've made some contributions. Why don't you come to my office and have a good talk? I'll give you a satisfying reward. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian felt energized. She hurried to Dong Jingwu's side and poured out her troubles, telling him about her tragic background. Along with the sound of Xue Yongsheng barking, they all returned to Song Chulia's office. Comrade Chen Mianmian, I just heard from Commander Song and Colonel Su that if it weren't for your help, this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Moreover, you helped us find someone who tarnished the reputation of the military district. Besides the reward of 500 yuan and a bicycle, is there anything else you want? Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up when she heard Dong Jingwu's words. Could she ask for more? She had already caused a big mess for the northern military district, and they would probably be laughed at for a while. The old commander was even willing to give her compensation. Actually, I am quite satisfied with these. But since you are so sincere, please help me solve my household registration issue. I want to stay here and not go back to Hishang village. At first, Chen Mianmian wanted to earn a few more merits so she could get a household registration and a job later. She didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Dong Jingwu didn't say anything. He was considering whether her words about not wanting to go back were true. Chen Mianmian took out a letter of disownment and a household registration book for independent registration. Now she was the head of her own household, able to make decisions. Seeing the new household registration book and the disownment letter, Dong Jingwoo's eyes flickered. This girl was quite resourceful, having prepared all these things. All right, since your household registration is being transferred out, it will be much easier. We can first register your household in the military district. After you find a job or get married, you can transfer it elsewhere. Does that sound good? Chun Mian had no objections. She mainly just wanted to stay. If her household registration wasn't settled, she couldn't stay here for long. She would be considered a vagrant and might be taken away. As for work, with her skills, she had no worries about finding a place to settle. Dong Jingwoo arranged for someone to handle her household registration transfer. Meanwhile, Fong Weilai was also processing his affairs. To keep things simple, Chun Mian decided to stay at a guest house near the military district. The place was safe, and most residents were military family members, so it was relatively secure. Holding the referral letter from Song Chulu, Chun Mian confidently returned to the entrance of the military district. The dogs had been waiting there for a while, wagging their tails eagerly, looking at her with anticipation. She took her 2 large bags, moved to a corner by the wall, and took out some canned meat. After opening and crushing it, she added the remaining steamed buns and placed everything on the ground. Eat up. The dogs had been drooling in anticipation, but only rushed over to eat when Chun Mian told them to. They wolfed down the food. Some tried to guard their food, but Chun Mian pulled their mouths open and scolded them. These treats are for obedient dogs. If you don't listen, you can't have any. Next time, I won't give you anything. If you want to eat, just be honest about it. The dog looked at Chun Mian with innocent, silly eyes and whined eagerly, as if begging. Only then did Chun Mian loosen her grip. Sure enough, the dog obediently went to eat, not baring its teeth or biting other dogs. This scene was seen by Su Bian and Qian Wang, who followed behind. Oh my, Comrade Chun is so generous, feeding the dogs canned meat with big buns. People can't even eat that well, it's such a waste. Qian Wang wasn't hungry, but the smell of canned meat drifting through the air made him drool. Seeing the dogs eating happily, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Su Bian shot him a cold look. To you, they're stray dogs, but to Sister Mian, they're her eyes and helpers. They're not the same. And those are her things. She can handle them however she wants. Don't criticize others so casually. Su Bian usually didn't speak much, but now she looked very imposing, making Qian Wang too scared to lift his head. Yes, Commander. I was wrong. I was not wise enough and shouldn't judge Comrade Chun lightly. Good. Run 5 kilometers and remember next time, think before you speak. Qian Wang looked down in disappointment, finally obeying. He glanced at the dogs happily eating, feeling very distressed inside. Woo-woo. He really wanted to be like Comrade Chen's dog, getting good food and not having to run 5 kilometers. Su Bian ignored his resentment. After Chun Mian finished feeding the dogs, she walked over and carried 2 bundles. The guest house is a bit farther. I'll take you there. Huh. Don't you need to report to work? Wouldn't that bother you? Chun Mian didn't want to delay Su Bian's work. But Su Bian shook her head, saying she was heading home by the way. Her family's courtyard and the guest house were in the same direction. Seeing Chun Mian nod, Su Bian thought she misunderstood that she was married and quickly explained. My home only has my mom and sister. I usually stay in the military district dorms. The commander gave me 3 days off so I can go back and visit. Oh, that makes sense. Chun Mian didn't understand why Su Bian suddenly told her all this. They were just chatting casually. Her mind had already drifted away, and tomorrow she planned to find the original owner's mother. Su Bian took Chun Mian to the guest house, helped her check in, and was about to leave after setting down her luggage when 2 cans and a bottle of milk powder were suddenly placed in his arms. Thank you for helping me just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to deal with Fong Yue, that scoundrel. You're so brave. Even when someone pointed a gun at your head, you didn't panic. I couldn't do that. If a gun was on my head, I would have knelt down. Chun Mian smiled warmly and kept thanking Su Bian. On the battlefield, He had been shot before, and even more so, with Shui Yongxing's pistol. He was confident he could take the gun away before it fired. He thought these were normal things, but Chen Mianmian praised him so much that the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and even his ears turned red. Soldiers are here to protect the people. Shui Yongxing only has a bias against you because of me. I can't just ignore it. I can't accept these things. Comrade Mianmian, you should take them back. Su Bian stood straight, speaking loudly and confidently like giving a report, which made Chen Mianmian laugh happily. The tension she felt earlier about Fang Yue's situation eased a lot. Anything I give you, I won't take back. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. Chen Mianmian ignored Su Bian's polite refusal, pushed both herself and the items out the door, then quickly shut it. Su Bian looked at the door and then at the things in his arms. His smile grew wider. At that moment, he made a firm decision and turned to leave. Chen Mianmian didn't understand someone's feelings. She was holding her mother's address, lost in thought. In her past life, her parents didn't love her. When she was 10, they divorced and each remarried. She became the one who was unnecessary. Fortunately, she had the ability to communicate with animals, and they sent her support money regularly, so life wasn't too hard. Later, she joined secret missions early on and often disappeared. Sometimes she wouldn't see her parents for years, which was normal. In her world, her parents weren't very important. Tomorrow, I'll find your mother. If she doesn't recognize you, then it's not my fault. Chen Mianmian covered her chest. She was slowly seeking revenge for her original self while also saying goodbye to her past. Once she dealt with those people, she would have her own life. In this strange new era, she could live well. Family doesn't matter much. Money is the most reliable. Thinking this, Chen Mianmian hugged the box filled with gold bars and cash, kissing it lovingly. This was her precious little treasure. Chen Mianmian happily held the box and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, she locked the door of her room, clutched the address, and went to find the biological mother of the original owner. When Chen Mianmian arrived in Chuansong City, she didn't know where to go. She asked the receptionist at the guest house. The family compound is north from here, about a mile away. When you reach the intersection, go east. It's about 200 meters from there. Listening to directions that involved north and east made Chen Mianmian a bit dizzy. She is bad with directions. In her past life, she had GPS and navigation, so she just needed to follow the route and find the right way. But now, how could she recognize the way? She was feeling very worried when suddenly, an excited voice came from the door. Comrade Chen, I finally found you. Chen Mianmian turned her head and saw the young soldier from yesterday's guard duty. She had heard gossip from the dogs and happened to talk about him. It was said that someone had spilled something on his bedding, so she casually mentioned it. It seemed he had found the culprit? Comrade Chen, thank you for telling me yesterday. Otherwise, I might have been framed. Zhang Weiguo looked into Chen Mianmian's eyes with gratitude and explained what had happened yesterday. At first, when Chen Mianmian told him to be careful, he was confused and didn't understand why she wanted him to check the bedding. But after his shift and returning to the dormitory, his mind suddenly remembered the matter, and he instinctively checked the bedding. Sure enough, he found some unknown powder. Although he carefully collected it, his palms still became red and itchy. His pupils contracted, and he immediately realized he was allergic. He had been healthy since childhood, but only allergic to a few things. Only close friends knew about his allergies. Touching these could cause swelling and itching, and in severe cases, it could be life-threatening. These small powders were one of his allergens. Only someone who was close to him, like a friend in the army, could have done this to trap him so precisely. I beat him up. He said he was jealous because I won first place in the new soldier competition last time and was noticed by Commander Su. He wanted me to be in a bad state these days. Zhang Weiguo was very angry. He couldn't accept his friend's mentality and immediately reported it to his superiors. As this matter was settled, Zhang Weiguo lost many years of friendship, but he does not regret it. Such a person around him is dangerous, so it's better to stay away early. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Early in the morning, he came to thank Chen Mianmian. If it weren't for her, he would have suffered a lot these days. Thank you, Comrade Chen. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely help. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Now I need your help. Chen Mianmian felt that Zhang Weigua was like a guide sent from heaven. Can you take me to the military family compound?
Ah?
Of course. Zhang Weigua thought Chen Mianmian would ask him to do physical work, but it turned out she wanted to go to the military family compound. He often helped by delivering things there, and soon he took Chen Mianmian along the route he was told. After thanking Zhang Weigua, Chen Mianmian followed his directions and found a spacious-looking courtyard.
Tajda.
Chen Mianmian took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door panel. Within a minute, she heard a gentle female voice respond.
Come in.
Who is it? The courtyard door opened, revealing a gentle and beautiful face, especially those charming eyes that looked around, almost identical to Chen Mianmian's. Dong Qingqiu was stunned when she saw Chen Mianmian. She slightly parted her lips, looking incredulous. My name is Chen Mianmian. I am the daughter of Chen Daong from Hishang village. If I am not mistaken, you are Dong Qingqiu, right? Dong Qingqiu, the biological mother of this body, was observed by Chen Mianmian. She looked at her outfit. A decent suit, her long hair neatly combed, a fair face, and a full figure. All showed she was living well. At this moment, Chen Mianmian didn't know whether to feel sad or happy. Happy that this woman has a good life and hasn't suffered hardships in the countryside. Sad because, compared to Dong Qingqiu, the original owner's life was worse than a stray dog in the military district. Dong Qingqiu looked at the slender girl in front of her and felt uneasy. Although she was only 19 years old, her height was not even as tall as a 16-year-old. Her hair was dry and messy, and her face looked pale and malnourished. Her beautiful features, which should have been 9 points, were dragged down to 6 points. Only her bright and lively eyes stood out. Why are you here? I gave you 100 yuan last month. Was it not enough? You even came in person. Didn't I say we shouldn't meet? Before Chen Mianmian could explain her purpose, Dong Qingqiu frowned slightly and pulled her to a corner, lowering her voice as if she was hiding something shameful. But perhaps she was right. In the past, the daughter of the military commander's family, young and impulsive, wanted to help on the battlefield. However, she was injured by shrapnel during an enemy attack and was sent to Hishang village to recover. When she woke up, she had forgotten her background and everything else. She married Chen Daong without understanding much until giving birth to Chen Mianmian, when severe pain restored her memory. At that moment, she couldn't accept that she had married a farmer and even had a daughter. The poverty and hardship made her feel sick. So, when she heard that soldiers were nearby, she left her 10-day-old daughter to find the army. After revealing her identity, she was quickly sent back to the military district. Since then, she refused to think about her past. Just the thought of Chen Mianmian felt like shame. If she hadn't been so passive over the years, and if her father hadn't warned her not to be too cold-hearted, Dong Qingqiu really wouldn't want to stay in touch with the Chen family. But as soon as she started writing to them, Chen Mianmian kept asking for money and things. Dong Qingqiu grew to dislike her more, thinking she was just like the greedy, short-sighted people in the Chen family. This time, Chen Mianmian even came directly to her house, which made Dong Qingqiu angrier. Was this girl trying to ruin her life? Wait a minute, Comrade Dong Qingqiu, I think you're mistaken about some things. Chen Mianmian felt relieved seeing Dong Qingqiu's attitude. She no longer had to pretend to cry or act overly sentimental about their mother-daughter meeting. I'm not here to bother you. I just want to tell you a few things. First, I don't know about the money and things you sent me over the years. They were all taken by Chen Laozhen and Chen Lishir. They didn't give me a single cent and never told me about it. So, I haven't benefited from your generosity. Please stop acting so high and mighty. Second, I've left the Chen family and set up my own household. I am no longer a part of the Chen family. Third, I just came to see what my mother looks like and to see how you're doing. I have no intention of disturbing your life. Finally, in the next few days, You should receive a letter asking for money. You don't need to read it, just tear it up. And you don't need to send money there anymore." After saying these words, Chen Mianmian bowed to Dong Qingqiu and then turned to leave. Dong Qingqiu watched her daughter, who looked very much like her but was completely different, walk away. Her brow furrowed even more. She felt a strange discomfort in her heart. "Hello, this is a registered letter for Dong Qingqiu." At that moment, the mail carrier arrived with the letter. Dong Qingqiu quickly went over and saw the postal stamp from Hishang village. Although Chen Mianmian had said to tear it up, she still opened it directly. The letter inside still asked for money, 1,000 yuan. If Chen Mianmian hadn't come over and explained clearly, she might have disliked her daughter even more.
But now,
Could it be true that those words were real? Had the Dong family hidden her news all these years? Lost in thought, a piece of paper slipped from her fingers. Dong Qingqiu crouched down and picked it up. When she unfolded it, there were only 5 words. "Mom, I miss you." In that moment, Dong Qingqiu's heart felt as if something was tightly gripping it, making her feel sour and teary. She was about to follow the direction Chen Mianmian had left when she heard a heavy object hitting the ground in the yard. She frowned but finally decided to go into the yard. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian no longer cared about what was happening with Dong Qingqiu. The original mother didn't want to acknowledge her, and she was so happy she could fly. Just thinking about having to act like a spoiled child in front of a stranger and cry made her shiver. Ignoring the slight sourness and irritation in her heart, she hummed a random tune as she walked forward. "Little sister is a green onion from outer space who dares to dip me in soy sauce. I'll beat him to his ancestors. I have horns on my head, a tail behind me, and no one knows I have a secret." Chen Mianmian left gracefully, but soon realized she was lost. But it didn't matter. She was just waiting for someone to come out and ask for directions back to the guest house. With this thought, she randomly chose a direction and walked on, thinking there couldn't be any robbers here since everyone was military families. "Big sister, this is the subsidy I just got back. I still need to pay Ju Xia's school fees. You can't take it all. Ju Xia is a useless kid. No matter what he studies, he'll end up marrying someone else. My family's Kainan is about to get married. The bride needs 3 turns and a loud bang. We're short on money, so just treat it as a loan. I'll pay you back later." Chen Mianmian followed the sound and saw 3 rough-looking middle-aged women pushing and shoving a weak mother and daughter. The mother and daughter wore patched clothes, and their eyes showed sadness and pain. They looked poor and not wealthy at all. "Big aunt, you borrowed money from my family before, and you said the same then, but you haven't paid it back." The weak girl was protected by her mother and looked at the 3 aggressive relatives with trembling words, refusing to speak. It was clear the girl was very scared. Her body was shaking, and tears filled her eyes, but she was trying not to cry. "Oh, you little troublemaker, daring to talk back to me. Our Su family doesn't listen to you. You're a bad luck charm. Your dad doesn't want your mom. You've ruined this family. Today, I'll beat you so you'll learn what it means to respect elders." The woman with a fierce face grabbed the girl's collar and slapped her hard, making her cheeks swell. The mother wanted to protect her daughter, but was held back by Liang and another person. She struggled and looked worried, trying to go over, but they just laughed loudly and arrogantly. "Lu Rulin, if you're smart, just take out the money today. Otherwise, Juexia, this little troublemaker, will get beaten to death." Lu Rulin, the mother being held, looked at her daughter suffering. Even though her son told her not to give in, she couldn't hold back and nodded with trembling lips. "I'll give it. Big sister, please don't hit Juexia anymore." When Lu Rulin finally agreed, her daughter was saved, but her face was already swollen and red from the beating. "It would have been better if you gave it earlier. You're so cheap. Hurry up and give it to me. You're wasting my time." After hitting her, Su Danny showed no guilt. Instead, she looked impatient and reached out to pull Lu Rulin's clothes, ignoring her stumbling from the pull. Chen Mianmian watched the mother and daughter being bullied. She looked at the 3 arrogant women and rolled up her sleeves, ready to step in. Feeling frustrated and needing to vent, she decided to confront them. What are you doing? Robbery in broad daylight? In the military family compound, someone is stealing money? Do you think you're armed or something? Chun Mian suddenly ran into the yard, startling the three sisters of the Su family. When they turned to look at her, they saw she was thin as a bean sprout and couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Who do you think you are, little troublemaker? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Did you just call me a troublemaker? Chun Mian widened her eyes, then slapped Su Danny across the face. She quickly pulled back and said, "Great leaders say women can hold up half the sky. His Excellency respects me so much, and you call me a troublemaker? How dare you oppose the great leader's ideas? You must be a spy trying to harm military families, right?" Chun Mian accused her sharply, making Su Danny almost faint from shock. In this era, questioning the great leader is almost like risking your life. Su Danny's face changed drastically, and she told Chun Mian not to speak nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Not only do you call me a troublemaker, but you also call her a money grabber. You hit people and steal money. Is the military district's family compound owned by your family? You can't earn your own living, so you come to steal from others and you're proud of it? When the garbage truck comes, why don't you taste the saltiness of life? Chun Mian stomped her feet and scolded the three sisters of the Su family, pulling the two women who looked like rabbits out of the yard. As the argument grew louder, more people heard the noise and looked over the wall. They saw that the usually meek Su mother and daughter were today standing up to the older sisters-in-law. Really surprising. Hey, you comrade, mind your own business. This is our family matter. Su Danny wanted to curse Chun Mian again, but she was a bit afraid after the big accusation earlier, so she could only grit her teeth and change her tone. Lu Rulan pulled Chun Mian's sleeve and whispered back, "I already divorced their brother. We're no longer involved." Hearing this, Chun Mian's anger flared even more. She thought they're divorced but still coming to cause trouble, and they even hit people. Isn't this bullying honest, folks? Come on, if you have the guts, curse at me. Today, I won't beat you into a mess, then your bones are tough. Chun Mian rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge forward, but Lu Rulan stopped her. The three sisters of the Su family are known for being fierce, and they fight even better than two people. Young comrade, thank you for standing up for us, but you're too small to fight them. You should leave quickly. Lu Rulan didn't want this kind-hearted girl to get hurt, especially after Su Danny was slapped. Her eyes looked like she wanted to tear the girl apart. Chun Mian snorted coldly. Can't fight? That's a joke. She didn't say she would only hit herself. She curled her finger and whistled loudly, and the nearby dogs all ran over. Team Bark, let's go. Chun Mian shouted, and the dogs rushed forward with her. Woof woof woof. The dogs snapped their sharp teeth and lunged. Su Danny's heavy body instantly fell down. Chun Mian took the opportunity to ride on her and slapped her repeatedly. You old troublemaker. You like hitting people, huh? Today you'll taste what it's like to be beaten.
Ha.
Too bad. Su Danny wanted to fight back, but the dogs held tightly to her clothes and pants, pulling her in all directions, as if they wanted to tear her apart. Meanwhile, the two other sisters saw the dogs rushing over and their older sister lying on the ground. Knowing they wouldn't get any help, they screamed and ran away, eventually climbing up a nearby tree. Woof woof woof. The dogs couldn't climb trees, so they pawed at the trunk and barked up. The nearby dogs had mentioned there was a person who could whistle, and if they helped, they could get some meat. They wanted to work hard and eat meat. Help! Help! Chun Mian finished with Su Danny, then looked at the two women screaming in the tree. She casually grabbed a bamboo pole nearby and poked at their behinds. Just moments ago, they were so arrogant. Today, she was going to burst their hemorrhoids so they'd feel pain every time they sat down. Recite the great leader's quotes for me. Wash your pig brains and memorize them well. If you forget or mess up, you'll be considered counter-revolutionaries. Hurry up. Recite. Help. Comrade, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Su Ernie and Su Sani, on the tree, were being poked and screamed loudly. They wanted to let go, but the dogs were waiting below, so they could only endure the pain and tightly hold the tree trunk. What comrade? Call me half the sky. Comrade half the sky, please, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Boo-hoo. Who the told you to call me comrade? Recite the quotes for me. If you can't memorize them, don't even think about coming down. The two sisters, Su Ernie and Su Sanmi, were forced to recite the quotes. They usually just mumbled a few words to get by. But Chun Mian was different. She insisted they start from the first quote, and if they didn't understand, they would be beaten. Although Su Danny wasn't hanging on the tree, she was surrounded by dogs. Any sudden movement could get her bitten. She was so scared she was crying and sneezing, worse off than her two sisters. The people watching nearby had already burst into laughter. Usually, the Su family often bullied Lu Rulin and her sister, but now someone was finally standing up to them.
It felt really satisfying to watch.
Comrade, you forced them to recite quotes. Did you memorize any yourself? A jealous military family member, seeing his mother supported, sarcastically spoke from outside. Chun Mian turned to look at him, straightened her chest, and her determined eyes looked like she could join the party. Of course. Memorizing the great leader's quotes is a must for children of our country. Not only can I recite them, but I can also write 10,000 words of reflections, deeply analyzing their meaning. Just joking, in her past life, Chun Mian could only become a top zoologist because of her ability and her sharp judgment. To survive in this era, you need to understand the local customs and carry the sayings of the great leaders. With those, you're not afraid anywhere. She secretly memorized them at home. Plus, with her knowledge of history from before, grasping the key points was easy. Listening to Chun Mian recite fluently, everyone around was amazed and wanted to applaud her. The person who was trying to find fault, seeing he gained nothing, wanted to leave but was stopped. Wait, Chun Mian walked over and blocked his way. You asked me earlier, so I believe you can recite well too. Recite a part for me to hear. The man didn't expect Chun Mian to come bother him. He froze for a moment and then awkwardly tried to bluff with a look of ignorance. Can't read? If you can't read, don't you have a mouth? The great leader's quotes are our belief. Even if you can't read, shouldn't you remember what others recite? Look at you. You clearly don't take the great leaders seriously. Do you even know where you are? This is a family compound. Your attitude reflects on your family. With your behavior, your soldier family member probably isn't doing very well either. Chun Mian rolled her eyes and made him speechless. Everyone around started to hold back their laughter. This really was a hit to the nail on the head. A poor back can lead to big problems, and small issues can become serious. It's no joke. Seeing that person sweating nervously under Chun Mian's questioning, I heard Su Bayan speak urgently. Mom, Juesha, are you okay? Su Bayan looked home and saw there was no food left. He knew that those relatives had come again to take what they wanted. Although he was angry inside, he saw his mother trying to keep peace, so he decided to buy some food again. But as soon as he arrived at the food shop, a kind neighbor told him that his aunt and others had caused trouble for his mother again. He quickly handed over the money and food coupons to Qian Wang and hurried back home. Bayan, you're back. Lu Rulin saw her son and quickly teared up.
I'm fine.
Your sister was beaten by your aunt. Thanks to this young comrade, otherwise, the allowance you brought back would be lost again. Lu Rulin hurriedly told her son to thank the young comrade, but when Su Bayan turned his head, his eyes showed surprise and happiness.
Comrade Mian, is that you?
Su Bayan had been planning to talk with his mother and then find her, but unexpectedly, he saw her and said, Thank you for helping. Oh, they are your family? No wonder you're so handsome. Turns out you're related to Aunt Sui. Chun Mian saw Su Bayan and greeted him with a smile, praising both of them in one sentence, which made Lu Rulin feel a little shy. The neighbors around, seeing Su Bayan return, quickly described what had happened just now. They told how Chun Mian fought off 3 bossy ants, forcing them to climb trees and beg for mercy, making everyone excited and their hearts race. Bayan, you came just in time. Please put us down. I can't hold on anymore. Su Nini saw that Su Baiyan knew Chen Yanyan and shouted loudly, asking him to speak up and let them go. But to her surprise, Su Baiyan didn't even look at them. Instead, he turned around and looked at Chen Yanyan. Comrade Yanyan, thank you today. I'm going to buy groceries with my mom now. We must have a meal at my house at noon before you leave. After saying that, Su Baiyan took his mother and left, clearly leaving the 3 aunts to Chen Yanyan. Hearing they could have a meal, Chen Yanyan's eyes lit up. She patted her chest and assured Su Baiyan that she would take care of them and leave a lasting impression. The troublemakers from earlier took advantage of Chen Yanyan and Su Baiyan talking to slip away quietly. However, Chen Yanyan's words about her training reached everyone's ears and spread quickly, enough to make that family feel uncomfortable. Chen Yanyan no longer paid attention to small details. She slowly walked over to the 3 sisters of the Su family. How is it? After reciting the sayings of great people, have you realized your mistakes? Yes, we have. Please let us go now. Comrade Half the Sky. Su Ernie's arm was sore and trembling, about to give out. Since they had lost face anyway, she decided to give up and beg for mercy. Have you also realized it? Chen Yanyan looked at the other 2. Su Sanni is very indecisive. When her second sister begged, she followed suit. Su Danny was not very convinced, but she was also cowed by their harsh words, and she nodded with a gloomy, humiliated face. Everyone heard it. They admitted their mistakes themselves, not because I forced them. Since that's the case, then you should pay the money. When Chen Yanyan said they should pay, the 3 sisters of the Su family were stunned. Pay money? What money? They came here to ask for money. They didn't get the money and still got beaten. Do they have to pay some money now? Seeing their innocent expressions, Chen Yanyan rolled her eyes. You damaged someone, so you don't need to pay for medical treatment. You also broke the door, so you don't need to pay for repairs. Most importantly, you wasted my time. I charge dozens of yuan per minute for my appearances. After arguing with you for a while, shouldn't you pay me some compensation for lost work? Hearing Chen Yanyan's unreasonable words, the 3 sisters' eyes nearly popped out. They had hit Su Juexia, but they didn't break her. The door was clearly kicked by Chen Yanyan herself, and as for wasting her time, who caused her to waste it? This woman clearly wanted to things openly. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Su Juexia quietly tugged at Chen Yanyan's sleeve and whispered that she was fine, but received a sharp glare in response. Who said you're fine? The human brain is very delicate. It may look fine on the surface, but you've already had a concussion. Do you feel dizzy, nauseous, want to, or see double? No, I don't think so. Su Juexia looked at Chen Yanyan's eager eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito. No, you do. Chen Yanyan took a deep breath. This silly girl is really honest. Without wasting any words, she pointed at the ground and ordered her. You are dizzy now. You need to lie down and rest for a while. Su Juexia felt that when Chen Yanyan gave orders, she sounded like her older brother. Instinctively, she obediently lay down. Seeing her lie down, Chen Yanyan proudly looked at the 3 sisters of the Su family. Now that she's hurt, give me the money. The 3 sisters of the Su family were so angry at Chen Yanyan's shameless behavior that they wanted to fight back with their own tricks. But there were many fierce dogs watching closely. As soon as Chen Yanyan gave the command, they could rush over and bite her. So, you don't want to give the money? Then let's go to the police station and complain. I just want to ask which family's relative comes to money and even slaps their niece into a pig's face. How many years do they get for robbery? Hearing Chen Yanyan's words, the 3 sisters of the Su family changed their expressions. Even if they weren't sentenced, if they went to the police station, the trouble would ruin their reputation. In the end, they could only grit their teeth, take out 20 yuan from their pockets, and throw it to Chen Yanyan. Chen Yanyan looked down at the 2 big lumps and snorted coldly. Oh, are you sending a beggar away? This money isn't enough for a hospital check, let alone fixing the door, buying supplements for this girl, and my lost wages. It should be at least 200 yuan. 200? Why don't you go and rob instead? Hearing the amount Chen Yanyan mentioned, the 3 sisters gasped in surprise. Robbing money is faster than asking you for it. Chen Mianmian looked leisurely at her fingers. If you don't give it, I'll report to the police and also visit the Revolutionary Committee. Reporting someone for mocking a great person might mean they're a reactionary hiding among the people. They must be punished. Nonsense. When did we ever mock a great person? Chen Mianmian's big accusation made the three sisters of the Su family so scared that their legs went weak.
How could you not?
Great people call us the half of the sky. You even say we're good-for-nothings. Isn't that mocking great people? People like you should be taken out and shot. The whole family should be sent to a farm to be re-educated by the poor and middle peasants. After saying this, Chen Mianmian turned to leave to report the case, but the three sisters of the Su family were so frightened that their legs trembled, almost kneeling to her. We'll give you money, just don't report it. Since it's a sensitive time now, any small mistake could lead to being taken away. They didn't dare risk their future or lives, so they could only grit their teeth and agree. Chen Mianmian snapped her fingers, signaling the dogs to step back and the two in the tree to come down. They searched both inside and outside their pockets, even taking out the 20 yuan hidden in their underwear. In total, they only had 78 yuan. The three of them looked sad and completely lost their previous arrogance. Hey, since you're relatives of Su Bian, I'll let you borrow the remaining 122 yuan. Chen Mianmian acted lenient, giving the three hope. Just as they were about to try to get close to Su Juexia and ask her to plead, they were caught. What's the matter? You don't want to sign the IOU? Fine, then let's go to the police station and see what kind of evil faces you three are showing. After saying that, Chen Mianmian tried to drag the three to the police station, frightening Su Danny and her sisters into begging for mercy. Finally, Chen Mianmian borrowed paper and pen, wrote 4 IOUs, and had them stamp their fingerprints. All right, bring the money to me within a week, or I'll come to your house to collect it. And I'll let your neighbors see what kind of troublemakers you are. The three sisters from the Su family finally managed to leave, ignoring their lost shoes and bitten arms, as if wolves were chasing them. They ran away in a hurry. Chen Mianmian watched them leave, pouting her lips, feeling she hadn't even used her full strength. Just this little troublemaker. All right, thank you all for your support. Next time there's a commotion, come and watch again. Chen Mianmian cheerfully dismissed the onlookers, then turned to see Su Juexia lying on the ground, looking at her with big, bunny-like eyes. Her eyes were emotionless, full of admiration, as if Chen Mianmian was a hero saving the world. Everyone's gone, get up quickly. It's cold on the ground. Chen Mianmian helped Su Juexia up, sighing as she looked at the girl's thin, chicken-foot-like hands. Su Bian looked quite impressive, but her mother and little sister were so timid. Did the whole family get their courage from her? Thank you, sister, for helping. If it weren't for you, my brother's allowance would have been taken again. Su Juexia spoke with a slight stammer, blushing as she nervously mumbled her words, her voice a little louder than a mosquito's buzz. Chen Mianmian waved her hand to show she didn't mind. She was just someone who spoke out when she saw injustice and would step in when needed. She took Su Juexia back to the yard. The girl naturally started tidying up the mess, while Chen Mianmian found a hammer, nails, and hinges to fix the shaky door. In her past life, she spent a lot of time with animals, including lions, tigers, and brown bears. They were strong and often broke things. Chen Mianmian usually called someone to repair them, but over time, she learned how to fix things herself. She could replace electrical wires, repair furniture, and even fix pipes and plumbing. She could do everything a man could do. Big sister, here, drink some water. Just after fixing the door, Su Juexia brought over a cup of water. She was thirsty from arguing and drank it all in one gulp. The water was sweet and had a milky flavor because she added malted milk powder. This girl patched her own clothes, but she always gave her good things. Still, she was too soft-hearted and often got bullied. While Su Bian wasn't home, Su Juexia quickly cooked dinner. Chen Mianmian took the chance to look around. The small yard was neat and tidy. There was a vegetable patch nearby, already sprouting tender shoots, ready to be eaten soon. The house had only 2 rooms and few pieces of furniture. The walls were covered with awards. Most of the awards belonged to Su Bayan and Su Jueshia, showing they were both very talented. My brother is very, very amazing. Su Jueshia came in, her eyes resting on Su Bayan's awards, filled with pride. If he's so amazing, why are you and your mother living such a hard life? If it were me, I'd make those 3 women regret it tonight. Chun Mianmian thought Su Bayan was just neglecting things, but Su Jueshia hurriedly explained. It turned out that Su Bayan hadn't gone to see relatives because her mother had divorced her father. There was no need to be involved with them anymore. However, whenever Su Bayan visited once, those people would stay quiet for a few days. But when he went on duty with the army, they would come back and take everything again. He had told his mother before not to let those people in or give in. As long as they stayed strong, those people would eventually back off. It's all my fault. Mom and I are useless. We're always bullied. Su Jueshia lowered her head, looking guilty. Mom always says those people are my brother's family, and we shouldn't cause too much trouble. Later, we can rely on ourselves, but we've never been treated well by them since we were little. Will we really have something to rely on in the future? Su Huixia looked confused. Since she was young, she and her brother had been bullied by relatives. Their father didn't care, and their mother always told them to be patient, saying it would get better when they grew up. But she's already 16, and life is still hard. Even her father has remarried and is living happily. Chun Mianmian looked at Su Jueshia's shy and sad face. She remembered the innocent girl who had died and felt sorry for her. She reached out and gently patted her head. Sometimes, elders don't always tell the truth. You need to judge what is right and wrong for yourself. If you keep tolerating everything now, it won't be good. Maybe you should be brave and stand up for yourself. It's better than feeling wronged and making others uncomfortable. Hearing Chun Mianmian's words, Su Jueshia didn't understand everything, but she remembered how her sister had bravely chased away her relatives. She thought her sister was so impressive. A new idea grew in her heart. She also wanted to be like her sister. After talking for a while, Su Jueshia felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Chun Mianmian saw that Su Jueshia's face was swollen and used a cold towel dipped in water to cool her face. Actually, ice cubes would be better, but their house didn't have a refrigerator or ice cream. So, they could only use cold water, which was better than having a swollen face tomorrow. Su Jueshia looked like a little bunny, obediently following Chun Mianmian. Her big eyes were full of admiration and envy. She thought her sister was so amazing. Chun Mianmian looked at Su Jueshia's face, which resembled Su Bayan's, but her temperament was very different. Her paw-like hands twitched as if she wanted to pet her hair or pinch her cheeks. How could she be so obedient and cute? In her voice, a little mouse inside screams. Just as Chun Mianmian was about to lose control, Su Bayan and Lu Rulin finally came back. Brother, Mom, you're back. Mianmian helped fix the house, even fix the door. She told me to use cold water to cool my face. Sister, you're so amazing. Looking at her daughter's rare happiness, and then at Chun Mianmian's confident and graceful demeanor, Lu Rulin felt ashamed and lowered her head. A tinge of sadness flickered in her eyes, but she quickly forced a smile, grabbed some things, and went to the kitchen to cook. Here, this is 78 yuan I got from your 3 aunts. This is the IOU they wrote for the 122 yuan they borrowed. You can go and get the money back later. Chun Mianmian handed the money and the IOU to Su Bayan. She had been helped a lot by him along the way, so she didn't want to take money from him.
Keep it.
If it weren't for you, my mom and sister would still be suffering. If you can get the money back, I'll give you the IOU. Su Bayan looked at Chun Mianmian with bright eyes. Of course, Chun Mianmian couldn't accept it, but Su Bayan pushed it back into her hand. Comrade Mianmian, can I talk to you? Su Bayan clenched his fists, his expression tense. If you looked closely, you could see tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. Sure. What do you want to talk about? Chun Mianmian didn't notice Su Bayan's nervousness and blinked her big eyes at him. His face was really handsome, especially the red mole at the corner of his eyebrow, which added a touch of charm. When Su Bayan blinked, It made his eyelids tremble slightly, and Chen Mianmian couldn't help but stare. Seeing the different atmosphere between them, Ju Xia, who was nearby, quickly said she would go help in the kitchen, leaving only the two of them staring at each other. Just as Chen Mianmian was curious about what he wanted to say and why he was so formal, Su Baiyan suddenly stood up straight like a soldier, looked straight ahead, and loudly introduced himself. Comrade Chen Mianmian, I am the commander of the 28th Regiment, 325th Division of the Northern Military District. I have received 2 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits, and I have been recognized as an outstanding model for 5 consecutive years. My monthly allowance is 145 yuan. I currently have savings of 1,258 yuan. I am healthy and have no bad habits. I have a mother and a sister at home. My father is divorced and remarried. I want to form a revolutionary partnership with you. Please consider me, Comrade Chen Mianmian. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? You want to be with me? Chen Mianmian was so shocked she choked on her saliva after hearing that. She coughed several times before finally finding her voice. He and Su Baiyan had probably known each other for less than a week. And now he was proposing marriage? Oh my, is her charm that strong now? Su Baiyan looked at Chen Mianmian's doubtful expression. He pursed his lips and explained his family situation. His father left home to seek a better life the year he was born. During those turbulent times, there were many risks and opportunities. By chance, he caught the eye of a chief of staff's daughter. Su Chun was handsome and good at comforting others. Although he was afraid of danger, he managed to join the militia because of the chief of staff's daughter. In those years, he traveled with the team and eventually became a militia commander. Although he had no official position, he was quite influential. At that time, his mother stayed in their hometown, taking care of the family and working hard. When his father finally returned, they received news that he wanted a divorce. At that time, Ju Xia was still a baby. His mother almost fainted when she heard the news. Later, Su Baiyan grew up and found out that his father had been with the chief of staff's daughter for a long time. Even his sudden return was because he wanted a divorce. But seeing that the family depended on his mother, he held back and didn't say anything. He even had Ju Xia that night he returned. When things improved over there, he decided to bring the family over and finally told his mother about the divorce. His mother felt like the sky was falling and even considered becoming his father's concubine. But the new national laws didn't allow concubinage, so for his future, she had to agree to the divorce. To make up for her, he allowed her to go to Chuansong City with the family, but she had to work to pay her way. Wow, your dad really isn't a good person. Chen Mianmian couldn't help but curse when she heard this. Su Baiyan nodded in agreement. When he learned that Feng Yue also abandoned his fiancée to climb higher, he became even angrier. Even if he faced punishment, he would help Chen Mianmian succeed in breaking off the engagement. Later, they moved here. His mother endured hardships to support him and his sister. They did all the dirty and tiring work. Su Baiyan and Ju Xia were not liked by their father and were bullied since they were young. He joined the army at 14 and rose to the position of regiment commander, all to give his mother and sister a better life. But as you saw, they were bullied for many years and didn't know how to fight back. So, Chen Mianmian, I need you. Chen Mianmian listened to Su Baiyan and felt sympathetic, but she didn't think marrying him was necessary just because of that. Seeing that Chen Mianmian didn't care much, Su Baiyan changed his approach and started to talk about what benefits he could offer her. Marry me, and I can help you solve your household registration issues. Plus, the team leader's partner can get priority in finding a job. I will give you all my allowances. You can spend them however you like. If I die, there will be a pension for you to collect. After we marry, I will support whatever you want to do. You don't have to perform the traditional marriage ceremony with me. I just hope you can protect my mother and sister. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian suddenly understood. If you had said this earlier, I would have understood sooner. You just want me to use the title of your wife to help take care of your mother and sister at your home so they won't be bullied? Yes, Su Baiyan didn't actually think that way deep down, but it seemed like the only way to make Chen Mianmian accept it. He nodded and admitted, I leave 30 yuan each month for my mom's expenses, and the rest is yours. Su Baiyan earns 145 yuan a month, keeps 30 for expenses, and the rest is profit. Chun Mianmian earns 115 yuan, just enough to get by. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, it seems like a good deal. We have no emotional foundation. Just marry like this. What if I regret it later? If either of us falls for someone else? Wouldn't that be a problem? For just over 100 yuan a month risking a lifetime, it's not very realistic. Su Baiyan's eyes flickered lightly, and he shook his head gently. We'll set a 3-year term. As long as you protect my mother and sister as my wife, and once I reach the same status as my father without being influenced by him, you can leave freely. All my bonuses and allowances will go to you. I can also do extra business trips, and the rewards I get will be yours. After the divorce, I will give you another sum of money.
Chen Mianmian understood subuan esagansi.
Her mother and sister had been living like this. If no one helped soon, something bad would happen eventually. I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Swapping a marriage for over 100 yuan a month, with a husband who doesn't come home, and a mother-in-law and sister-in-law who are easy to manipulate, she was tempted just thinking about it. But she still needed to observe Su Baiyan's character and check if his father was really as he claimed, someone not worth trusting. Comrade Chun Baiyan, dinner is ready. Lu Rulin called out from the kitchen when they stopped talking. Chun Mianmian's eyes lit up immediately. She was eager to eat, forget everything else. Just the smell of the food made her drool. Su Baiyan watched Chun Mianmian and the little bird-like figure happily walking away, a faint dark glow flickering in his eyes. Over the past 3 years, he has used sincerity and actions to win Chun Mianmian's heart, making her unable to leave him. Having served in the army for many years, he has plenty of perseverance. Military strategy says, plan first, then act with determination. Su Baiyan never fights unprepared battles. Today, because Chun Mianmian came and Lu Rulin wanted to thank her properly, she not only bought meat but also bought fine flour to make soft, warm buns. Su Baiyan also exchanged a river fish from the villagers, and Lu Rulin made some homemade pickled vegetables. Chun Mianmian ate happily, her head held high. Delicious, delicious. I haven't had such good food in a long time. Since crossing over, Chun Mianmian's meals in the past few days were just potatoes stewed with sour vegetables. Later, with money, she bought more common-tasting food from the town. She hadn't enjoyed food with a touch of everyday life for a long time. Eat slowly, kid.
There's plenty in the pot.
If you're still hungry later, Auntie will cook more for you, Lu Rulin said. No need, this is already very good, Chun Mianmian quickly declined. Thank you, Auntie, for the hospitality. Just by looking at Lu Rulin's clothes and appearance, she was afraid that if she ate another meal, this aunt might have to sell her blood. Mom, the meat is really delicious. Su Juexia also happily held her bowl, eating with joy. Her face, swollen with satisfaction, showed she hadn't eaten meat in many months. Last time her brother came back with a piece of meat, her mother wanted to save it for buns, but the next day, her eldest aunt took it away. Lu Rulin looked at her daughter's thin frame, a trace of guilt flickering in her eyes. She scooped another bun onto her daughter's plate. Mom, you should eat too. Su Juexia saw there were still a few buns left and thought Lu Rulin had been drinking porridge and eating pickled vegetables from the start, so she let her eat. Mom doesn't like to eat. As long as you all eat well, that's enough, Lu Rulin said. Hearing this, Chun Mianmian slightly frowned. She didn't like this phrase. When she was young, her mother always said it. When she grew up and asked her for money, she would bring it up again. That kind of self-sacrificing sentiment always made her feel guilty, a burden she couldn't shake in her life. She used clean chopsticks to pick up a bun and placed it into Lu Rulin's bowl. I have never seen anyone in this world who doesn't love eating meat buns, Annie. Raising children isn't just about sacrificing oneself, it's also about setting a good example. You always do this. Do you want Su Baiyan and your younger sister to live like this forever? Chun Mianmian's words made Lu Rulin pause. She hadn't thought about this before. She only thought that if she backed down, she could have peace. It was okay to suffer a little. Since she was young, Others told her that women should endure everything in life. It didn't matter which family she married into. At her own family, she wasn't loved much. In her husband's family, it was the same. She thought life was like that. Even though her son told her she could change, she couldn't. When others argued with her, she would always give in. She didn't want to cause trouble because it made her feel guilty. But today, Chen Mianmian's words made Lu Rulin stop and think. She didn't want her children to suffer, like she did all their lives. Especially when she saw Zhou Xia's patched-up clothes and her son with only his military uniform, she felt even more guilty. Chen Mianmian looked at Lu Rulin, who seemed to be thinking. She didn't say anything more. Women from the old days believed in enduring hardships. Changing that mindset wasn't easy. She decided to take it slow. Chen Mianmian ate 5 buns before reluctantly putting down her chopsticks. She was full, but not because her mouth was full, her stomach was. She had to admit, Su Baiyan's mother was a great cook. Even the pickled vegetables had a special flavor. If she could eat like this every day, it would be pretty good. The meal was happy for everyone. Only some soup and fish bones were left. Su Baiyan quickly finished them all, putting everything into his bowl. Not wasting food was a good habit. She gave herself a point for that. I want to raise many animals in the future. The food might run out quickly. Chen Mianmian suddenly asked, testing. In the past, her project team would pay for it, but now she had to buy food herself. She had some gold bars and over 3,000 yuan, but she still wanted to see how Su Baiyan would react. I'll give you my allowance. You can use it however you want. I can also ask at the cafeteria if there are leftovers. If there's any leftover food, you can bring it home. Su Baiyan was still eating, so he quickly swallowed his food and promised without thinking. He knew this was Chen Mianmian testing him. He couldn't let her down. That would be so embarrassing. You're a famous Captain Su. If you go asking for leftovers, people might laugh at you. Chen Mianmian smiled playfully at him, her lively eyes full of teasing. Life is my own to live. No matter how others laugh, I can ask about many canteens in the military district. Su Baiyan's words made Chen Mianmian quite happy. Her sincerity earned her an extra point. As Su Baiyan finished eating, Chen Mianmian decided to leave, saying she needed to ask about Fan Yue this afternoon and also wanted to tease Shui Yongsheng. She was busy. I'll see you off. Just as Chen Mianmian wanted Su Juexia to help guide her, Su Baiyan stood up and headed for the door. She bid farewell to Su Juexia, who was reluctant to part, and also said goodbye to Lu Rulin before leaving. After they left, Su Juexia quietly asked Lu Rulin why her sister asked her brother those questions. Lu Rulin didn't answer directly, but asked if Su Juexia liked Chen Mianmian. Yes, I like her. Sister is so clever. Following her, I can eat well, have enough to eat, and not be bullied. When Su Juexia mentioned Chen Mianmian, her eyes lit up. She clearly liked her very much. Lu Rulin remembered when she was grocery shopping, her son had told her about Chen Mianmian. That girl had also been bullied since childhood, but she knew how to fight back. Not only did she bravely withdraw her engagement, but she also helped send those who had harmed her to the police. Su Baiyan even described the scene of the street parade to Lu Rulin, imagining if the Su family members were dragged out to be humiliated and beaten. She thought she would laugh for 3 days and nights. Can women really fight against fate? Lu Rulin looked at Chen Mianmian's confident, bold attitude, as if she wasn't afraid of anything, and felt a wave of envy. She turned to look at Su Juexia, thinking about how she had suffered in the Su family, how her daughter had been bullied since she was little, turning a sweet girl into someone shy and stuttering. Most of her life had already passed, and if possible, she didn't want her daughter to end up like her. Thinking this, a rare firm light flashed in Lu Rulin's eyes. You like Comrade Xiao Chen? Later, I'll cook something and send it to you. Su Juexia happily went to clear the dishes. Lu Rulin watched them leave, lost in thought, hoping her daughter wouldn't dislike her for being useless and that it wouldn't affect her son's marriage. She could see that her son had taken a liking to that girl Chen. When he mentioned her, his eyes shone brightly, something she had never seen before. If I can marry her in the future, I will treat this child as my own daughter and never let her suffer the pain of being mistreated by her in-laws. Of course, Chen Mianmian is not the type to be easily bullied. Meanwhile, Lu Rulin sighed and prayed silently for Su Baiyan to have a smooth love life. On the other side, Chen Mianmian was already taken to the guest house, followed by a group of dogs. They were the ones she had helped earlier. She promised to give them good food, and she would. There wasn't much canned meat left. Chen Mianmian thought about buying some steamed buns or similar food. Su Baiyan told her to wait a moment and then hurriedly left. Chen Mianmian didn't know where Su Baiyan had gone, but she didn't let that stop her from thinking about feeding the dogs. She asked the staff about a stove at the back, where they could cook simple meals for guests. Chen Mianmian didn't bring much food, so she bought 5 jin of cornmeal from the guest house at double the price. She poured a full pot of water into the backyard. When the water boiled, she added the cornmeal and stirred until it became a porridge. Then she took out a can of meat from her bag, broke it into small pieces, and mixed it in. The air was filled with the aroma of grains and meat, so tempting that Chen Mianmian couldn't help but sniff a few more times. If she hadn't just eaten her fill, she might have kept a small bowl for herself.
Hee.
After stirring for a while and checking that it was ready, Chen Mianmian carried the pot and the food outside. The dogs had already smelled the delicious scent and eagerly came over as Chen Mianmian approached. Sit properly, and no one gets any if they move. Hearing her words, the dogs didn't dare to go forward. They quickly ran to the corner and sat obediently, waiting. Their tails wagged like propellers and drool dripped onto the ground. They had never tasted anything so fragrant, especially since it was prepared just for them. Be good, follow your sister from behind, and I promise you'll enjoy tasty food and drinks. The porridge hadn't cooled yet. Chen Mianmian set the pot aside to cool a bit and squatted down to chat with the dogs. Some people passing by the guest house saw Chen Mianmian holding a pot of food and talking to the dogs. They thought she was not in her right mind and pulled their children away. Others saw her feeding the dogs with grain and scolded her for wasting food. Chen Mianmian heard the question but chose to ignore it. She was used to such doubts from her past life. Animals are her best friends. They won't betray or abandon her. They are much better than people. After a while, when the porridge had cooled enough, Chen Mianmian found a broken wooden board and poured the porridge onto it for the dogs to eat. No one dared to guard their food or fight over it with other dogs. Anyone who tried was chased away and not allowed to eat anymore. The dogs, eager for this meal, behaved well. They lined up quietly, looking like well-behaved pets, not wild dogs running around. Food was limited. Sharing it among more than 10 dogs meant they only ate half full, but it was the best meal they had had. Just as Chen Mianmian was about to let the dogs go, Su Baiyan came back carrying 2 large water buckets. His uniform was soaked with sweat, and his handsome face was flushed from exercise. His eyes looked especially bright and moist. I got these from 2 canteens. Do you think it's enough for them to eat? He asked. After saying that, Su Baiyan took out a broken basin from behind his back and poured in leftover food and rice. The dogs looked at the food, then at Chen Mianmian, waiting for her command to start eating. Chen Mianmian was surprised to see Su Baiyan. She didn't expect him to be so brave as to ask for food. It wasn't just talk. She felt a little more respect for him. At her signal, all the dogs started eating from the basin. They licked it clean and then moved on to the next. This food was much better than Chen Mianmian's corn porridge. When the 2 buckets were empty, the dogs were full and round-bellied. They wagged their tails happily and made contented sounds. Did you really carry all this the whole way? She asked. Even though it was spring, Su Baiyan's shirt was soaked with sweat, and sweat beads dripped down his forehead. The buckets were large, each weighing about 30 pounds. He carried 2 of them from 2 canteens and ran over here.
Yes.
The army's vehicles can't be used freely, and all the bikes in the unit are borrowed. Otherwise, I could have been faster. I already asked the canteen to save some for me. Next time, I'll be quicker, he said, standing at attention and explaining loudly, as if giving a report. His serious attitude made Chen Mianmian like him a little more. He was genuinely good. He kept his promises, didn't care about face, and was strong enough to follow her up mountains and down rivers, exploring everywhere. In his past life, Chen Mianmian traveled to many strange places to breed rare animals. He changed assistants many times because no one could handle the intense and dangerous work. If it had been Su Bian, he had suffered since childhood and even fought on the battlefield. He had survived gunfire and explosions, so he should be fine. While speaking, Chen Mianmian picked up a broken pot, planning to return to the military area with Su Bian and also to see the jokes about Shui Yongsheng.
Subuyan?
A strange voice sounded. Su Bian's gentle expression suddenly became tense, and a cold look flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He quickly tried to hide behind Chen Mianmian. As Su Bian turned around, she still saw the face of the visitor. The man was about 50 years old, with decent features. Although there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and white hair at his temples, he still looked steady and calm. It was clear he was a handsome man when young. He was frowning and glaring at Su Bian, full of dissatisfaction and irritation. His face, which was originally an 8 out of 10, dropped to a 5. Yesterday you came back, but didn't report to me. I fought hard to get you this mission for official duty. You didn't go to see me, but instead looked for Commander Song. What? You don't like me as your militia commander? Do you even see me as your father? The man's scolding made Su Bian's body tense even more. His hand beside him clenched tightly. Chen Mianmian thought he might punch the man in the nose at any moment. Seeing that Su Bian didn't speak, Su Chunsheng didn't mind. His son had been distant from him since childhood. He couldn't even get 3 words out of him with a stick. He found him annoying. He was about to finish his words and leave. This time, your success is thanks to my protection. That's why you got the chance. When you write your report later, remember to include my contributions. Do you understand how to write it? Remember, only if I live well can your mother and sister have a good life. Su Chunsheng's words made Su Bian's anger surge wildly. His teeth clenched with a grinding sound. If it hadn't been for Su Chunsheng's orders, the Su family wouldn't dare openly trouble his mother and sister. He just wanted to use his mother and sister to control Su Bian. With this capable and hardworking son, he could take more credit and keep climbing higher. As long as Su Bian doesn't listen, Su Chunsheng will have his family trouble Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia. Whenever someone has a weakness, they become vulnerable. Thinking this, Su Chunsheng felt proud and looked at Su Bian with an even more superior attitude. This weekend, your Aunt Chu's niece is coming over. It's a good chance for you two to meet. Don't look down on her just because she's 12 years older and divorced. She comes from a wealthy family, and her father is a military general. If you marry her, your mother and sister can also live a good life. Chen Mianmian, standing behind Su Bian, was stunned. Wow, is this about career advancement? Are they really going to sell their own son? I won't go, Su Bian firmly refused. I already have someone I want to marry.
How dare you? Su Chunsheng snapped.
Who told you to pick your own partner? You're my son. Whatever I say, you do. Marry whoever I choose. Those random women, get rid of them now. Otherwise, making someone disappear quietly is very easy for me.
Su Chunsheng was completely angered Subuan.
He couldn't hold back anymore and was about to rush forward to beat this biological father to a pulp when Chen Mianmian suddenly shouted sharply from behind.
Go!
Bite him to death. As the dogs wildly lunged at Su Chunsheng, Chen Mianmian stepped out from behind Su Bian. I want to see what you dare to do to make me disappear.
Woof! Woof!
Woof! The dogs, having just finished eating, were full of energy. 3 of them bit onto Su Chunsheng's sleeve, hanging on like Christmas decorations. 2 others turned to his back, biting his buttocks, twisting his face, and howling loudly. Su Bian, are you blind? Hurry up and chase these dogs away. Su Chunsheng's calves were also caught by the dogs. One of them pulled him down without him noticing. He was in pain, grimacing, and saw Su Bian and the fools standing there like idiots, so he roared in anger. I'll see who dares to chase the dogs away. You just spat nonsense about your mouth earlier. Today, I'll fix that problem for you. Chen Mianmian walked in front of Su Chunsheng, her eyes full of sarcasm. You climb high, abandon your wife and children. How dare you steal credit from Soo Bayan? And you want to quietly kill me? I'm really scared. When did the military district start giving orders to you, the one who relies on others? No, I need to go find the commander or Major Song to ask. Listening to Chen Mianmian, Su Chunxing knew that this was Soo Bayan's chosen marriage partner, and he looked down on her even more. He angrily turned his head to Soo Bayan and shouted that he would never admit her as his daughter-in-law. You dare to hit me before you even get married? People like you, so heartless and unfaithful, don't deserve to enter the Soo family's door. After speaking, Su Chunxing looked at him coldly. In my life, I will only marry her. Soo Bayan's words made Chen Mianmian glance sideways. Being chosen by someone so firmly, she probably felt pretty good. Seeing him begging the dogs for food and still giving himself face, Chen Mianmian reluctantly decided to play along with him. She didn't really dislike Su Chunxing's attitude. Even without Soo Bayan, she secretly wanted to give him a good kick. Did you hear that? You, the old freeloader, Soo Bayan is nothing like you. You lick anyone's stinky feet just for your career. If you like that old girl so much, why don't you marry her yourself? If you're really into her father, washing your behind and offering yourself isn't impossible. Soo Bayan again realized that Chen Mianmian's way of talking was rough and careless about others' feelings, but inside, he felt strangely pleased. He is Su Chunxing's son and often meets him because of military-civil cooperation. No matter what role he plays, if he doesn't do things properly, he gets morally judged. The army is very proud and sensitive about reputation. If he's labeled as unfilial or disobedient, and with Su Chunxing twisting facts, Soo Bayan would be trapped and unable to breathe. But when Chen Mianmian came, she not only scolded a few ants but also dealt with Su Chunxing. If no one had been there, Soo Bayan would have wanted to shout loudly. Who are you calling a freeloader? Su Chunxing was tightly bitten by the dogs and couldn't get up. Any bigger movement would get him bitten even harder. He could only glare angrily at Chen Mianmian, furious that over the years, no one dared to say such things to him face-to-face because of his wife's family background. Today, his son's fiancée had exposed his shame, making his blood pressure almost explode. Anyone who responds as a freeloader, Chen Mianmian still cupped her hand into a bowl shape and brought it to her mouth, afraid that Su Chunxing wouldn't hear her clearly. Freeloader, you're just an old white-faced man who freeloads. Not only do you rely on others financially, but you also let your son do the same. Are you planning to have your grandson depend on others too? Your whole family relies on others. Chen Mianmian spoke confidently, almost making Su Chunxing so angry he nearly spat blood. At this moment, the people at the guest house heard the argument and came out to watch. Feeling embarrassed, he wanted to leave. Coincidentally, a dog had eaten too much and couldn't hold back a very smelly, which dispersed right in front of Su Chunxing. Su Chunxing initially wanted to curse, but he inhaled and it made him feel dizzy, like a mix of smells in his nose, brain, and chest.
Ugh.
I feel sick. He vomited up his lunch. Chen Mianmian immediately moved away, disgusted, to stand beside Soo Bayan. With a serious tone, she said, with someone like that, how could your stepmother like him? I tell you, marrying a fool is against the law. If your dad goes to jail, it will affect your future. Chen Mianmian's words were very sincere, almost making Soo Bayan laugh. Usually, whenever he saw Su Chunxing, he would feel upset for days. But this time, not only was he not upset, he was actually very happy. All thanks to Chen Mianmian. He was determined to do well and marry her. While they were talking, they picked up the water bucket and broken basin. Despite Su Chunxing still feeling sick and wanting to, they headed toward the military district. Soo Bayan, don't you care about yourself? Or do you still not think about your sister and your mom? I absolutely won't agree to you marrying this crazy girl. Soo Bayan, you have to listen to me for the rest of your life. Su Chunxing was in pain all over. Seeing his son and Chen Mianmian about to leave, he was so angry he threatened them directly. Hearing this, not only Soo Bayan, but even Chen Mianmian couldn't help but feel annoyed. Having a father who is so helpless and cowardly is truly bad luck. Oh, I wasn't planning to marry Soo Bayan, but your words made me want to rebel. I want to see if marrying Soo Bayan is your bad luck, or if I am more clever. Soon, we will go to the military district to apply for marriage. If you dare to refuse, I'll just throw some stuff into your family's pot. After saying this, Chun Mian flipped him, grabbed Soo Bayan and walked away. Because of Chun Mian's words, Soo Bayan's mind went blank for a long time. He didn't even hear Soo Chunsheng calling him. It wasn't until they walked far away that Soo Bayan finally found his voice. Comrade Mian, I am happy that you agreed to marry me, but I still want you to test me rather than act on impulse. My family isn't harmonious. If you marry me, you'll face many conflicts. I am too selfish to want to pull you into this. Hey, with your dad's fighting spirit, he's not as fierce as my family's old trick of stealing eggs, Chun Mian said casually, waving her hand. I'm not acting on impulse either. 3 years of marriage to establish myself here isn't a bad deal. But we should agree that without my consent, you can't force me to fulfill marital duties. I won't have children either. I have a bad temper. I curse and sometimes hit. Are you sure you can handle that? When Chun Mian returned, she had already asked the staff. Even though she was settling here, she had no connections and the job was shift-based, each position only for one person, so it was hard to find. Marrying Soo Bayan gave her a job opportunity and 3 years of free housing. Most importantly, he would cover for her, and she could use her dogs to bring back some things without attracting too much attention. Most importantly, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were easy to handle. After marrying in, she wouldn't need to do much besides fight. Thinking this way, she felt very comfortable. Okay, I agree, Soo Bayan nodded quickly. And I just want to force you. Even the dogs around you wouldn't agree. Chun Mian proudly lifted her chin at this. Of course, not just Soo Bayan. If even Ultraman came with his dogs, they could tear off a piece of meat. The two listed some terms for after marriage. They agreed not to include situations where either find someone they like and needs to end the marriage to avoid misunderstandings. Soo Bayan would give Chun Mian his monthly allowance, minus 30 yuan for daily expenses. Chun Mian could pretend to be a loving wife with Soo Bayan, but any extra services would cost more. After returning the items to the military district, Soo Bayan would write a contract and a marriage report. Both kept a copy of the contract, signed and sealed, and Soo Bayan hurried to Commander Song's office for approval. Commander Song was surprised by Soo Bayan's sudden marriage report. When he saw the bride's name was Chun Mian, his eyes widened. Wow, you're quick. She just arrived yesterday, and you've already sealed the deal? Or was it already part of his plan when he first met them? Soo Bayan didn't speak, which was taken as his agreement. Song Chi Lu carefully stamped a seal, and when he heard that Soo Chunsheng didn't agree, he sighed. Soo Chunsheng, a simple-minded young man, really could delay the good soldiers in his hands. Soo Bayan collected all the seals in one day. Before going home at night, he reported the progress to Chun Mian. It's okay. Come pick me up tomorrow. As the bride, I need to meet the parents and maybe get some bride price. You're not ugly. Soo Bayan looked seriously at Chun Mian. In my heart, you're the most beautiful woman. Of course, I am the most beautiful woman. Come pick me up tomorrow, and we'll go together to see your father. Chun Mian saw the sincerity in Soo Bayan's eyes and smiled. Since they are now partners, they should help each other from now on. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. When Soo Bayan heard the word together, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even the red mole at the corner of his eye seemed brighter, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Until Chun Mian returned to her room, Soo Bayan stood downstairs for a while before leaving. The night passed quietly. The next morning, after washing up, Chun Mian deliberately wore her most worn-out clothes and shoes. She originally planned to keep them as a memory of her original self, but ended up using them. Looking at the girl with dry, yellowish hair and a pale face in the water basin, only her eyes looked lively and beautiful, full of vitality. Xiao Mian, don't worry. I will make sure your hopes get better and better. Chun Mian looked down at her reflection, as if saying goodbye to her original self. After speaking, she opened the door and went downstairs, planning to buy some breakfast. She saw Su Bayan standing at the door, like a straight pine tree, tall and strong. "Hey, why are you here so early?" Hearing Chun Mianmian's voice, Su Bayan turned around, feeling a slight relief inside. Actually, he had been waiting here since last night. He knew Su Chunqing well, stupid but cruel. After suffering such a big grievance yesterday, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. He was worried that Su Chunqing might send someone to harm Chen Mianmian. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. Su Bayan stood outside, thinking that Chen Mianmian was sleeping nearby. He felt an inexplicable sense of peace. "I'll come pick you up for breakfast." Su Bayan quietly moved his numb legs and walked over smoothly, looking completely natural. Although he was a bit puzzled why Chen Mianmian was wearing such old clothes, he thought she always had her reasons. He even thought that as a young girl, she probably didn't have many nice clothes because no one cared for her. Today, he decided to take the savings account book from the military commander's place and buy new clothes for her, her mother, and sister. Chen Mianmian didn't know what Su Bayan was thinking. She was just eager for breakfast and walked quickly. Along the way, the dogs happily ran over, wagging their tails at her. Chen Mianmian waved her hand to call them over, crouched down, and mumbled to them for a while. Su Bayan found this quite interesting. Even though he guessed Chen Mianmian had some special qualities that most people didn't have, he still felt a bit uncomfortable watching her communicate with the dogs. After a while, Chen Mianmian finished giving instructions, let the dogs go, and turned to see Su Bayan tilting his head curiously. "Do you want me to steam some steamed bread and share it with these dogs?" Su Bayan didn't ask what Chen Mianmian told the dogs to do. Instead, he remembered the idea of feeding them. "You don't have much grain at home. Let's give some to your mom and sister. I'll buy more later when I finish my chores." Chen Mianmian was surprised that Su Bayan was so thoughtful, but she didn't like to take advantage of others. She had the ability to take care of her pets herself. Su Bayan listened to how clearly Chen Mianmian divided things, lowered his eyes slightly, and didn't argue. Instead, he thought he should go to the nearby village to exchange for some grain. There were plenty of wild vegetables and game in the mountains now. During the holiday, he planned to gather some to help Chen Mianmian, her mother, and sister strengthen their health. With Chen Mianmian around, good things probably wouldn't be stolen again. When they reached home, they hadn't even entered the door when they saw Su Juexia standing there, looking around. When he saw them return, he shyly smiled. "Mom, brother is back. He's back." He shouted loudly inside, and Lu Rulin came out carrying food. "You're back. Hurry, wash your hands and eat." Chen Mianmian followed Su Bayan inside. She watched as the family of three set the table and arranged the dishes, warmly inviting her to sit and eat. Her heart was touched. Since her parents' divorce in her past life, she has lived alone for a long time, and no one has ever specially made breakfast for her. Moreover, she never experienced feeling welcomed by others. In her memories, the two lonely little girls always hid among crowds, watching others be happy. Unexpectedly, here she finally experienced that feeling rarely. "Mianmian, there's not much good food at home. Just make do with this. Later, Yuran will bring back a fish, and Auntie will cook it for you." At the dining table, there were 3 crispy, tasty pickles, a bowl of thick rice porridge with a fragrant rice aroma, and a plate of sweet and sour cabbage and spicy fried shredded potatoes. These were probably the best dishes his family could serve to guests. Lu Rulin might have brought out all the good things at home, so Chen Mianmian wouldn't dislike them. And she hadn't had such smooth-tasting breakfast in a long time. To be honest, Lu Rulin's cooking skills really suited Chen Mianmian's taste. She could have eaten 1 bowl, but kept eating more until she was full without realizing it. After finishing the meal, Su Bayan talked to Chen Mianmian about his father. Knowing your enemy helps you win every battle. Chen Mianmian then learned that Su Chunqing was not only climbing high, but also a person who married into the family. He wanted to rise quickly to power, so he abandoned his wife and child, and married the daughter of a staff officer who couldn't have children, 10 years older than him. The staff officer became a deputy military district commander and promoted this son-in-law. Over the years, He had contributed a lot to Su Bian, and even Su Chuanqing, a fool, became a militia division commander. Most importantly, this old fool, riding on his wife's coattails, lived in the family compound, truly blessed. From what he said, your dad's family should be quite rich. When we go to report the good news later, you should ask for more benefits. Chen Mianmian's eyes narrowed with ill intent, clearly scheming. Lu Rulin, hearing Chen Mianmian bring up marriage voluntarily, took out a silver bracelet from her. This was given to me by Bian's father when we got married. I haven't worn it all these years. Now that you're moving in and we don't have much good stuff at home, you can take this bracelet. It's my fault holding Bian back. He's been promoted to deputy brigade commander in other military districts, but because of me, he's been held back from promotion. Thinking of this, Lu Rulin's eyes reddened. She had even thought about dying to free her son from worries. After being discovered by Su Chunqing, Zhu Xia was grabbed and beaten. He even told her that if she dared to die, he would make their son disappear quietly and marry their daughter off to a 60-year-old man. Lu Rulin didn't dare to gamble with her children's future. She could only live painfully, biting her lip. She kept all this in her heart, never telling her son. Now that he finally liked a girl, she felt very happy inside. Chen Mianmian saw Lu Rulin looking upset and gently patted her hand. "Auntie, don't be sad. Later, I will get you something good." Su Chuanqing's heart is black, and his things are dirty.
Who would want them?
Lu Rulin hated Su Chuanqing so much that she gritted her teeth, feeling breathless just thinking about him. "Hey, Auntie, you're wrong," Chen Mianmian said, grabbing Lu Rulin's hand to persuade her. "Money isn't dirty or smelly. If you can spend it, it's good. You work hard and hold on. While others are living rich and fat, aren't you angry? If I asked for money, I would peel off his skin and make him cry in pain. Wouldn't that make you happy?" Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Lu Rulin's eyes lit up. Thinking about how Su Chunqing would suffer and hurt, she felt a little better. "Auntie, Zhu Xia, wait for the good news of our victory over Su Bian." Seeing Lu Rulin and Su Juexia's excited expressions, Chen Mianmian knew they were also eager. She stood up and asked Su Bian to lead the way. Thanks to her father-in-law, Su Chunqing was approved to move in and now lived in this family compound. His house was spacious and bright, with a large garden paved with stone slabs, looking delicate and beautiful. Even though it wasn't summer yet, the lush flower seedlings could be seen through the open door. "Is anyone home?" Chen Mianmian went to the door, knocked loudly, and called out, "Is Su Chunqing home?" A woman in a corduroy dress with fashionable big curls and wearing delicate little leather shoes came out. She looked well-groomed and stylish. The woman had yellowish-black skin and ordinary features, not as beautiful as Lu Rulin. Despite her good maintenance, the signs of age were visible. She looked about 55 or 60.
Subuyan quietly reminded Chen Mianmian.
She raised an eyebrow and looked over. "Oh, it's the third son. No wonder she's not worried about hurting anyone." "Hello, Grandma." Chen Mianmian loudly bowed to Chu Jinrong. "I am Su Chuanqing's daughter-in-law. I came today to share good news with him." Seeing Chu Jinrong's stiff face, Chen Mianmian seemed unfazed and continued with a cheerful tease. "Grandma, you look so young. Are you my father-in-law's mother-in-law? How old are you this year? Over 80?
Wow, you're really long-lived."
"My grandma is over 70, and she's getting quite old. Are you blind?" Chu Jinrong's face turned purple with anger. "I am Su Chuanqing's wife. Su Bian, are you bringing this crazy girl here just to annoy me?" Chu Jinrong's eyes darkened as she stared at Su Bian. This ungrateful little girl. She kindly introduced her niece to him, and he found such a poor girl. Before Su Bian could speak, Chen Mianmian suddenly shouted, Are you Su Chuanqing's wife?"
"Wow.
"Su Bian, your dad's taste is really unique. He left your mom, who's young and beautiful, and married someone like you? TSK, I think he's really hungry. Or maybe he has a mother complex." "Shut up." Chen Mianmian's shout was loud enough for everyone outside to hear. Su Chunqing hurried out, annoyed, to stop her. His tone was full of anger. It was this bratty girl who caused him to get bitten by a dog yesterday. He was in pain all night. Just when he finally dozed off, he heard her ghostly voice again. Soo Bayan, I told you already. If you don't marry Jinrong's niece, don't think about marrying anyone else. Hurry up and get this crazy girl out of here. Look at how angry your stepmother is. Soo Chunching scolded Soo Bayan with a stern face, showing his stance and defending Chu Jinrong. But today, it wasn't Soo Bayan's turn to speak. Chun Mianmian stepped forward 2 steps, held her head high, and looked directly at Soo Chunching. The great man once said that everyone is equal, marriage is free, and arranged marriages should be abolished. Who do you think you are, daring to control Soo Bayan's marriage? Are you better than the great man? Chun Mianmian's words made Soo Chunching's face turn green with shock. He quickly said he never meant to compare himself to the great man. This isn't what I meant. It means you agree with me and Soo Bayan's marriage, right? Well, let's talk about the bride price. I don't need much. Nowadays, to get married, you need 36 items and some traditional ceremonies. Since you're a high-ranking officer, like a militia division commander, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Also, for our wedding, we need a bigger house. You should give me some acknowledgement. Plus, buy me 2 cotton quilts weighing 10 jin each, 2 new sets of clothes, and 2 pairs of leather shoes. Chun Mianmian didn't care that Soo Chunching's face was getting darker. She was counting on her fingers and talking to herself. Soo Bayan was swallowing hard listening. The traditional ceremonies cost over 600 yuan. Add in a wardrobe, cabinets, table for chairs, a bed, and other things, and it would be impossible to buy all that for just 1,000 yuan. Do you really want so much bride price? Chu Jinrong was so angry he laughed. He thought Chun Mianmian must be sleepwalking or losing her mind. Oh, it's not just that. I also want 300 yuan for our living expenses and 150 yuan every month after that. This wasn't just about Chu Jinrong. Soo Chunching was so angry he almost choked on his spit, pointing at Chun Mianmian and shouting, "Where do you think you're from, a bumpkin? Asking for all this stuff right away. Look at yourself, you're not even worth it."
Huh.
I am not only worth it, I am more than enough. Chun Mianmian successfully angered Soo Chunching, finally able to act out. The great leader said, breaking voice, "The new country has no exploitation, no oppression. Everyone is equal, and we all share prosperity." He personally visited farmers in the fields and called us farmer brothers. And you say I'm a bumpkin? I see now you're an enemy spy inside, trying to corrupt us with petty bourgeois ideas, trying to hold back our progress. You're a bad element. You're talking nonsense. The great leader never said those things. Chun Mianmian threw big accusations at him, confusing Soo Chunching. Chu Jinrong knew this girl was clever, so he quickly argued back. That's because you don't understand it fully. Have you memorized the leader's quotes? Have you finished reading his memoirs? Have you carefully analyzed his interviews? Look at your family's strong bourgeois atmosphere. You're not someone who studies the leader's words and actions seriously. Don't think I don't know. You often secretly buy coffee at home and listen to romantic music while dancing with Soo Chunching. You two are just backward people corrupted by sweet talk. When Chun Mianmian came over, the dogs around had already heard all about the bad man they bit yesterday. Their yard always smells bitter, and sometimes music plays. Some dogs also saw the two of them circling around. Chun Mianmian often interacts with the puppies, quickly gathering useful information and exposing their true nature. Now, many onlookers have gathered around, and their eyes are getting more hostile as Chun Mianmian talks more. Chu Jinrong is a very proud person, usually looking down on others with his nose. Soo Chunching likes to lecture, using his position in the militia and his father-in-law's shadow to look down on anyone he dislikes. Now, someone is finally scolding them directly, and they feel very happy inside. Stop slandering us. We didn't do those things. Chu Jinrong widens his eyes and argues, but Chun Mianmian says she will search them. If she finds anything, they will be sent to the farm for re-education and made to wear signs saying bad bourgeoisie. If you want no one to know, don't do it. Justice will catch you eventually. Your crimes won't be hidden. I will risk my life to expose you. Chun Mianmian stomps her feet, accusing them with confidence and calmness, as if ready to sacrifice herself. She even takes off her belt and hangs it on the door frame, saying she will hang herself to wake everyone up. Ancestor, I was wrong. We are family. I was just joking with you. Su Chunqing knows Chun Mianmian is not satisfied today and probably won't end well, so he can only grit his teeth and compromise.
You are my daughter-in-law.
Jinrong and I are yours. But you ask for too much. I can't provide it all right now. Hearing Su Chunqing's obvious delay, Chun Mianmian waves her small hand. Hi, we are all family, so I don't care about new or old things. I see your family has many good items. I'll just take them as bride price. I believe Dad and Stepmom won't mind. Without waiting for Su Chunqing and Chu Jinrong to respond, she gave Su a look to find someone to help move the stuff. She planned to clear out the house, leaving only the load-bearing walls. That was Chun Mianmian's kind heart at work. Who told you to come in? Are you trying to steal things openly? When Chu Jinrong saw the green light in Chun Mianmian's eyes, he knew things were bad and tried to stop her. Su Chunqing didn't expect Chun Mianmian to be so bold, wanting to go in and take things herself. Steal openly? You've been corrupted by bourgeois ideas and become slaves to capitalism. As a child of poor farmers, I must show the spirit of not fearing hardship, fatigue, or corruption, and take away the sweet-talking tricks. I've suffered for you. You are their biological parents, after all. If someone reports you, it could affect your promotion. If not for that, I wouldn't want my hard-working, simple hands to get involved in all this mess, Chun Mianmian argued at the door, hands on her hips. Then I should thank you? Su Chunqing and Chu Jinrong could hear the gritting of their teeth as they spoke. Hey, no need to thank me. I am the successor of the new country, a good socialist youth. Respecting the elderly and loving the young are traditional virtues I promote. Chun Mianmian spoke with a silly, proud look, pretending to be innocent. Chu Jinrong almost couldn't hold back and wanted to slap her face. Just as Chu Jinrong was about to lose patience, Chun Mianmian suddenly looked at her with a mocking gaze.
Grandma.
No, stepmom, do you want to know how I found out about those things? I'm just a girl who just arrived. If no one told me, I wouldn't know what's happening in your yard, she said. Chu Jinrong naturally thought about it and planned to have someone investigate later. She didn't expect Chun Mianmian to bring it up herself. She didn't want to follow Chun Mianmian's words, but her curiosity got the better of her. She asked, who told you? He, of course, someone who knows your lives well, and also knows Su Baiyan's family, Chun Mianmian replied. You are corrupted by petty bourgeois ideas, and your mind is rusted. People have two sides. Some appear to be humble and flattering to you, but secretly they might be insulting you. There are few like me who are willing to endure the pain of capitalist influence just to help improve your thinking. After speaking, Chun Mianmian wiped away tears, feeling as if she had done something great. While she joked around, Su Baiyan brought soldiers who helped with the wedding gifts, saying they came to assist. The soldiers knew that Su Chunqing was like a vampire, always clinging to Su Baiyan, but they didn't expect him to interfere in Su's marriage or to bring so many good things. They all promised to carry the gifts carefully and neatly. Commander Su is a good father, giving so many nice things for the wedding.
I wish I had a father like that.
Yes, Commander Su looks strict, but he has a kind heart. I'll tell the others in the unit that he's not just after profit, he's very kind. Their words made it even harder for Su Chunqing to speak. If he argued, it would seem like he wasn't human. Now he was being praised from all sides, and with the onlookers around, he had to swallow his anger. Meanwhile, Chu Jinrong was quietly thinking, and Su Chunqing clenched his teeth in frustration as Chun Mianmian led a large group inside. She even promised that after they finished moving the gifts, they would all go to her house for dinner. The soldiers were all smiling happily, praising Chun Mianmian, which made her feel proud and happy. Mianmian, what about this sewing machine? Su Baiyan entered the living room and saw a nearly new sewing machine, well maintained. Although it looks a bit old, it's part of the wedding gifts. I don't care if it's new or old, just take it as a new one, she said loudly, showing her generous attitude to Su Chunqing and the onlookers. Then she pointed to the sofa, coffee table, hot water kettle, coffee pot, and other items in the living room. Anything that could be taken was carried away. In the kitchen, it was full of food, cured meat, fine dishes, and various seasonings, all of which Chun Mian also took with her. She even found a screwdriver after everyone took their things and pried the tiles off the stove to take them away, along with the cooking pots. Mian, there are lots of fabrics upstairs. Your stepmother is so kind. She prepared these as a gift for you. You can make many clothes with them. Su Bian came downstairs and told Chun Mian not to argue with the stove anymore, as there were more good things upstairs. Well, I have to say, our stepmother is really generous, so grand, so classy. After saying that, Chun Mian secretly gave Su Bian a thumbs up. This young man is impressive. He has understood her clever tricks quite well. He is sure to become successful in the future. Chu Jinrong lives a refined life and loves beautiful things. He has a whole cabinet of different fabrics, a box full of ready-made clothes, and a beautiful dressing table with expensive cosmetics. Everyone helped carry these items several times. When Chun Mian directed the team to clear out a fresh, country-style bedroom, leaving only the four walls, she finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, in a while, take the beds and tables from the other rooms. We'll give them to my mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law later. As humble farmers and good children, we're not afraid of these things rotting. The little soldier helping carry the bed almost stumbled and hit his head on the bed frame. He secretly looked at the room, which was cleaner than his face, and swallowed hard. Wow, the team leader's wife has cleared out the whole house. Only now does she mention these things. It's maddening. Later, she decided to tell the people in the unit, no matter what, don't mess with Commander Su's wife, or you'll be in big trouble. After the last load of things was moved out, Chun Mian followed downstairs and saw Chu Jinrong sitting on the ground, looking like he'd lost everything, and Su Chunqing, who dared not speak out of anger. She snorted coldly and looked at Su Bian. She whispered, "Are you happy now?" Su Bian, who had moved furniture many times, was sweating all over his face. But his eyes shone brighter than ever, and he felt so happy inside, he wanted to shout. "Very happy. Thank you, Mian." Chun Mian raised an eyebrow at him, signaling him to follow her lead. There was more fun to come. TSK. Even though I'm the younger one, I have to scold Dad and stepmother. You're both so old, and you're about to die, yet you still seek pleasure and comfort. If I weren't clear about the bigger picture and didn't wake you up with my scolding, I might be reported to the militia. Not only you, but even my grandfather's noble image could be affected. The things that were moved away were seen by everyone outside. Nowadays, people promote hard work, but your family's belongings are out in the open for everyone to see. If someone starts to complain about this, it could cause real trouble. Chun Mian did this on purpose. As a daughter-in-law, taking her father-in-law's things as a gift isn't wrong. She's a poor farmer, and taking the sweet treats that poison the mind is fine too. Even when Chu Jinrong told her that her father, the deputy commander, was involved, they didn't dare do anything to them. People without shoes aren't afraid of those with shoes. Big figures like them care a lot about their reputation. Today, Chun Mian made sure they had to accept this loss. So, I should thank you? Su Chunqing's face changed colors from green to purple. His eyes, flickering like a lantern, showed no gratitude at all. No need to thank me. Just don't embarrass us as juniors, and don't cause trouble for my family later. If you end up hanging yourself at the military office, claiming your son isn't filial, that would be bad. Oh, Dad, I'm really sorry. I was just joking earlier. Maybe I should return everything to you. Please don't bully Ren, and don't bully my mother-in-law, or my little sister. Chun Mian loudly apologized, almost wanting everyone in the family compound to hear her. But her eyes, spinning around wildly, showed no remorse.
How could we do such a thing?
Don't talk nonsense. Chu Jinrong clenched his teeth, wanting to slap Chun Mian out, but seeing so many people watching, he could only say insincerely, his jaw tightening. I don't believe it. Unless you, Dad, sign a guarantee, and give us a big house. Chun Mianmian pouted, acting like a cute, naive girl. Meanwhile, Su Baiyan quickly took out the guarantee letter from his arms. It stated that Su Chunqing was not allowed to exploit or oppress Su Baiyan using the name of being unfilial, and he couldn't take credit for others anymore. The terms were very targeted, clearly prepared in advance. At this moment, Su Chunqing even thought that if he had just agreed to their marriage earlier and given them 200 yuan, it would have been better. That way, these two little rascals wouldn't have taken everything from the house. I also want to sign for you, but I didn't bring a pen, Su Chunqing thought maliciously. Anyway, Chen Mianmian had just taken the desk away, so he couldn't use his finger to poke it. It's okay, I brought one, Su Baiyan said, taking out a pen from his pocket and handing it over. I didn't bring the stamp back, Chen Mianmian said. It's fine. I'll go to your office now and see if there's anything else I can take, Su said. Chen Mianmian was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Su Chunqing. He took out the stamp from his pocket, looked around, but couldn't find a good place to put it. In the end, he had to place it on the ground, pouting as he signed and stamped. The force was so strong that the tip of the pen pierced through the paper and touched the ground, showing how much he hated the situation. But Chen Mianmian didn't care about that. She handed the signed guarantee letter back to Su Baiyan and asked Su Chunqing to use his connection with her father-in-law to get a bigger house. The family was living in a house that Su Baiyan had applied for when he was a battalion commander. Now that he's a regiment commander, he should have a bigger place. Moreover, if Su Chunqing hadn't always caused trouble, Su Baiyan might already be a brigade commander. These good resources shouldn't be wasted. All right, you choose yourselves. After you're done, can you just report it? I beg you to leave my sight quickly. Su Chunqing closed his eyes in anger, not wanting to see Chen Mianmian anymore, fearing he might hit her. Everyone around heard this and nodded with a smile. Those living nearby had high military ranks and had long disliked Su Chunqing's pretentious attitude despite being a son-in-law. Now that he's embarrassed, everyone was happy. This girl really knew how to curse people, and it felt so satisfying to hear. Thank you, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, elders, grandpas, and grandmas. Sorry for the trouble today. Later, when Su Baiyan and I get married, I will treat everyone to some wedding candies. In this era, big wedding celebrations weren't common. When someone got married, they just invited close friends for a small gathering. Neighbors who got along well might bring eggs or something, and for ordinary folks, giving some candies was already quite generous. Over the years, Lu Rulin was bullied by the Su family, and the neighbors followed suit, making life very difficult for her and her daughter. Now that they have moved to a new place, making good relationships with new neighbors is a good idea. Definitely, we're waiting for your wedding candies. Everyone agreed, and Chen Mianmian smiled even sweeter. Su Baiyan, who usually doesn't talk much, looked at her with a very gentle expression. They really do seem a good match. Both women felt they had won. Chen Mianmian clicked her tongue happily, about to leave. She turned and saw that most of the yard was filled with flowers and plants, and she frowned slightly. Hey, stepmother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but even great people promote simple living and self-reliance. You have such a big yard, but instead of growing vegetables or grains, you plant a bunch of useless flowers and plants. You're like a small bourgeoisie, with such strong connections. Aren't you worried about being reported? Chu Jinrong bit her lip, looking at Chen Mianmian criticizing her proud garden, feeling like her heart was bleeding and she wanted to blood. What should I do then? Of course, I'll pull out the flowers and plant vegetables. Don't worry, I know you wouldn't plant vegetables. You're a young lady from a military family, used to living comfortably. As juniors, we can't just watch you get reported. After I marry Baiyan, I'll come help you plant vegetables. We shouldn't keep planting these flowers that waste time and energy. After saying that, Chen Mianmian looked disdainfully at the flowers. Isn't this third sister fond of a delicate, bourgeois lifestyle? She deliberately fills the yard with the smell of farm manure to annoy those two fools. Chu Jinrong couldn't hold back anymore. Her eyes darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Su Chunqing quickly helped her up, so she didn't fall face first. Their awkward appearance made Chen Yanyan exclaim in surprise. "Oh dear, stepmother, you're getting too old and weak. Dad, you should take it easy. Even though you still have strength now, she's getting old. Abusing the elderly is against the law. Promoting legal awareness is a long road." After saying this, Chun Mianmian ignored Su Chunqing's angry shouts for them to get lost and hurriedly pulled Su Bian away. They ran while laughing happily, their carefree attitude shining like a bright sun, making Su Bian unable to look away. "It's still early. Let's look at the empty big yards nearby. We'll choose one today and move in tomorrow. All up to you." Su Bian felt that today was the happiest day of his 24-year life. Not only did he marry the girl he liked, but he also made that man look bad. Suddenly, he felt the air around him become better. The empty yard was marked, and the two of them looked around. They both liked a big yard with 2 rooms, a small farm behind, a water well in front, making laundry and cooking very easy. The yard wall was built with stones, strong and nice to look at. It was clear that the previous owner was good at life and practical. "Let's choose this one." They spoke at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed. It seemed their taste was similar, which would help avoid many disagreements in life, adding a point. Su Bian remembered the house number, planning to write a report when he got back. He would also remove the sign indicating the empty house and hang it outside the new house after moving. Chun Mianmian watched Su Bian do these things from outside the door, her eyes lingering on his broad shoulders and slim waist. Wow, those long legs and tiny waist. She wondered what his figure was like under his clothes. Chun Mianmian thought her gaze was quite subtle, but Su Bian's ears were turning red, and he looked a bit stiff. When he stood up, he didn't know where to put his hands. Let's go. We'll pack up and, along with those soldiers from earlier, bother them one more time. Tonight, we'll cook a good meal to reward them." Seeing Su Bian about to tease her more, Chen Mianmian quickly stopped and prepared to go back with him. As she turned around, she saw Dong Qingqiu carefully helping a young man get out of a jeep. She then helped him into a wheelchair and pushed him into the yard. Her concern and tenderness in her eyes were obvious, unlike her usual coldness toward her own daughter. "How do you know him?" Su Bian looked in the direction Chen Mianmian was gazing and felt her eyes were a bit complicated. "Yes, that woman is my biological mother. She left when I was 10 days old. Now she's a government lady, afraid I would be a burden." It was quite a coincidence that she chose a yard so close to her. Chun Mianmian's words made Su Bian gasp in surprise. That family belonged to the director of cultural tourism. His wife was the daughter of Commander Dong. And Chun Mianmian, isn't she the granddaughter of the commander? You wrapped your footcloth over your eyes. Hearing Su Bian's introduction, Chen Mianmian was stunned. No wonder when she saw Dong Jingwu before, that old man was so kind to her. He probably guessed her identity as soon as she mentioned her name and where she came from. But since he didn't recognize her, she wouldn't rush to approach him. She has long given up on family ties. Maybe in her 2 lives, her family connections have always been weak. Back in the small courtyard, Chen Mianmian looked at the full yard. Lu Rulin and Su Juexia stood there like statues, feeling helpless in her own home. "Mianmian, you're finally back. Where did all these things come from?" Lu Rulin's face turned pale with fear, worried that her son might get angry and take away Su Chunqing's family. Her future would be ruined. Su Juexia saw so many good things for the first time, but didn't dare to move, afraid someone might take them away again and demand money. Chun Mianmian looked at the mother and daughter like rabbits, sighed. Reforming them would be a long road. "Auntie, these are the betrothal gifts from Su Bian's father. Rest assured, we can use them. Not only that, he also arranged a big house for us. We will move there soon." Then Chun Mianmian vividly described what had just happened. Lu Rulin and Su Juexia listened with brighter and brighter eyes. "That's wonderful, really wonderful." By the end, Lu Rulin's eyes turned red. She could only repeat those 2 words, not knowing what else to say. For so many years, she had lived under that man's shadow, bearing children for him, caring for his family, yet gained nothing in return, only pain and scars. Now someone had taken him down so badly, Lu Rulin felt a sense of relief. She smiled through tears. If possible, she really didn't want to know Su Chunqing. Chun Mianmian sighed and held Lu Rulin's hand. Auntie, you couldn't resist before, but from now on listen to me. I promise you, and Juexia will have a good life. Thank you, Mianmian. You're such a good girl. It's my fault for dragging you down. Did Lu Rulin do anything wrong? She had been raised by her father at home, married to her husband, and was told when she could speak to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, serve her in-laws. In her life, she constantly endured suffering. Every time she showed her pain and wanted to talk to someone, her mother from her family would tell her, "Isn't that just how women are?" Over time, she stopped sharing her feelings. She thought that as long as she endured through this life, it would be enough. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to give up hope, her son brought back such a good daughter-in-law. But she was not a good mother-in-law at all. She was useless, and even the bride price was asked for by the children themselves. Please don't say that. I can't do housework or sewing. The household chores will still depend on you in the future. Just don't think I'm lazy.
How could that be?
You married into this family to enjoy happiness. I won't let you do the work. From now on, I will handle everything at home. Just focus on getting along well with Yuyan. Lu Rulin didn't want her daughter-in-law to suffer like she did. As long as she could still work, she wouldn't let her daughter-in-law be tired. Su Juexia nodded in agreement. With her and her mother doing the chores, she definitely wouldn't let her little sister-in-law be exhausted. Chun Mianmian looked at the mother and daughter, who trusted her wholeheartedly, feeling a warm feeling inside. She never thought she could find warmth in a makeshift family. Maybe her marriage to Su Baiyan was really a good thing. This thought flashed by quickly. Chun Mianmian hurriedly organized the 2 women to pack up. She threw away all the bad things. After all, she had brought back so many things from Su Chunqing. No need to waste them. As she looked at the patched-up clothes on the mother and daughter, she sighed deeply. Just take 2 sets of these clothes as emergency wear. Throw away the rest. I brought back a big box of fabric. Auntie, when you have time, help us make clothes for the 4 of us. Anything, dresses, pants, shirts, overalls, let's do it all. The leftover scraps can be used for shoe soles. From now on, we won't wear these torn clothes anymore.
It hurts my eyes to see them.
Of course, she still needed to keep 1 or 2 sets. When pretending to be poor and suffering, they would come in handy. Chun Mianmian tugged at her clothes, which looked like they belonged to a leader of a beggar gang, feeling very proud. She was truly a clever little girl who knew how to make use of everything. I can have some too. New clothes? Su Juexia pointed at herself happily. She had only worn clothes that others didn't want or that Lu Rulin had altered to fit her. She had never worn new clothes before. Of course, all 4 of us have contributed. Chun Mianmian pointed to the cabinet filled with fabric. Mostly, I have to thank Auntie. I can only talk, I don't know how to do anything else, haha. Lu Rulin was thanked by Chun Mianmian and quickly blushed, waving her hands. Making clothes isn't hard work. It's enough that the child doesn't mind her skills. She also looked at the sewing machine in the corner, her eyes shining with excitement. She had seen her eldest sister-in-law use it before, sewing edges quickly and neatly. Now she finally had a chance to try it herself. With clear instructions from Chun Mianmian, the mother and daughter finished tidying up quickly. By the time Su Baiyan sent someone to fetch them, the house was almost all cleaned up. Hello, Auntie. Hello, little sister. Hello, sister-in-law. The young soldiers greeted everyone loudly. Lu Rulin and Su Juexia nodded shyly in response, while Chun Mianmian greeted them confidently. They helped carry things again, and that evening, they ate at the new house. The young soldiers, only about 18 or 19, full of energy, started moving things without hesitation when they heard there was good food. Chun Mianmian took out 20 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Lu Rulin, telling her to buy vegetables and meat. Not only to reward the helpers, but also to celebrate the family's new beginning. Lu Rulin didn't want to accept it, but Su Baiyan insisted she take it. He said he would go to the military office tomorrow to get the savings book and bring it back for Chun Mianmian, this time as an advance. Mom, make some more dry food later, and when you stew the meat, add more broth. Mian Mian will feed the dog later. Before leaving, Su Baiyan quietly reminded Lu Rulin, his eyes full of relief. His son's care for his wife was the best. He had suffered enough from his husband's indifference and didn't want to see others around him suffer the same. Lu Rulin carried a basket and took her daughter to buy vegetables. Just then, Wang Ting heard they were moving and hurried over. Chun Mian thought for a moment and asked him to go shopping with them. The mother and daughter were so well behaved, like rabbits. If they met the Su family again, it wouldn't be impossible for their things to be taken away. Before they got established, they needed extra protection.
Hey.
Are you moving? Did Commander Su do something wrong and get kicked out of the family compound? Chun Mian was tidying up some unwanted items in the yard, preparing to give them to neighbors, when she heard a sarcastic voice from outside. Ignoring Chun Mian's gaze, the person came in, carrying a stainless steel water scoop and 2 large white porcelain bowls. Anyway, since you are moving out and these things are quite many, I will help you take some. Otherwise, throwing them away would be a waste. The person is an old woman with her hair and bound feet. Her eyes are darting around, clearly not a good person. It's obvious she often steals from Lu Rulin, otherwise her movements wouldn't be so natural. Chun Mian snorted coldly, went over, and took back all the items, almost causing the old woman to stumble. You've wrapped your feet and eyes with cloth. You just take whatever you want. Do you think you're a guardian spirit? If your legs and feet are bad, stay at home and rest. Don't go wandering around other people's houses and causing trouble. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by others? Chun Mian rolled her eyes. Even if she broke all the things, she wouldn't give this old woman a single thing. Trying to take advantage of her? That's for another lifetime. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll have my son confiscate all your family's belongings. Seeing Chun Mian so uncooperative and not taking advantage, the old woman got angry and started scolding loudly. I'm not your father. How would I know who you are? Chun Mian crossed her arms and looked up and down at the old woman. Don't blame me for warning you. Your son is the Jade Emperor, but don't think you can hide a single thread from my family. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to invite a god, but find it hard to send one away. The old woman saw that Lu Rulin and Su Juexia, who are usually easy to talk to, weren't around today. Knowing she wouldn't get any benefits, she could only glare at Chun Mian in anger and plan to look for trouble elsewhere. Chun Mian watched her leave in a huff and felt a bit disappointed. She hadn't even fully used her skills. Is this all? Old trash. Not long after the old woman left, others came to move things again. This happened 4 times in total, finally transferring the rich belongings of Su Chunqing's family to their new home. At last, Chun Mian carried a small bundle, locked the door, and left the small courtyard where the Su family had lived for 2 years. By the time they reached the new house, Su Baiyan had already arranged most of the furniture. The 2 large rooms looked neat and spacious. On a 2-meter-wide Kong bed, colorful quilts were spread out. After dinner, Chun Mian began to distribute the items. The dressing table was also moved by Su Baiyan to their new house, which was the West Room. Mom said that every new daughter-in-law should have one of these. She gave it to you now and said she will find someone in the village later to build a room for her mother. Su Baiyan explained to Chun Mian to show that their family is welcoming. Chun Mian nodded and didn't refuse. She told Su Baiyan not to bother building now. When the 3rd brother brings something back, she will go and grab it, just to get it back. You didn't do anything wrong by fixing up Su Zhongding's yard. You shouldn't use manure directly from the army's toilets. It's too stinky. Hearing Chun Mian's teasing reminder, Su Baiyan nodded with a tight mouth. He remembered this well. There's a special place in the family's yard to collect manure. He just needs to ask and leave a bucket. Thinking about this, Su Baiyan suddenly asked Chun Mian if she wanted to build a toilet.
Can we?
Chun Mian's eyes lit up. If it's possible, I definitely want one. I get a headache just thinking about using the public toilets. In this era, everyone used dry toilets. It's okay in cold weather, but in hot weather, it's really uncomfortable. If it's at home and cleaned often, it doesn't smell much. Su Bian asked Chen Mianmian to think about what else she needed. Since there were many people today, he decided to get it done quickly. Seeing the busy, silly kids working hard, Chen Mianmian twitched her lips. She wondered if they really thought they could just boss these kids around like forklifts. But she kept all this in mind. When she had time, she would go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some food and ask Su Bian to deliver it. Su Bian took people to get bricks, cement, sand, and stones. Lu Rulin and the others also returned. They carried 2 big pieces of pork with fat and lean, some pig offal, a fish as long as an arm, and even a bag of potatoes and cabbage. Qian Wang carried a bag of flour. Seeing the spacious yard and the bright, large brick house, the 3 of them couldn't believe their eyes. Today is our housewarming. I've prepared all these. Lu Rulin was very excited. She felt happier than ever, as if her life had improved ever since her daughter-in-law arrived. They entered the kitchen, which was bigger than their old bedroom. It was already filled with various ingredients and seasonings from Su Chunqing's place, making Lu Rulin even happier. In the morning, she thought using things from Su Chunqing's house was dirty, but now she thought it smelled good. Improving their life without spending money, why not use it? Lu Rulin called Su Juexia into the kitchen to start cooking. When Chen Mianmian wanted help, she was pushed out with a handful of rock sugar. Here, only my mother and I are enough. You can't really help here, so just stand outside and play. Lu Rulin smiled gently, rolled up her sleeves, and started kneading dough. Su Juexia quickly cleaned the fish and pig offal, much more skillfully than Chen Mianmian. She gave Lu Rulin and Su Juexia 2 pieces of rock sugar each before stepping outside. Mom, I like my sister-in-law. Su Juexia chewed on the sweet rock sugar, her eyes full of happiness and hope for the future. Lu Rulin nodded in agreement, feeling just as sweet inside as the rock sugar. Her hands worked more energetically. Chen Mianmian didn't know this. She went over to Qian Wang, who was chopping firewood. Seeing her approach, he quickly put down his axe and stood straight, as if waiting for a parade review. Did you run into any trouble just now? No. Qian Wang stood at attention, looking straight ahead. Susu's big sister-in-law saw us, but as soon as she saw me, she took a different path. Chen Mianmian nodded, knowing that the people from the Su family were soft and afraid of trouble. Sooner or later, she would have to deal with them herself. But for now, she let them fight among themselves first. While they were talking, Su Bian and the others returned. Everyone worked together, digging a toilet, laying stones for the road, building an outdoor stove, and stacking chicken roosts. The big yard was filled with more than 10 young men, lively and noisy, almost ready to lift the roof. Not far away, Dong Qingqiu was going to buy vegetables. Hearing the noise, she came over to see what kind of neighbors they were. She followed the open gate and saw Chen Mianmian directing people to work. Dong Qingqiu's eyes widened in surprise. She thought Chen Mianmian was joking when she said she had left the Chen family. She didn't expect her to have moved into the family compound. Chen Mianmian sensed her gaze. She turned to look and saw mother and daughter exchanging glances. She paused for a moment, then walked out and stood in front of Dong Qingqiu, confidently allowing herself to be looked over. Didn't you say you wouldn't disturb my life? What does this mean now? Just to get close to me, you married anyone? Dong Qingqiu looked at her daughter with some resentment. She wondered why her own daughter, who was supposed to be close to her, always clung to her parents and cried. If that were true, she wouldn't be so cold. And no daughter should be so distant from her mother. It must be that those rustic people from the Qin family have spoiled her. This isn't why you came to see me. I haven't disturbed your life, Mianmian said innocently, tilting her head. I want to marry in, but not just anyone. Su Bian is honest, clear-headed, and has strong ideals. She is a good revolutionary partner. We carefully decided to become comrades of the proletariat. Just treat me as a stranger. I won't tell anyone you're my mother. If you're really uncomfortable, I won't reveal anything about you. Mianmian originally planned to act as a stranger to her. Dong Qingqiu came over unexpectedly, which confused her a bit. Dong Qingqiu looked at her similar face, along with her stubborn way of thinking, just like her little brother who could make her angry since childhood. As a mother, she wished her daughter could speak more gently. If she simply said she wanted to get closer, she wouldn't really push her away. Then don't say anything about it. Dong Qingqiu snorted and turned away angrily. She didn't believe her daughter, the commander's daughter, wouldn't come to recognize her. She would wait until her daughter begged her, then she would hold on for a little longer before forgiving her. Mian Mian naturally didn't understand Dong Qingqiu's feelings. She returned to the yard to continue helping. Finally, when the fragrant smell filled the yard, everything was ready. Lu Rulin announced, "Meal is ready." Everyone happily rushed over, as if celebrating the new year. Line up to wash your hands. After washing, you can eat. The weather was nice today, so they moved the tables outside to eat. Because there were many people, they set up 2 tables. Everyone sat on the comfortable seats borrowed from Su Chuncheng, looking at the delicious food that smelled so good it made their mouths water. There was braised fish, braised pork, spicy stir-fried meat, spicy fried intestines, scallion tofu, spicy potato strips, seaweed egg drop soup, along with fragrant sorghum rice and soft cabbage pork buns. Even during the new year, it wasn't as rich as this. Mian Mian found some good wine that Su Chuncheng kept, poured some for everyone, and raised her cup with Su Juexia, who was drinking malted milk. Today is our housewarming celebration. Thank you all for your help. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. My sister-in-law will definitely help. She also took this chance to congratulate herself and Su Bian on becoming revolutionary partners. Once they get their marriage certificate, she promised to give everyone wedding candies. After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. The smooth and gentle taste made it hard for them to swallow, as such good wine was rare to find normally. The army didn't allow drunkenness, so Su Bian told them each to drink 3 small cups. Only about 2 coins worth each. Everyone sipped slowly, afraid of wasting it by drinking too fast. They ate until their stomachs were full. Afterward, Lu Rulin secretly gave them 2 more buns before letting them go. Today, they not only enjoyed delicious food and fine wine, but also met a kind and friendly family of the squad leader, unlike other officers' families who seemed to treat them like workhorses. In the future, if the squad leader had work, they would come again. Once everyone had left, Su Bian carried the leftover food and porridge back to the yard. Chun Mian whistled, and the dogs that had been waiting all day ran over, wagging their tails, waiting for her command to eat. At her signal, the dogs lined up and ate in order, not daring to fight. Su Bian's eyes lit up watching them. The dogs finished eating quickly, all done in about 5 minutes. Chun Mian waved her hand to let them go. Usually, she paid attention to Su Chuncheng and the Su family's movements. After the dogs left, Chun Mian went to the west room to divide the bedding into 2 parts, one to stay, and the other to be sent to the east room for Lu Rulin and Su Juexia. These were made of good cotton and fabric, soft and smooth, very comfortable to lie on. She also took some skincare products to Lu Rulin. 1 jar of snow cream was enough, and if she could find the raw materials, she could make some herself. In her past life, she helped rescue wild animals in the mountains. Life was simple but boring, so she learned some simple crafts like essential oil soap, natural lipstick, hand cream, and lotion. She made so many that she gave some away, and everyone liked them, often asking her for more. There wasn't much useful stuff in this era, so she planned to organize these items, dress up her mother-in-law and sister-in-law nicely, and take them out to look good. She quickly sorted the items. Fabric and sewing machine were taken to the east room for Lu Rulin to store. Chun Mian described the style of clothes she wanted, but the rest was beyond her control. It's getting late. I'll go back to the guest house first, she said. Chun Mian wanted to leave, and Su Bian hurried to see her off. On the way back, he sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Comrade Mian. Today has been the happiest day of my life. My mother and sister are also very happy. I didn't realize before, but it turns out he's not that important. Su Bian has been tightly controlled by Su Chunqing for years. He always thought it was hard to get rid of him, but Chen Mianmian easily handled everything, making him wonder if he had been using the wrong approach before. Hey, I tend to take the unconventional path. Don't say he can do it, even the Jade Emperor himself could be tricked into giving me something. Actually, it's mainly because I don't mind working hard or being tired. I have no shame. You and your mother are too concerned about face, so you suffer in the end. For me, face is just a mat. If I have it, good. If not, that's fine too. Chen Mianmian's words suddenly made Su Bian see things clearly. He fell into deep thought, even considering whether he could keep this spirit going in the future. Before he knew it, they arrived at the guest house. Su Bian felt a little reluctant to see her leave. This day's excitement was something he'd never experienced before.
He wanted this happiness to last.
Su Bian hesitated as Chen Mianmian was about to leave, then blurted out, "Can I call you Mianmian?" Chen Mianmian raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Her fair, handsome face slowly turned red in the sunset, and her ears shone brighter than the evening clouds. Usually serious and stern, she now lowered her eyes and didn't dare to meet his gaze. This person was really easy to tease. Of course. From now on, we are partners. You can call me Mianmian and I'll call you Bian. I hope we work well together and trust each other. After saying that, she extended her hand to show friendship with her future partner for the next 3 years. Su Bian looked at her floating hand, paused for a moment, then quickly reached out to shake it. He was worried his hands might be dirty, so he wiped them on his pants before gently holding hers. Chen Mianmian's hands, also used for work, were not soft but rough, yet very warm. Su Bian gently held her hand for a moment before letting go, quietly keeping it by his side, as if to hold onto the warmth of the moment. "See you tomorrow." Chen Mianmian turned and left. Su Bian replied, "See you tomorrow," and stood there for a while, watching her light turn on before heading back. On the way home, he kept thinking about what had happened today and about their nickname exchange. He felt so happy he almost wanted to fly. Who would have thought that the usually calm and serious Captain Su would happily climb a tree and swing like a monkey on the way home? Only then did he happily go back home. He is now eager to register his marriage with Mianmian. The next morning, when Chen Mianmian went downstairs, Su Bian was still standing at the door. After they arrived home, Lu Rulin had already set the bowls and chopsticks, smiling brightly as she watched them come back. Not only that, she even prepared food for the dogs, thick corn porridge mixed with some potatoes and greens from their home, cooked with pork fat, smelling so good that Chen Mianmian wanted to eat 2 bowls. "Bian says you like raising dogs. From now on, I'll make more food so you can feed them." Seeing how Su Bian's family accepted her habits without hesitation, a warm feeling crossed Chen Mianmian's eyes, and her smile became softer and brighter. After breakfast, Su Bian went to the troop headquarters to apply for leave, submitting the leave form to complete the process. Only then could he get the official letter to register their marriage. Chen Mianmian continued sorting out Su Chunqing's belongings. Su Juexia and Little Tail looked around with big eyes, touching and exploring, especially adorable. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. A soldier carried a box over and said, "This is a benefit from Captain Su. Please check and receive it." The army occasionally gives out benefits to soldiers. Recently, Su Bian was promoted for his achievements and received 4 cans of meat, a pound of sugar, and 3 boxes of toothpaste. Lu Rulin thanked the soldier. Just as she was about to turn back, a figure suddenly rushed over and snatched the box from her arms. "Hey, Aunt Lu, my little grandson has been sick these days and has no appetite. You can use these first. When my son gets his benefits, I'll return them to you." The person had her hair and was wearing small shoes. Wasn't that the old woman Chen Mianmian scolded yesterday? "Grandma Li, my son is about to get married. I can't give you these." Lu Rulin bit her lip, looking troubled, but Grandma Li didn't listen. She turned and walked away, her steps seeming as if her feet were bound. Chen Mianmian heard the noise from inside and came out to ask. Lu Rulin, with a worried face, carefully explained, afraid her daughter-in-law would think she was useless. This old woman is taking advantage of me, Chen Mianmian sneered. Auntie, find the oldest, most worn-out clothes at home, and give me a set. I'll go beg for food later. Chen Mianmian didn't expect that the few old clothes she left behind would be used the very next day. She changed into Su Juxia's clothes, messed up her hair, and then rubbed some dirt from the bottom of the pot onto her face, making her look dirty and unkempt. Let's go, we're begging for food. Chen Mianmian happily looked at their costumes. Today, she wouldn't cheat. No, she would be more convincing to match her outfit. To make things easier, Chen Mianmian rolled up her sleeves, revealing her thin, bony arms. Wow, how did you get that scar? Lu Rulin suddenly saw a scar on Chen Mianmian's exposed skin. She wanted to see how big it was, but it stretched from her forearm all the way to her elbow, thick and long. Moreover, Chen Mianmian had other scars on her arms, burns, cuts. She couldn't imagine how many more scars she might have. Oh, that was when I was 14. My older cousin cut me because he said I was unworthy of eating his grandmother's food. This one was burned by my grandfather with a pipe because I ate an extra bite of rice. This cut was from my stepmother throwing a kitchen knife at me because I was slow feeding the chickens. Chen Mianmian spoke calmly, as if she was talking about someone else's story. But in Lu Rulin's eyes, it was clear she was in extreme pain, unable to express it. She quickly hugged Chen Mianmian tightly, tears welling up with concern. Poor girl, why are they so cruel to hurt you like this? From now on, I will protect you. When you get married, you and Ju Xia can go back to the village, and you can give them a good beating. Your mother and stepmother don't want you, but I want you. From now on, you and Ju Xia are my real daughters. As long as I have food, you will have food too. Lu Rulin was very thin. Holding Chen Mianmian in her arms was a bit uncomfortable, but hearing her words, her eyes suddenly felt sour, and a feeling of grievance welled up inside her. If Chen Mianmian hadn't been trying to control herself, she might have burst into tears while hugging Lu Rulin. Cough, cough.
Mom.
Chen Mianmian rarely felt shy, with a slight nasal tone, like a cute little lamb. Let's go quickly, there are more important things to do. All right, let's go now. Lu Rulin happily wiped her tears after hearing Chen Mianmian call her mother. Juexia, and I will listen to you. We won't embarrass you. After speaking, the three of them started walking forward, but they didn't notice that a door nearby was slightly open. Dong Qingqiu, with red eyes, carried a basket of vegetables and came out. Seeing Chen Mianmian's back as she left, they looked at her with pain and disbelief. How could they treat their daughter like this? The letter said Mianmian was doing very well and that everyone liked her. How could she have so many injuries? No, I have to find someone to check this out. Dong Qingqiu clenched her teeth and finished speaking, then turned back into the yard and called her brother. Unaware of her calls, Chen Mianmian's situation became known not only to the Dong family, but also to the Qin family in Hishang village, bringing endless trouble. She took Lu Rulin and her daughter to the door of General Song's house. Just as she was about to knock, Su Juexia hesitantly interrupted. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, are we going to ask for food at the general's house? Do we need to knock? Of course. If the commander didn't live here, I would go to his house myself. Right now, I want to make an example to scare those who bullied you. Let them see what happens to that old lady. Remember, just agree with me later. After Chen Mianmian repeatedly reminded them, Lu Rulin and her daughter nervously swallowed and shivered behind her, but they didn't run away. That was already good enough. She knocked on the door, and an elderly woman with a kind face came out. Seeing their clothes, she immediately understood what was happening. She told them to wait a moment and went to get some money. Grandma, we're not here to beg for money. Chen Mianmian blinked her big eyes and shyly looked at Shen Meizhen. Do you have any leftover food you can give us? Shen Meizhen looked at Chen Mianmian, who was so thin she had almost no flesh left, and gently patted her head. She then turned to the people inside and asked for 10 steamed buns. Why are you here? Are you villagers from nearby? Chen Mianmian shook her head sadly to show her identity. We are family members of Commander Su Bian from the 28th Regiment of the 325th Division. Our family was about to run out of food, But luckily, the regiment gave us some benefits, hoping we could hold on until he received his allowance. However, before we could get anything, it was taken away. My sister-in-law was so hungry she cried. We had no choice but to come out and ask for some food. Grandma, don't worry. Once my family member gets paid, I will definitely pay you back. Chun Mian said these words, and they truly touched the listener, making her feel sad and tearful. Plus, Su Juexia was trembling behind her, looking so weak and unsteady, which made Shin Meijin feel sorry for her. The daughter-in-law quickly handed a steamed bun to the child and urged him to eat. Hurry up and eat. There's more if you're still hungry. It's so pitiful. How can anyone take away the benefits meant for you? Shin Meijin saw that Chen Mian was deliberately complaining, but these three people looked genuinely thin and worn out, clearly from hard work and tough days. Most of what she said was probably true. When Chen Mian heard Shin Meijin supporting her, she knew she had to act quickly to make her case. So she grabbed 2 steamed buns, started crying loudly, and exaggerated the story from last night to this morning. She also mentioned the things that Grandma Li had done before. That old woman, under various excuses, had taken many good things from Lu Ruolin. Every time benefits were distributed, she would arrive just after they were handed out and take what she wanted. She claimed she was borrowing, but she never returned anything. When Lu Ruolin went to ask for her belongings, the old woman would throw a tantrum, accusing her of bullying the elderly. In the end, she didn't get her things back and caused a big fuss. That's too much. Who does that old lady belong to? Call her over. Shin Meijin, from a scholarly family, her grandfather was a government official in Beijing, her father was a university president, and she was a retired senior professor, could not tolerate such bad behavior. She immediately sent her security guard to bring the person over. Lu Ruolin quickly gave her the address, and the guard went straight there. Chen Mian watched Shin Meijin with shining eyes. Grandma, you're so impressive. Thank you for standing up for us. I just brought her here to give you a chance to face her. I am also a military family member, so I can't directly help you. There are so many people in the compound. If everyone who felt wronged came to Shin Meijin to cause trouble, she would probably be very overwhelmed. Chen Mian nodded gratefully. From how Colonel Song acted, she knew his family was reasonable and understanding. Sure enough, she was right. She patted her chest loudly, feeling proud and eager to lift her head high. Don't worry, as soon as she comes, I will make her admit everything. Chen Mian watched the dogs quietly gathering in the corner. Today, she refused to let the old lady stay in the residential area. Instead, she turned her name around and said it backwards. After a short while, the guard brought in Grandma Li, who was followed by a group of curious dogs and onlookers. Seeing these people, Chen Mian felt more confident. She wasn't afraid of making a fuss. She was only worried about not making enough noise. Grandma Li, trembling, came over. She looked at Shin Meijin, who was lowering her head and about to kneel, but was stopped by the guard. Now is not the time for old-fashioned, bureaucratic behavior. I called you here to ask why you took away the benefits meant for Commander Su. Hearing Shin Meijin, Grandma Li realized the 3 people standing nearby. She immediately knelt on the ground, pounding her thighs and shouting her innocence. Oh, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't steal. I was just borrowing. Grandma Li wiped away non-existent tears. My little grandson was sick a few days ago and had no appetite. Our family isn't well off and can't afford meat. When I saw Commander Su's family received benefits, I borrowed some to feed my grandson. Sister Lu, just because your child wanted to eat something, you caused trouble for the military wife. Are you trying to push my grandma to death? I can't live like this. Grandma Li cried and even threatened to take her own life, thinking she could get away with it like before. But this time, she met Chen Mian.
Shen Mian suddenly shouted, interrupting Grandma Li's king.
While everyone looked at her, she tore off her belt and hung it on a nearby tree. You're not serious about dying, are you? Come on, go die now. Chen Mian walked over, grabbing Grandma Li's collar and pulling her. If your grandson's food doesn't taste good, can't you give him some porridge? If your family is too poor to buy food, sell blood. If that doesn't work, let your son sell his dignity. Why should we use our things to support you? Your grandson isn't even related to us. No, just look at you. Your grandson isn't a good kid either. When he grows up, he'll be a thief or a prisoner.